Chapter 101. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helped me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Sup, here's the new chapter. The 10 points that Professor McGonagall took from me didn't make me sad or even make any difference to the points I already acquired. Even my Ravenclaw colleagues took the loss of points surprisingly well, and the only people who got angry were Phillips and Penelope, each with a different motive. Phillips because those points could be decisive in Ravenclaw's victory against Slytherin in the House Cup, and Penelope because she knew the reason I lost points had to do with Percy, who she was seeing. While Phillips had to content himself with sitting sullenly planning revenge on Percy, Penelope was more direct and went to argue with him, and I don't know how the argument ended, but now Percy glares at me even more whenever he sees me. But all of this had a positive point, which was that the Gryffindors officially adopted me as an honorary lion. I think getting Percy, who wasn't so popular in Gryffindor, into trouble was worth a free pass to the Red and Gold House. Well,
Let's see.
I pondered as I looked at my diary. I was reading the diary where I jotted down the powers and techniques of other fictions so I could turn them into spells. So far, the only ones I've been able to replicate have been those that used elements, but few of those were large-scale or fatal attacks. I wanted a spell that could be used on a large group of enemies, and that would kill them almost instantly. The only problem is that to create a spell at this level, I would need a lot more elements controls, something I don't have yet. And that's why I'm looking for a technique from some fiction that isn't too difficult to recreate, and that has the criteria I want. But the more I thought about a new attack, the more I realized that I didn't have many defense spells, and as an old saying goes,
The best offense is defense.
but finding and creating such a spell is much more difficult, mainly because I focused more on remembering attacks. I pondered.
The spells that Death Eaters use the most are the unforgivable curses, which are known to penetrate any barrier or magical shield.
As soon as I was done talking, excited, and with a new resolve, I started jotting down quickly in my diary.
Wait!
I said, noticing a flaw in my plan.
Damn it!
And just as I was about to close my diary, disappointed at not being able to create my defense against the unforgivables, I looked at a part where one of my ideas was written. What was written in the notebook was one of my old ideas which, after analyzing it well, was not only a way to stop the killing curse, but also to destroy it. And to do that, I would need to erode the spell's magic, literally destroying the curse.
Corrosion!
I muttered, my eyes then started to glow.
That's it, I can create a spell that works for both offense and defense.
With that idea in mind, I went running to my bag that was on a table in the corner. Once there, I opened it and took out 2 of the Muggle books I brought, one on chemistry and one on physics.
Let's see.
I said, flipping through the pages of the chemistry book.
I found it.
I stopped at a page which talked about corrosion and decay.
Corrosion is the effect of aging and wear on something, most commonly on metals. Decomposition is the process where something organic starts to rot into minerals. These 2 methods of decay are similar, but they have totally different processes.
As I was reading the book, I found other processes that had the same kind of effect as corrosion and decomposition, but then I noticed something. I realized that the effects of these decays were due to something they all had in common, which was time. All forms of corrosion, decomposition, and decay occurred because of the passing of time, and that would help me create my spell. But I know that spells involving time were more complicated than those involving space, which was also a type of spell I wanted to understand more. But time is just the most used term. The real factor for decay to occur is the aging of the material. Everyone and everything is harmed by time, but what really affects them is the effect of time aging. And because of my magic vision, I know that even magic suffers from aging. So I just have to create a spell that age things or just age magic. But talking is easier than doing. However, I don't need to start from scratch as there are a lot of aging spells and potions. One of these spells is the Flora spell, which makes flowers bloom faster, speeding up your metabolism. And there's also a similar spell, which serves to ripen vegetables, legumes, and fruits. But unfortunately, both spells don't seem to work on magical plants. But that didn't let me down because I had so many other spell options. And with that, I intended to start studying for the creation of one of the most incredible spells there is.
Come on.
I said to myself. I then placed the tip of my wand on the piece of pottery I had found and said,
Verter antique.
As soon as I finished the enchantment, I saw the piece of pottery in front of me begin to age, taking on an old-fashioned look. The spell I used served to make artworks older, both in appearance and materials, and was used by antique sellers. And while all the demonstration of the spell was happening, I had my magic vision turned on, and I could see in small details how the ceramic materials had their structure accelerated, making the work old.
This is the 7th spell I've used so far, and so far I just have a bit of compression on how to create my spell, sigh.
I said, wiping the sweat off my forehead.
Well, as long as I can't complete this spell of mine, I'll have to make do with the ones I have.
I said, raising my wand and seeing a ball of air swirl around its tip.
Can the wind interfere with the killing curse?
I started to reflect.
Meh, even if it doesn't interfere, I can still do stuff like that.
I then raised my hand where a spinning blue ball started to grow, and as soon as that ball reached the size of a quaffle, I threw it into one of the training puppets. As soon as the ball hit the doll's chest, it began to expand, at the same time causing a small spiraling gust, causing a lot of damage to the doll. In the end, the doll had a hole in its chest and several cuts across the rest of its body, and I, looking at that, smiled happily.
And that's the power of a real racingen.
Chapter 102. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. With the arrival of winter, snow also comes, which always brings joy to everyone, as it is a lot of fun to play in it, making snowmen, making little angels on the ground, and the best of all.
Hey, Anthony.
I yelled, causing the naive Raven to look at me, only to get 2 little snowballs in the face, one mine and one Terry's.
Arg, that's not fair. 2 against 1 doesn't count.
He exclaimed, cleaning the snow off your face.
Ha, the world isn't fair, Anthony. So then, are you going to cry?
Terry proclaimed, looking triumphantly at Anthony.
You know.
I said, making another snowball.
What?
Terry turned to me, only to receive the same treatment as Anthony.
Ha ha ha, truth.
Anthony chuckled, looking at Terry, who fell to the ground with his face covered in snow. Terry said with a defeated look.
Drama queen.
I huffed, and then my senses warned me of a back attack, but I didn't feel any malice. I then took a step to the side, dodging the attack, and turned to face the attacker, or more specifically, the attackers.
Damn it, Gred, I told you a sneak attack wouldn't work.
George, who had his arm outstretched, said.
Couldn't hurt to try, my dear brother.
Fred, who was crumpling a snowball in his hand, said.
Ho, so you two were the sneaky attackers.
I said, bending down and picking up some snow.
It's just that we saw you guys were in a snowball fight, but you still hadn't been hit, and that's not going to be allowed here.
Fred proclaimed, and I saw his gaze stray behind me before turning back to my face. But I noticed the barely perceptible smile on the 2 redheads' faces.
And what are you guys going to do about it?
I asked defiantly.
What are we going to do?
George asked seriously. He then cracked a big smirk.
We're going to do this.
He screamed. As soon as he screamed, he and Fred threw their snowballs at me, and my senses warned me of 2.
A distraction, smart.
I thought, smiling wildly. Sensing that the closest attack was coming from my back, with the first being on the left, followed by the attack to the right, I ducked, letting her go over me before jumping to the side, dodging the right bubble and also the snowball from Fred. The last 2 snowballs, I just leaned to the side and took a step back, causing them to miss me. And by the time it took me to dodge, Terry, Anthony, the twins, and the mysterious attacker, I turned out to be Lee had already made more snowballs. And without giving me time to think, they started the bombing. I kept dodging all the snowballs they threw at me, sometimes even catching them midway and giving them back. But as soon as I was dodging the penultimate snowball, I stepped on a part of the ground that was frozen, making me slip, preventing me from dodging the last snowball, which hit me in the back of the head.
Damn ice.
I cursed, landing on my butt on the snowy ground, where I was then mercilessly bombed. So I was there on the ground, covered with snow, while the boys laughed.
Aha, where's all that genius of yours now, Ethan?
Anthony asked me victoriously, but what he got in response from me was a dozen snowballs that hit him square in the face, knocking him over.
Hey ha ha ha, here it's.
I said, smiling, holstering my wand. I then got up and went back to the war, prepared to pay the 5 of them back. After a few matches, I sat on the floor, looking at Lee, who tried to hit Terry but missed and ended up hitting a passing fourth-year Slytherin.
It's moments like this that make me forget there's a war coming.
I thought with a smile on my face, looking at the boys having fun.
Stand up, Ethan, or are you already giving up?
Anthony, who saw me sitting down, scoffed.
Oh,
I chuckled, throwing my head back.
this war has just begun.
I said, getting up, already with a snowball in my hand.
That's right, this war is just beginning.
Fred celebrated, but was greeted with a snowball thrown by George. After that, the boys and I played until late afternoon, with other students joining us, creating a huge snowball battle at Hogwarts. After we finished playing, we all quickly went upstairs to our common rooms to change clothes and warm up, obviously forgetting that there are spells that would help with this. After I changed clothes, I went downstairs to the common room, and sitting in the armchair in front of the fireplace, warming myself with a mug of hot chocolate in hand, courtesy of the house elves, I began to read the letter my parents sent me this morning. The letter was like the others, with them saying they missed me, asking how I was at school and about the magic, about my friends, talking about Seal's games at home, which made me immensely proud, and asking if I've already received my first detention, and if not, why is it taking so long? And me getting a detention is something that miraculously hasn't happened yet.
I miss my family.
I commented to myself after finishing reading the letter.
What are they doing now?
I questioned myself. Knight's house.
Look, honey, Seal is levitating her dolls.
My father shouted excitedly from the living room.
What's the fuss about? We've seen her do it several times already.
My mom said from the kitchen.
I know, but still, this is amazing.
My dad said, looking at a floating purple teddy bear.
Okay, fine.
My mother screamed.
Oka, oh, look, now Seal is floating too.
My father exclaimed, seeing Seal flying upside down while laughing happily. But what my father didn't see was the wooden spoon that was thrown from the kitchen towards him.
Puh. Ow. Probably Seal is kidding, and my mom is terrorizing my dad.
I concluded, not knowing that I was basically right about that statement. So I went back to relaxing in the armchair, enjoying the warmth that came from the fire's flames, which sometimes changed color, thanks to a spell cast by a 5th year. After a while, my moment of relaxation was interrupted by the sound of the bell ringing, signaling that it was time for dinner. I then saw Anthony come down from his room and wave his hand at me and Terry, who was doing a history of magic essay at one of the many tables in the common room. After Terry packed up his materials, we prepared to head to the Great Hall. But before we left, I cast a spell on the armchair I was in. This spell was a prank that would leave whoever sat in the armchair with clothes in Christmas colors, while also leaving the person with white hair. I just put this spell on so that no one sits in the armchair, as I plan to make it my official resting place. And obviously, because it's also fun to prank unsuspecting people, especially when they're the boring Ravenclaw scholars. Later in the common room.
Hey, Clarence, why did your hair turn white? What?
Oh, your clothes have changed too.
What? Hey, isn't that Knight's favorite armchair? What? Oh, now I know why your clothes have changed.
Chapter 103. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Sup guys, here's the new chapter.
Who are the idiots who believe this nonsense?
I wondered after reading an excerpt from one of Lockhart's books in which he claimed to have fought a werewolf with his bare hands, before using a spell to force him back to being a human. I was in the library when, oddly enough, I found a shelf full of Lockhart's books. And I, like a curious young man, decided to read it just to see if the books are as extravagant and exaggerated as the titles suggest. And after taking a look at a few pages of 3 of his books, I realized that Lockhart's narcissism and arrogance in books and movies doesn't do justice to what appears to be his real personality.
Seriously, who claims to be Britain's most powerful future wizard, while calling himself noble, brave, smart, and charming?
I questioned myself, pushing the book away in disgust.
But at least I have to praise Lockhart's stony face for being able to say something like that, and not feeling embarrassed.
I started to reflect. I would continue with my thoughts, but the noise of books hitting wood caught my attention. And looking at the source of the sound, I saw the golden trio placing books after books on a table. Knowing they were looking for Flamel and that at some point they would find him, I left them to their thing and went back to my book.
He's not a Quidditch player, because if he were, I would know.
I hear Weasley whisper, even though they're a few tables away.
And he's not, or was, a Hogwarts professor either.
Granger said, also whispering.
Of so many wizards there are, how are we going to find him by name alone?
Potter said, putting down one of the books that was in his hand.
But for him to meet the headmaster and be able to ask a favor from him, he must be someone important.
Granger said.
If he's that important, why haven't we found out about him yet?
Weasley questioned, getting a marrying sigh from Granger.
I don't know.
She replied. Listening to the conversation they were having, I glanced at them and saw the large piles of books they had piled up on their desk. Quick and easy way to find someone, I thought sarcastically.
If you didn't want to ask Madame Pince about Flamel, why didn't you at least ask some older student? Sigh, if it wasn't for a card in a chocolate frog, they would never have found out who Flamel is.
And at that point, I started to realize how lucky they are.
How about we try to get more clues from Hagrid?
Weasley proposed, and I have to say this is a good proposition, especially coming from someone like Weasley.
I don't think he's going to talk to us about it. He's been more cautious with us after we got the Flamel name from him.
Granger was quick to point out the flaws, obviously forgetting how naive the half-giant could be.
And then, do we give up?
Weasley asked, frowning.
Well, we could ask Madame Pince about they.
Granger began but was cut off by Potter.
Wait, we can't talk to her. She might end up telling the headmaster we're snooping around.
He said.
Sigh, so our only option is to keep looking through the books we have here.
Granger said, and Weasley and Potter then looked around at the hundreds of shelves with thousands of books and sighed in defeat.
I think so.
Potter said, sitting up with a huff and taking one of the books from the pile to read a little. Weasley then started looking at the stack of books apprehensively before running his eyes around the library until I felt his gaze fall on me.
Hey, isn't that the boy who helped us in the bathroom against the troll?
Weasley asked in a whisper, moving closer to the other two, and a moment later I felt the trio's gaze fall on me.
Why did I have to be noticed?
I wondered wearily.
If I stand still too long, maybe they won't even notice me.
I thought as I controlled my breathing, trying to blend in with the surroundings.
Oh yes, it's him.
Potter replied.
Damn it.
His name is Ethan Knight, and he's a Ravenclaw of our year.
Granger said, pointing out that at least one of the group paid attention to the sorting ceremony.
Helped.
Them with the troll, they at least should have memorized my name.
Now I understand why they don't have many friends outside of Gryffindor.
I thought, annoyed. And you might even be confused that I'm upset about it. But after everything I've done at Hogwarts so far, being remembered as the boy who helped them with the troll isn't very cool.
Oh, and he's also one of Ravenclaw's chasers.
Weasley said, pointing out that his brain works if food and Quidditch are involved.
And I also hear he's pretty smart.
He commented belatedly.
Yes, Professor McGonagall keeps praising him in class.
Potter said.
If even Professor McGonagall praises him, then he must really be very smart.
Weasley said, and I immediately had a bad premonition.
Since he's so smart, why don't we ask him about Flamel?
But shouldn't we keep the fact that we're looking for flame a secret?
Potter asked.
We have to keep it a secret from the teachers and the headmaster.
Granger commented.
And besides, he doesn't need to know why we're looking for flame.
She finished, getting a nod from the boys.
If that's the case, then why don't you go ask some older student? Well then, let's talk to him then.
Weasley said, getting up from his place at the table and walking towards me, with the other two members of the trio following. I should have stayed in my room reading, I mentally sighed. Now, I had many options, with them being me ignoring them or saying I don't know Flamel, and thus not interfering with events or helping them, so I can get involved when necessary without needing to explain. They'll find out who Flamel is after Christmas break, so that's more than a week away. But what would be different if they found out sooner? As the trio approached me, my mind started to work at great speed to find a way to resolve my dilemma, which is whether or not to help them. I always knew that I would have to interact with the trio sooner or later, as it would be very foolish of me to keep my distance from the main characters, so I don't see much of a problem helping them, that is, not counting the fact that I don't know what change would happen in future events.
Wait!
Chapter 104. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey, here's the new chapter.
Hey, aren't you the boy who helped us with the troll?
That was the first thing Weasley said to me, and I could only sigh at his tact.
Ron!
Granger exclaimed, glaring at Weasley at his rude greeting.
I think she forgot that I did the same to her in the Great Hall, calling her troll girl, hee hee.
I thought, amused.
Now all right.
I dismissed with a wave of my hand.
And yes, I'm the boy who helped you guys with the troll.
I said, rolling my eyes.
See, I said.
Weasley bragged, and this time it was Granger who rolled her eyes.
Yes, we understand, but that's not why we came here.
Granger said, looking critically at Weasley, who glanced back at her. Potter, seeing that the conversation was going nowhere and that his friends were now in a staring contest, decided to take over the conversation. Potter began, obviously nervous, and if I read his mind, I would know he was remembering when I killed a troll.
We hear that you are very smart, and that probably read a lot of books.
He said, and I almost rolled my eyes at this attempt to strike up a conversation.
Yes.
I said, showing him that he was supposed to continue.
And we wanted to ask you something.
He said. I then started to stare at him and his two friends, who had stopped staring and were now looking at me.
You know, before you want to ask someone something, shouldn't you guys introduce yourselves?
I said after staring at them for a while with a raised eyebrow. They then looked at me a little wide-eyed, only noticing now that no one introduced themselves, not that it was necessary since we all basically knew each other from class and because of the gossip.
Well.
Granger said, a little embarrassed, and I resisted the urge to call her troll girl.
Ron Weasley. Harry Potter.
As if no one knew, I thought, amused.
Well, and I'm Ethan Knight.
I said, right after that we fell into an awkward silence. Well, for them at least, as I was sitting calmly in my chair, waiting for them to speak. After a few seconds of waiting and nothing, I decided to speak.
Sue, what about the question? Oh, yes.
Weasley said, looking like he'd only now remembered why he'd come to my table. He then gave Granger a little nudge, signaling for her to ask the question, and in response, Granger started to glare at him, which Weasley ignored. Sighing in defeat, Granger turned to me.
Well,
Granger asked a little unwillingly.
Well, I've read about him already.
I said, and then started looking at them analytically.
But why do you want to know about him?
I asked. Even though I already knew why they were looking for Flamel, I still wanted to know what story or excuse they would give me, and I wasn't disappointed to hear what Weasley said next.
It's for one of our transfiguration lessons.
Weasley responded hastily. Right after that, Granger, Potter, and I started to stare at him with open mouths.
Weasley.
I said with a blank face.
Oh.
Weasley said, just now realizing his mistake.
Er.
He continued, in an attempt to correct himself, in what is obviously a lie.
Why would you study flamelet charms if he's a famous manure and magic grass seller?
I asked with a
Genuine.
look of confusion and doubt.
What, really? No.
I replied dryly, and Weasley started looking at me stupidly.
Look, we're just curious to know about Flamel, so could you please tell me what you know about him? Or at least tell me which book has information about him.
Granger said, letting out a tired sigh and looking at me unconsciously with puppy dog eyes, which even though it was cute, had no effect on me.
Ha, I've been trained to resist Seal's gaze, and even though I still can't resist 100% of her gaze, yours isn't even close to her level of cuteness.
I thought, looking at Granger with a blank face.
You know, if you wanted to know what the book is, you could have asked Madame Pince.
I said, looking at them calmly.
Well, it's just.
Potter replied.
Why?
I asked. The trio then began to look at each other, communicating through their eyes, and I didn't need to read their minds to know what they were thinking.
Sorry, but we can't tell you.
Potter replied, and I wasn't surprised by that.
Oh, too bad then.
I said, shrugging. And after hearing that, the trio started to turn to leave, their heads bowed and feelings of disappointment, sadness, and boredom being transmitted to me. But before they could take a few more steps, I spoke again, causing them to stop and turn to me in surprise.
Nicolas Flamel is a famous French wizard and alchemist who created the Philosopher's Stone and is over 600 years old. He is also a friend and study partner of Headmaster Dumbledore, and he was even his teacher at one time.
I said, picking up a book from my desk to go back to reading.
What?
Potter, who had turned to me, asked confused.
What?
I asked back.
You answered our question.
He said.
Well, you guys asked.
I shrugged.
But I thought.
Potter began.
That I wouldn't give the answer, because you didn't want to tell me the reason for your research.
I finished for him and he nodded.
Nah, I was going to say no matter what your answers were.
Really? That easy?
Weasley asked confused.
Yes.
I replied simply.
But what about all those questions?
Granger asked.
I was just curious. And I also wanted to see if I could annoy you off with the questions, which I did, and it was really fun.
I said, smiling, and looking at Granger, I could see her left eye twitching.
Oh well.
Potter said uncertainly, but I could still feel the happiness and relief coming from him.
Don't worry about it. It was just an answer to a question.
I dismissed with a sloppy wave of my hand, and in that time, Granger began to think with her hand on her chin.
Did you say he created the Philosopher's Stone? That stone isn't.
She started to say, but I cut her off.
The stone that can be used to produce the elixir of life, which makes the drinker basically immortal, and which can also turn any metal into gold. Yes, it is.
I said, enjoying the odd gaze of the two boys in the trio.
Make the drinker immortal. Turns any metal into gold.
The two repeated, each with a different thought. And obviously Weasley was the one who thought of the gold. And I can't blame him, since if I had the Philosopher's Stone and was in the same situation as his family, I would think about the money first.
Amazing, right?
I asked, smiling, and Weasley nodded unconsciously.
Well, I'm glad to hear that I was able to help you with your research.
I said, closing the book I was still holding and stuffing my materials in my bag. I then stood up under the gaze of the trio and started putting away the books I had taken, earning a satisfied look from Madame Pince.
Well then, I'll be on my way.
I said.
Until the next question.
Chapter 105. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Sup bros, here's the new chapter. The only change in plot that my interference brought was the fact that the trio were now paying more attention to Professor Snape's every move and prowling more around the third floor. I didn't really expect a big change in plot, so I wasn't disappointed. And as time went on, I continued training, spending time with my friends and colleagues, and obviously playing pranks with the twins and on the twins. Friday. Each day that got closer to Christmas, the colder it got, to the point where we could see the mist coming out of our mouths. And even though some parts of the castle had fireplaces or other things that helped to keep us warm, the hallways were still cold and windy. But I don't think any place is as cold as the greenhouses outside the castle. As today is Friday, I had 2 herbology classes, where Professor Sprout started to teach us how to harvest and fertilize a plant called rocky acid, which was a plant, very similar to a shrub, which was hard as stone and it exuded acid, which even though it didn't hurt much, could still have less than pleasant effects on a person's body. This class wasn't very difficult, mainly because in the cold, the rocky acids didn't sweat as much. And I, having already studied acids and stones at the Muggle school in both lifetimes, I finished the lesson very quickly. Having finished the lesson, Professor Sprout dismissed me from the herbology class earlier, not wanting me to stay out in the cold for nothing, and halfway back to the castle I saw Hagrid, who was carrying a huge pine tree. Seeing that he was having difficulties as he also had to drag a box with decorations, I went to him to help him.
Hi, Hagrid.
I greeted him happily, already taking the box of ornaments from his hands and carrying it.
Huh, oh, hi, Ethan.
He greeted me happily back once he saw it was me.
What are you doing outside the castle during class time? You're not skipping class, are you?
He asked suspiciously.
Nah, Professor Sprout dismissed me earlier.
I replied, dodging a snowman who happened to be waltzing.
And I saw you carrying all this stuff, and I decided to help you. Oh, no need, I can manage on my own.
The half-giant said, smiling kindly at me.
Don't worry, I don't have anything to do right now.
I said.
But isn't this box too heavy for you?
He asked me worried.
Not really, I'm really strong, you know.
And to demonstrate, I started to flex my arm, which amused Hagrid.
Ha ha ha, it's nice to know young people these days are so energetic.
He said, patting my shoulder with his free hand.
Is it just me or just with that slap, I sank 7 centimeters into the snow?
I thought, looking down at my feet. We then continued on our walk, talking about magical creatures and normal creatures, with me even talking about creatures from the myths of the Muggle world, which gained Hagrid's attention. Hagrid also invited me to go to his hut sometime for tea and talk more about these creatures from the myths. When we arrived at the castle, we heard the bell ring, signaling that classes for the day were over, which meant I had the rest of the afternoon free. And while I was thinking about what I was going to do, I heard someone call out to Hagrid. Only then did I remember that this was the time for one of the trio's confrontations with Malfoy.
Hi Hagrid, need help?
Weasley asked. And I didn't pay much attention to the conversation as I felt 2 people looking at me, and turning my face a little, I saw Lily looking at me with a smile and nodding at me, to which I responded with a smile as I waved back. The other person who was watching me was on Lily's side, and it was Greengrass, and since she made it very clear that she didn't want to have anything to do with me on the train and in the classroom, I promptly ignored her. When I turned my attention to the trio, I heard a mocking voice beside me.
Are you trying to make some Weasley bucks? Or are you planning on becoming a gamekeeper when you graduate from Hogwarts?
Malfoy, who arrived with his 2 bookcases, said. He then saw me carrying a box of ornaments, and when he was about to open his mouth to say something about me, I stared at him with a cold look which immediately shut him up. The fact that I was known in the castle for killing a troll and for being friends with the twins must have been a factor in that too. Malfoy, who quickly stopped looking at me, turned his attention to Weasley.
Well, I understand that his hut must be a palace when compared to the place you live that you call home,
He said, with more venom in his voice than before. Weasley, who is not known for being calm, lunged at Malfoy, who quickly ducked behind his bodyguards, but I could see he already had his hand in his pocket for his wand, the same as Potter.
WSLEY.
And with perfect timing, Professor Snape appeared. Professor Snape then proceeded to berate Weasley, not even caring who was to blame and ignoring Hagrid, who was trying to calm the situation. After Professor Snape had finished, taking 5 points from Gryffindor and putting Weasley in detention, he left, with your cloak billowing behind him.
HMPH.
Malfoy snorted contemptuously at the trio, and then stepped around the side of the pine tree Hagrid was holding, bumping into the branches on purpose.
Get out of the way, you filthy giant ugg.
Malfoy couldn't finish his sentence as I pulled him by the collar of his shirt and held him against the wall, with my arm pressed against his neck.
What were you going to say, Malfoy?
I asked, pressing my arm, but before Malfoy could say anything, I felt an attack coming on. I then released Malfoy, who fell to the ground and dodged a punch from Goyle, and in quick succession I grabbed my wand and threw Incarcerus and Expelliarmus at close range that easily disarmed him. And wasting no time, I cast the Langlock Jinx at Crabbe, which prevented him from uttering the spell he was going to cast on me. I then pushed a Goyle tethered to Crabbe, who fell because of the weight. I then felt something approaching my back, and I easily dodged the spell Malfoy had cast on me. I then quickly walked over to him and grabbed his wand arm and twisted it backwards, causing him to lean over as I placed my own wand around his neck.
So,
I said, repeating each word slowly as I twisted his arm further. Malfoy, feeling the pain in his arm, wisely remained silent. I then looked at him disdainfully.
Look what you've done. You spread those leaves on the ground.
I said in a disappointed voice, and then in a cold voice I continued.
I think you owe Hagrid an apology, don't you agree?
And to try to
Coerce.
him, I twisted his arm a little more.
He
said through gritted teeth.
good boy.
I said, patting his shoulder. I then pulled Malfoy up and threw him towards his two bookcases, who got up with a limp at some point. Malfoy then glared at me, and I responded with an Expelliarmus hard enough to throw him at his two bodyguards, who skidded away down the hall. After that, he got up, and without looking back, he ran with his two dogs right behind him, disappearing into the corridor. Holstering my wand, I turned to Hagrid, only to see him, the trio, and everyone in the hallway looking at me in shock.
What are you looking at?
I asked, looking everyone back.
That was so cool.
Chapter 106. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey, here's the new chapter. My little disagreement with Malfoy was seen by almost every first year of Gryffindor and Slytherin, and by a few other students who were in the corridor at the time, who were the only ones around. But that was enough for the event to spread throughout the school, where the students started talking about me.
No one around here.
I said, slipping through the castle corridors at night, already past curfew. I was walking around the castle at this hour for a very simple reason.
My heart's desire.
I mumbled.
What will be my heart's desire? Money, world peace, power, perhaps a harem, hee.
I really have no idea what the mirror would show me, and even my guesses didn't seem right. Deciding to end the mystery, I took a step in front of the mirror, and with a little nervousness I looked in the mirror. That,
Mom.
I stammered in a husky voice, feeling my legs give out. I don't know when it started, but I felt a tear run down my face. Unable to put up with the memories that came and went in my head, I dropped to my knees, staring blankly into the mirror. I started to say, letting the tears flow.
I'm sorry.
I said in a disappointed and sad voice.
I miss you so much.
I said in regret, but feeling that a weight on my back was being eased. I then looked at the image in the mirror and saw that more people started to show up. My friends from the first and second life, my uncles and aunts, my grandmother, and even the girl that was my best friend who I had a crush on before I died.
Hee.
I said with a nostalgic smile, wiping the tears off my face. After that, I stood in front of the mirror talking about everything that had happened to me so far, and people in the reflection looked at me as if they could understand me. I spent most of the night talking in front of the mirror, and when it was too late, I got up, promising to come back some other time to see them one last time before the headmaster moved the mirror. Satisfied and feeling my body lighter, I started back to Ravenclaw's common room, also promising myself never to forget my family and friends of all lives, be it this one, the last one, or any other I might have. Only I didn't notice that as soon as I walked out of the mirror room, the reflection in the mirror changed to show a shadowy shape with multicolored lights flashing on it. The shadow had no face and no redeeming features other than his amber eyes, which showed satisfaction and pride, which together with the small smile that began to form on his shapeless face gave a sense of mystery and power.
My little child,
Chapter 107. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Sup, here's the new chapter. As promised, I returned to the mirror room the next night, where I again saw my families. I talked to them about everything from my first magic prank to my first Quidditch match. I knew they couldn't answer me, and that it was just a picture of what I most wanted in my heart, but even so I was still happy to see them again in a place other than my memories. As I was calmer that night, I also paid more attention to details in the mirror's reflection. I found it strange that my face was blurry, and so was the landscape in the reflection, but as I had no idea why, I simply decided to let it go. At least for a while.
So, Anthony, is your family going to attend the ministry's Yule Ball this year?
Terry asked, settling into his seat with a honey licorice in his mouth.
Ugh!
Anthony grunted in disgust.
And yes, my family is unfortunately going to attend this boring ball. Well, at least now I know there's going to be someone there I know.
Terry shrugged, also unwilling to go to the Christmas ball.
At these moments, I realize that being a Muggle-born isn't all that bad.
I commented amusedly.
Shut up, Ethan, they both said, which only earned them a satisfied look from me.
We were on the train heading back to the house for Christmas break, and I was really excited to see my family again, especially after the events with Mirror of Erist.
But changing the subject, I just want you guys to know that I'm accepting a Honeyjuke's premium box of sweet as a Christmas present. Okay.
I said, stretching my leg and resting it on the front seat.
Huh, as if I would have the money to give you these expensive sweets.
Terry said after seeing me looking at him with disdain.
Maybe Ethan would be happy if we gave him the book on potions Professor Snape wrote.
Anthony said mockingly, earning a chuckle from Terry.
Would you really give me this book? I tried to find it in the library and flourish and blots, but I didn't find anything.
I exclaimed excitedly, getting 2 blank stares.
Nerd!
So Anthony, is your family going to attend the ministry's Yule Ball this year? Terry asked, settling into his seat with a honey licorice in his mouth.
Erg. And shouldn't all Ravenclaws be nerds? Where is the Ravenclaw characteristic in you?
I thought, wondering if Sorting Hat was wrong in their choice of house. King's Cross train station.
Tilde.
Anthony said as we got off the train.
Funny to hear that from someone who only sleeps.
Terry said dryly, earning an annoyed look from Anthony.
At least I didn't set my notebook on fire trying to do the cleaning spell.
Anthony scoffed.
Oh yeah, and at least I don't.
Bam. Ow.
Hey! Be good or I'll tell your parents about that time you tried to get into the girls' dorm.
I told them, lowering both my hands.
You would not do that.
Anthony said, looking at me in panic.
If you tell my parents anything
Terry said, rubbing the back of his aching neck.
Mess, go ahead. They'll probably find it really fun, and they'll ask me to take pictures next time.
I said with a shrug.
As if.
Terry exclaimed.
Maybe.
I commented, whistling innocently. So this means that.
Oh, look at my parents over there.
I said, ignoring Terry and not giving him time to continue with his sentence. I then, with my suitcase shrunken in my pocket, started walking towards my parents, with Anthony and a frowning Terry following me, as Terry still hasn't found his parents and Anthony's parents were close to mine.
Ethan!
Yelled Seal, who was in my mom's arms and was the first in my family to see me. Her call drew my parents' attention to me, who smiled when they saw me.
Hey, big boy!
My dad said, walking over to me and ruffling my hair.
Hi, old man.
I greeted him cheekily, and he made a pained face at being called an old man. My mom smiled at our interaction as she placed Seal on the ground, who immediately rushed over to hug my legs.
Hi, big brother.
Seal said, smiling cutely at me.
Hi, little sister.
I hugged her back.
I missed you.
My mom said as she pulled me into a hug I returned.
Me too.
I said, and then I looked at them curiously.
And not that I'm complaining.
My mom replied, and I thought this was a great idea. I then introduced Anthony and Terry to my parents, with the two of them asking not so discreetly about my mother's cookies. While we were talking, Anthony's parents came up to us, and a short time later Terry's parents also arrived. Meeting their parents was cool, especially when I realized where the boy's personality came from. Anthony's father is a man with light brown hair and blue eyes, while his mother is a short brown-haired woman with chocolate brown eyes. They both looked kind and a little naive, but that's just the look, as I know pure-blood heads of households aren't as naive as they seem. Terry's father has black-haired and tall and thin, while his mother was tall and had long blonde hair and green eyes. Terry's parents were more aristocratic-looking than Anthony's parents, but when they realized that neither of the other two families cared about noble customs, they began to act more normally. After talking for a while, our families said their goodbyes and each went somewhere, with Terry's family going to one of the Flu Network fireplaces and Anthony's going to the apparition point. My family and I passed through the barrier and went back to the Muggle world and took a taxi home. Knight's house. After I got home and packed my things, my mom called me into the living room so my family could hear me talk about school. After giving a rundown on the things I learned and the things I did at school, with the pranks included, I talked about my friends and also the castle, which got my parents excited like kids. Finishing talking about school, I grabbed my bottomless bag and started pulling out several things from her.
Look at the presents I brought.
I said to my family and especially to Seal, who started to bounce excitedly.
Yay, presents.
Yes, Seal presents.
I smiled at her.
And this one is especially for you.
I said, taking the vial of fairy dust from my bag and handing it to her.
Wow.
She said, looking in wonder at the bright, multicolored powder in the bottle.
How beautiful.
My mom said, looking at the powder.
I agree.
My dad said, he then looked at me.
But then...
Chapter 108. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. POV third person. The day after all the children have gone home for Christmas with their families, the entire Hogwarts team and the headmaster meet in the headmaster's office for the annual meeting, where they talk about the students, about order in the school, about the important events that happened at the school, about news they considered important, about the subjects, and about everyday life. In the headmaster's office, which looks small at first glance, were the teachers, the matron, the caretaker, the gamekeeper, and even some of the ghosts. It might seem impressive to fit all these people into one room, especially in a room that's littered with trinkets, but nothing that some expansion spells didn't solve.
I'm glad you're all here.
Headmaster Dumbledore said with his grandfatherly smile, which unconsciously caused smiles to cross the faces of several other staff members.
And now that we're all settled, let's begin our annual meeting of the year of 91 out of 92.
If you don't mind, I'd like to go first.
Professor McGonagall said, and after getting a few nods from the others in the office, she started to speak. As she talked about basic school stuff, the other staff members paid her full attention, all but the headmaster, who paid little attention to what was said at the meeting as his mind was elsewhere. The headmaster was thinking about the problems hanging over his head, also known as the Philosopher's Stone being guarded by him at the request of his friend and mentor Nicholas Flamel, and the problems brought on by a certain Potter boy. When he received a letter from his former study partner and mentor, he didn't think he was going to ask him to protect the Philosopher's Stone, his most precious possession. And he also didn't think they were going to try to steal this item shortly after he'd put it in a vault in Gringotts. And if that wasn't enough of a problem, he still had to prepare for the arrival of Harry Potter, the boy who lived and Dark Lord's defeater, into the wizarding world.
And I thought I'd have some rest with my century-old.
The headmaster sighed mentally. With conversation going and conversation coming back, the meeting reached the part that most interested both the headmaster and some teachers, the students. As it would take a long time to talk about all the students in the school, it was decided that it would be better to talk about those who attracted the most attention this year, be it good or bad attention. The teachers then started from the 7th year, planning to leave the first years for the end, mainly because the first years of this year were the most interesting.
And Miss Bell is being a bit aggressive with some students, specifically the Slytherins.
Professor McGonagall said, getting a sneer from Professor Snape as soon as the Slytherins were mentioned.
This aggressiveness isn't good, but I wouldn't say it's unwarranted either, as I've seen a lot of Slytherin boys being.
Professor Flitwick said, resisting the urge to say the Slytherins were being Slytherin.
And as someone who has made it clear many times that she doesn't let herself be intimidated, Miss Bell responded, only in a more violent way.
He finished with a shrug.
This is a slander against my house.
Professor Snape said grimly.
But that's what I saw.
Professor Flitwick said.
Do you think I would lie about something like that?
He asked with a raised eyebrow, which only increased Professor Snape's frown, who turned away with a huff.
I already suspected Miss Bell would be a troublemaker the moment I saw her flying a broom with her friends.
Madame Hooch said with an amused snort, remembering how Katie had nearly broken 2 brooms and a window in her first flying lesson.
I think I'll have to talk to Miss Bell again.
Professor McGonagall sighed.
I swear she started acting like that when she started hanging out with the Weasley twins.
She said, rubbing her temples.
Well, since the second year is over, let's now talk about the first years then.
Headmaster Dumbledore said, leaning his elbows on the table and folding his hands in front of his face. He then looked at each of the people in the room with analytical eyes, but not without a calm smile on his face. Who would like to have the first word, Pomona?
Oh, me.
The chubby teacher said, pointing to herself.
Well.
She said. And are there any students who have caught your attention in a positive way or who are doing well in your classes? The headmaster asked.
There are some students who are very good in my subject, like Mr. Longbottom, who is the most talented of the first years, even though he's a little shy. The Mr. Knight, who seems to have a lot of fun with the magic plants and catches them all the spells I pass at first. The Miss Bones, who seems to have extensive knowledge about plants, even though she doesn't like the practical part very much. And the Miss Bulstrode, who is Miss Bones's reverse.
Professor Sprout replied after thinking a bit, and you could see a glint in her eyes when she talked about her students and her classes.
It seems that this year we have good students in every house.
The headmaster mused. He then looked at Professor Snape.
HMPH, there aren't any talented students in my class, other than a few students like Mr. Malfoy, Miss Greengrass, and Mr. Zabini.
Professor Snape said.
The rest are at best a step above being mediocre, with Potter and the Longbottom boy being worse than mediocre.
Professor Snape continued mumbling for a long time, and as soon as he finished speaking, he ended up getting a few glares from the other professors in the room, who obviously noticed that he only spoke well of Slytherins and that he still hasn't gotten over his grudge against James Potter. And noticing those looks, Professor Snape only snorted in contempt.
Well, I'm glad you have good students in your class.
The headmaster said, not noticing or pretending not to notice Snape's favoritism, with everyone in the room leaning towards the latter.
Well, in my first-year class, I have some good flyers.
Madame Hooch said.
Good flyers? I think that's an understatement.
Professor Sprout joked.
Really, Rolanda?
Professor McGonagall asked with a small smile on her face, which looked amused and proud.
Well, this year I got 2 students who are.
She said with an amused smile.
Oh, you're talking about Sirs Potter and Knight, right?
Septima Vector, a woman with a slim figure and a gentle, approachable appearance, who is also the arithmancy teacher, asked. It was no surprise that these 2 names were known by the other professors, especially the first. One of them is the savior of the wizarding world, and the other, while not someone well known in the British and world wizarding community, he was still well known at Hogwarts for his feats, with killing a troll being one of them. Madame Hooch nodded, ignoring Professor Snape's growl as soon as Potter was mentioned.
I still find it impressive that these 2 got a spot on their house Quidditch teams.
Professor Sinistra said.
Impressive and reckless.
Chapter 109. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
In my class, all the students are very go-ode, even though there are some who find it difficult to pay attention in class.
Professor Quirrell said, with his usual stutter.
And in my class, I have a lot of talented students this year, but none can compare to Mr. Knight.
Professor Flitwick said, almost bouncing in his chair in excitement.
The boy is a born and utter genius at charms. He might as well be in his 3rd year of studies.
Serious?
Professor Sprout asked, impressed.
Yeah, and I don't think he's even trying. And I'm pretty sure his favorite subject is charms.
The little professor said, saying the last part while glancing at Professor McGonagall with a smug, competitive look. Professor McGonagall, who heard what he said and saw his smug look, looked up at him with her lips a thin line and her eyes narrowed.
Are you sure? I always see him having a lot of fun in my classes. He even stays after class sometimes to ask about transfiguration for me.
She said back with an even more competitive look, and if it was an anime, it would give to see the rays in your eyes or their kai colliding.
Sometimes he pops into my office to ask about the lessons, and about spells too.
Professor Flitwick replied, ignoring the amused look of the other professors or the analytical and amused look of the headmaster.
Maybe it's because of your cupcakes.
The feline teacher said, looking away innocently, ignoring Professor Flitwick's mock scandalized glare.
Cough, good to know you found such a talented student in your subjects.
The headmaster spoke in an undeniably amused voice.
A student at Ravenclaw.
Professor Flitwick muttered under his breath, but loud enough for everyone to hear. And with that phrase, Professor McGonagall turned to him with narrowed eyes, giving the feeling of a feline about to attack its prey, something that didn't intimidate the little professor.
Well, what about you, Minerva? Any interesting students?
The headmaster asked, trying to alleviate the staring competition from the two teachers.
Well, besides Mr. Knight, who is a prodigy at transfiguration.
Professor McGonagall began, ignoring the surprised look from the other professors, as she never said that any of her students were a prodigy.
I have to say that Miss Granger and Mr. Zabini are 2 very talented students in my subject, with Miss Jones not far behind. What about some students who caught your attention in a less than positive way?
The headmaster asked.
There's Mr. Malfoy, who likes to tease his Hufflepuff classmates in class, and Mr. Corner, who seems to spend more time staring at Mr. Knight and Mr. Goldstein than paying attention in class.
Professor McGonagall replied, ignoring the smug part of her mind at seeing the annoyed look on Professor Snape's face when she spoke of one of her Slytherins.
Looks like this year we have a lot of promising students, especially the 1st year.
The headmaster said, and no one knew if he was talking about all the students or specifically Potter.
Well, I think with that, we ended our annual meeting.
He said, leaning back in his chair with a happy expression.
Does anyone have anything else to add?
He asked, and seeing no one answering, he nodded.
Well, in that case, the meeting is adjourned, and everyone can go back to what they were doing before.
He said, in a polite way of telling the other teachers to go away from your office. In the end, the teachers left their office and headed to their own offices. But some of these teachers probably didn't expect that, upon arriving at their offices, they would find some presents that were left on their desks by a smart, playful, and sexy boy. Obviously, we can't forget the sexy. Meanwhile, in the castle, Nyx and her adventures.
Damn it, how can she find me so easily, and where can I hide?
They were the thoughts that ran through the head of a certain man-rat.
Why doesn't this damn thing want to leave me alone?
Pettigrew thought, passing through yet another secret passage, trying to lose the cruel being that followed him. When Pettigrew walked out of the passage, he turned to look back and sighed in relief to see that there was nothing else following him. However, before he could relax, he felt a breath on his back. Turning mechanically forward, he saw that, in front of his face, was a black cat with blue eyes, which is the same cat he had been trying to lose since early morning.
How did this cat get here so fast?
He screamed in his mind, while outwardly he trembled in panic. The cat was none other than our dear Nyx, who decided to stay at the castle for Christmas. Nyx has found a lot of fun things to do in the castle, the main one being scaring the other pets by showing her superiority, as she can't let her human be the only amazing thing in the castle. But as she walked around the castle looking for some distraction, she encountered this strange rat that gave her a feeling of contempt and disgust. And to pass the time, she decided to terrify.
Scabbers, get away from him, you stupid cat.
Weasley, who was coincidentally passing through this hallway with Potter, quickly took Pettigrew in his hand. He then looked at Scabbers/Pettigrew to see if he didn't have any wounds, and after seeing that the damn rat.
Who owns that monstrosity? Weasley and Pettigrew thought, with the boy wiping the sweat from his forehead as the man-rat trembled in fear.
Pav Ethan, December 25th. Today is Christmas, the day to give and receive presents, and I couldn't be more excited, as this would be my first Christmas after entering the wizarding world, and I wanted to know what presents my friends would give me, in the same way as I would like to know if they would like the presents I gave. Today, I was also going to visit my paternal grandparents' house, as it had been a long time since my family visited them, and my grandmother is always calling to say she misses us a lot.
Ethan!
Seal called upon entering my room, snapping me out of my thoughts.
It's Christmas, presents.
She said happily, jumping on top of me.
Urf!
I said, catching my breath after she jumped on my belly. I then lightly pinch her nose, causing her to wrinkle it cutely.
But what did Mommy say about the presents?
I asked with a raised eyebrow.
That the biggest ones are mine.
She asked innocently.
I think I'm corrupting you.
I said, feeling feelings of exasperation and pride.
And I meant the else thing Mommy said. Ahem.
She repeated, looking down and frowning in thought.
Oh, who can only open presents with the whole family.
She said, looking at me with big inquisitive eyes.
That's right.
I congratulated her, ruffling her already messy hair.
Yay, Seal got it right.
She celebrated, she then stopped and started thinking.
So I have to wake up Mom and Dad too.
She exclaimed, and without giving me time to say anything, she dashed off to my parents' room. Seeing this little ball of joy excited about Christmas, I got a wry but happy smile on my face.
Sigh.
I thought fondly.
Daddy, Daddy.
I heard Seal's voice coming from my parents' room.
Hi, my little PFF. Honey, you can't be jumping on people like that.
Chapter 110. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey ladies and gentlemen, here's the new chapter. After Celestia woke up my parents, we all went downstairs to open our presents, and I was incredibly surprised to have received so many presents from the people at school. Even Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall sent me a present. From Terry, I actually received one of the books on potions that Professor Snape published, and in addition to that book, he also sent me a book on household and everyday spells. In return, I sent Terry one of the most famous books in the Sherlock Holmes saga, the book The Final Problem. From Anthony, I received a book of old tales, with many of them being about Merlin. Coincidentally, I sent him a book with the most famous tales from the Muggle world, and even some that were from my first world and that don't exist in this one. From the twins, I received a diary containing various recipes for prank items, and from the look of the diary, I'm sure it was made by the twins. They also sent me some prank candy, saying it was for me to show it to my parents, as they know my parents would like to see something from the wizarding world. Knowing the twins didn't have a lot of high-value things, I bought them an advanced potions kit and a 3-compartment suitcase each so they'll have a place to store their prank items. From Sue, Padma and Faye, I received some books talking about the wizarding community of their home countries. I sent them in exchange some boxes of Swiss chocolates, which I managed to ask my father to order, and also a necklace, a bracelet, and an earring, respectively. Stephen sent me a box of Muggle games, and I remembered him saying that the wizarding world unfortunately didn't have as many board games or cards as the Muggle world, and I have to agree with him on that. I sent him a pair of tickets to one of his favorite soccer team's games, which were playing in this season's final. My mother had given me these tickets after getting them from a soccer organization manager who gave them to her as a thank you for defending him in court as her attorney. And as no one in my family supports this team, they let me give it to Stephen. From Lily, I got a pair of leather gloves that just by the look of it I could tell was an item for purebloods, which I thought was really funny. This glove is for Quidditch players, and I was very happy to receive it. I sent Lily 3 teddy bears that I found out she collected, and some muggle fairy tales like Cinderella and Snow White. Theo sent me an expensive-looking silver dagger. He also sent me a letter saying that the dagger was his father's, and that his father wouldn't mind if any of his things were suddenly missing, and I nearly fell over laughing at that. I sent Theo a Muggle history book and an advanced Muggle astronomy book, as this is his favorite subject at school, and Muggle astronomy has been more studied than that of the wizarding world. Nev and Susan sent me books on herbology, and Susan also sent me a very detailed book on law, but I wouldn't expect any less from the niece of a woman who is basically the sheriff of the wizarding world. To Nev, I sent some wizard and Muggle plant seeds with a botany book. For Susan, I sent a light blue tiara to match her eyes, and also a pen so she doesn't have to keep using a quill to write. Megan sent me a Quidditch set, which has a cleaning kit for my broom and a snitch for training. I sent her a soccer ball and an American football ball, along with a manual on how to play both games, and along with that I sent her a note that said she could use my Nimbus 2000 whenever she wanted. From my other colleagues, I got a lot of wizard sweets and a few books, and I really started to wonder if they think I live only on books and sweets.
Cats rule the world, but please, clean our litter box.
Chapter 111. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Sup guys, here's the new chapter. After putting away all my presents and in having a small breakfast with my family, I started getting ready to go to my grandparents' house, while I also got ready for the little family reunion I would have there. Home of Ethan's paternal grandparents. After spending time with my grandparents and attending the family dinner that was attended by my uncles and cousins that I don't like for the simple reason that they are irritating and a little snobby, thanks to my uncles spoiling them, I went up to the room that was prepared for me, as my family would spend the night here. I was lying on the bed in my room at my grandparents' house, reading Marcel's diary, looking to know more about him, and trying to understand why I have a feeling that this diary is important to me. So far, I haven't found anything that could explain this, and the only interesting thing was the fact that Marcel's life sucks, and I still don't know his last name. Marcel suffered at Hogwarts the same thing he suffered at home. He was ignored or harassed by those who were supposed to be his peers. The teachers didn't really care about the bullying he suffered, and he didn't talk to his family, although that last part was kind of good for him. Marcel's diary told how he gave himself up to studying magic, as it was his only escape from his problems, and Marcel realized that spells and magic itself seemed to come naturally to him. And the strange thing about it is that many of the books he claims to have read were in different languages, and even the rune books he could read and decipher in seconds. I realized that this sounded like my beast talk, which allowed me to understand and maybe speak the language of other magical beings, but I never tried. But I also realized that our language understanding abilities weren't all that equal, as I couldn't understand runes or other human languages.
What an op skill!
I thought, not realizing how hypocritical I was being. But as I continued with my reading, I realized that things were turning upside down as Marcel found some dark magic books, which existed in droves at the time, even in the Hogwarts library. Marcel used what he learned from those books to get revenge on his tormentors. Marcel also wrote down the things he would like to do to his enemies, and each thing was more sadistic and cruel than the next.
Well,
I thought, laying the book on my lap to be able to reflect better. It's strange to see how an ordinary boy has turned into someone sadistic and evil, but it's understandable when we see what he's suffered. And I know he's probably not the child who suffered the most in childhood, who also happened to have the capabilities to become a dark wizard as well. Probably some students from other wizard schools and even Hogwarts had worse childhoods. Potter is one of those children. At least I learned a few things I could use on my own enemies by reading about Marcel's sadistic and cruel thoughts. Another good point is that Marcel doesn't seem to be completely and madly evil, and that's noticeable when I look at the parts he wrote about the lady who helped him in his childhood, as every time she was quoted the words had a strong tone of affection.
If every abused child had a lady like that in their lives.
I thought sadly.
Ethan!
Being lost in thought, I almost didn't hear my grandfather calling me. As soon as he called me, I immediately put Marcel's diary in my bag.
Come on, Ethan. We're going to start the games, and whoever loses will have to dress up as a Grinch and go to the neighbor's house and sing him a Christmas carol.
My uncle yelled from below.
And hurry up. The first game is doubles poker, and I don't want to play with your uncle. He sucks at poker.
My aunt screamed, ignoring my uncle's indignant scream.
I'm on my way.
I yelled back.
Ha, wanting to beat me in a game that wins whoever has the best poker face? Me, who can feel the emotions of others? Shameful.
I thought mockingly. I then went downstairs to start my family's traditional game night. Diagon Alley. After spending another day at my grandparents' house, my family and I went back to our house, and I started getting ready to go back to school. I had already done all the tasks the teachers gave, so I had a lot of free time that I spent on training and studying. And it was in these studies that I realized that I wasn't trying my best at a certain subject, at least not in the same way I was doing with transfiguration and charms. I realized that even though my potions work was good, maybe among the best of my year, I still couldn't consider myself a great potioner. So I decided to buy more potion materials so I can use them to train in my spare time. And that's why I'm heading to Afot Curry and Potage's Cauldron shop in Diagon Alley. 2 hours later. After a few hours and a few galleons less, I finished my shopping. At the Cauldron shop I bought 3 new cauldrons. One was the basic made of tin, so I could use it outside of class since the other had to be in the pantry. The second cauldron was a high-quality cauldron made of silver and gold, and it cost me 37 galleons. The last one was a poor-quality second-hand cauldron, and why did I buy it? Simple, I want to master potions, and what better way to do that than using bad products? As a master isn't one who can do something awesome with great items, but one who can do something good with terrible items. That phrase was good.
Borrow.
It from Professor Snape's pantry. Having no more potions items to buy, I stopped by the bookstore to see if any new books had arrived, and after being disappointed to see only one Lockhart book called I, the Great Wizard, Against My External Animal, the Chimera. Chapter 112. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Ohio guys, here's the new chapter. The Christmas and New Year's were over, which meant the holidays too. On January 6th, my family and I went to the station, where I was going to board the train to go back to school. After yet another tearful farewell and promises not to make too much trouble at school, I boarded the Hogwarts Express. On the train, I met Stephen, who thanked me enormously for tickets to his soccer team's game, and Terry, who had his face in a Sherlock Holmes book. And I was curious to realize that this was not the book I sent him, until he explained to me that he had finished reading it on vacation, and that the book that he was reading was given to him by Stephen. Finding a compartment for us, we sat down and waited for the train to arrive at Hogwarts. We didn't wait for Anthony as he warned us in a letter that he was in Hogsmeade and that he would then not take the train to the castle as he only needed to cross the village to get there. With that, the boys and I started talking about our Christmas and the presents we received. Hogwarts. As soon as we arrived at the school, we were ushered into the great hall for the beginning of the year banquet. And as I was led through the hallways, I met Anthony and some of my friends who had also gone home for the holidays. I greeted them all and we then chatted until we reached the great hall, where we parted ways to go to tables of our respective houses. At the Ravenclaw table, I greeted my few colleagues who decided to stay at the school, who were already seated at the table waiting for us so the banquet could be started. Once everyone was seated, the headmaster started the banquet, after a short speech, obviously. When the banquet was over, we went to our common room, and when we got there, we all started talking about how our holiday vacation went and the presents we each received. Following day. After the first 2 classes of the day were over, I parted ways with my friends and went to the kitchens, wanting to eat in silence as I thought about my next steps to get the Philosopher's Stone. However, I had a setback in this plan of mine, as I was not the only student in the kitchens.
Look, my birth mate, the great Loki is here in our humble presence.
Fred, who was in the kitchen with his brother, said.
What are you two doing here?
I asked, and then I noticed the little vial they had in their hands.
Another prank? Do you still need to ask?
George asked back with a raised eyebrow as he tried to hand one of the vials to one of the elves. I shrugged.
And since you're here, our little raven, we've learned that you enjoy exploring the forbidden forest. And we'd like to know if you'd like to join us on our next adventure to try and find the nest of Acromantula's Hagrid told us about.
Fred said, after discreetly pouring the liquid from one of the vial into the pea puree when one of the elves got distracted.
Are you seriously and really thinking of looking for a nest of hundreds of giant, wild creatures that are probably hungry for human flesh in their habitat that happens to be a place that obviously favors them?
I asked with a raised eyebrow. I then sighed and looked at them amazed.
I don't know if I should be surprised at your courage or marveled at your stupidity.
I prefer you to be enchanted by our tremendous beauty and incredible intelligence.
George said, wiping the imaginary dust off his robes, earning an eye roll from me.
But then tell me, why the hell do you want to do something so stupid like that? We are Gryffindors. We don't need reasons to do something stupid.
Fred said with a shrug.
But then,
George asked.
why not?
I said, shrugging my shoulder.
Yes, now we know we'll be protected as we have the Troll Slayer with us.
Fred cheered, but his celebration was short-lived when he started getting an attack from the cutlery I animated with Alpugno Jinx.
But seriously, we probably won't need protection.
George said, ignoring the
Probably.
that I said.
What can we find there that would be so bad and dangerous? A hideous blood-sucking creature.
He laughed, ignoring the fact that George basically just cursed us by playing with fate and luck. I immediately remembered an event in the franchise that I had overlooked. Around this time, Quirrell will start feeding on unicorns, and I realized that I can't let that happen, either because I don't want to see these beautiful creatures I've befriended get hurt, or because I need to take whatever chance I get to make Quirrell weaker for his confrontation with Potter. I need to warn the unicorns and maybe the centaurs about this, and I also need to keep an eye on Quirrell in his Dracula moments, I thought.
So since we're all agreed, when we've got everything ready, we'll let you know so we can go on our amazing adventure in the Forbidden Forest.
George said, throwing his arms theatrically and nearly hitting an unsuspecting elf.
Okay.
I nodded my head.
Ethan, forgive me. I will never call you a troll slayer again.
Exclaimed Fred, who was still being attacked by the silverware.
Either.
Fred asked.
No.
Why are you so cruel?
Forbidden Corridor at night. Currently I was in the Forbidden Corridor again, this time with the intention of better inspecting said corridor and, if possible, trying to verify the challenges that the teachers set to reach the stone. I also wanted to know if the stone was already being kept here, as I didn't know exactly when it was put in the mirror, or even if it wasn't here before. And that's why I was surprised when I reached the hallway and noticed the large amount of magic coming from the room where Fluffy and the passage to the challenges were. And that was enough to confirm to me that the stone was already stored here.
Apparently, the headmaster has already kept the stone in the mirror of Arist.
I thought, also noticing the same peculiar magic of the mirror leaking from the room.
Strange.
I questioned myself, very confused but also curious.
More importantly, what the hell is this stone made of? Because I doubt that any magic object can expel such strong magic if it were made with common magic items.
And as I thought, I couldn't help but notice that the door now had a few more wards, and by the magic of the wards I could tell they were placed by the headmaster.
He must know that Quirrell is going to try to get the stone at some point.
I realized.
Well,
And realizing that, and seeing that I would probably only have this free time, I decided that this would be a perfect time to pick up the stone.
well,
Following day. Picking up the stone was not difficult at all, as I already knew what to expect in the challenges left by the teachers. The only ones I had any problems with were Professor Quirrell's challenges, Professor Snape's, and the Mirror of Arist. The Professor Quirrell's challenge was a troll, which after a combination of the disillusionment spell and one to remove whatever scent I had, I managed to get past him. Professor Snape's was the potions riddle and the fire wall, which I managed to get through thanks to making a potion in advance, so I didn't have to decipher the riddle to find the correct potion, nor did I have to worry about whether the vial with the potion would fill itself after I drank it. Now, the most difficult challenge for both me and Quirrellmort was the Mirror of Arist, which would only give the stone to those who wanted to find the stone but not use it. A good thing for me was that I didn't care much about the elixir of life or how much gold the stone could make. I simply wanted to see it for studies and to keep it out of everyone's reach, as I only trusted her true owner, Nicholas Flamel, to keep it. I didn't even trust Headmaster. And thanks to these thoughts of mine, the incantation in the mirror considered that I was
worthy.
Chapter 113. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead, patreon.com/c7nx. Yeah, here's the new chapter. February. We finally got into February, and in this first week of the month would be the third Quidditch match of the year, which would be Ravenclaw versus Slytherin, which was called Mental Duel. I found it strange when I heard people call any Ravenclaw versus Slytherin rivalries that, until they explained to me that all houses have their rivalries with each other, and some students just for fun dubbed these rivalries. The Ravenclaw versus Slytherin rivalry is known as Mental Duel, as it is one of the main focuses characteristics of these houses, with Ravenclaw being the smart ones and Slytherin being the cunning ones. I also found out that the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff rivalry is known as the Battle of Hearts, as the two houses are known to listen to your hearts more than logic, unlike Ravenclaw and Slytherin. This little information was what made me realize again how Hogwarts has a lot more stuff than what is shown in the books and movies. Now back to the Quidditch game.
Listen, if we win this game, we will be at the top of the table, with great chances of winning the Interhouse Cup. But if we lose, we will be in a difficult time as we will have to beat Gryffindor, who have a very strong team.
Hilton said to us, looking at each of us with narrowed eyes.
I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but if we lose this game, it would mean we basically lost the Interhouse Cup.
Wow, absolutely no pressure.
Christy muttered.
Relax, Captain. Our team this year is very strong too. There's no way anything can go wrong.
Miles Owen, the reserve beater, said, but as soon as he finished speaking, everyone, including me, stared at him with blank faces.
You just curse at us.
Isabel said, receiving nods of agreement.
Oh. If we lose, next practice you'll have to do 20 laps around the pitch.
Hilton said dryly, earning a frightened and even more confused look from Miles.
I think it's almost time for us to go in.
I said, listening to the noises outside.
Yeah.
Hilton nodded.
Well then, get on your broomsticks and get into formation.
He told us. We then heard Lai do his little opening show, and as soon as he called our names, we flew out, seeing that the Slytherin team was already positioned on their side of the pitch. After all the necessary formalities, Madame Hooch blew her whistle and started the game. The game was proceeding normally, that is, not counting Slytherin's obvious attempts at play dirty. But that part was the one that amused me the most, as whenever some of the Slytherins tried to play dirty against me, I gave them back much worse.
Flint goes after Ethan. He's reaching out with the obvious intention of hitting Ethan's head.
Lee exclaimed indignantly, especially since I was his friend. Professor McGonagall, who was nearby, didn't even bother to reprimand Lee.
Flint is about to catch up with Ethan. He's going Owa. Ethan just elbowed Flint in the face. Ha ha ha, take this, you greasy snake. Hope this fixes your ugly face.
Lee yelled, giggling like a maniac, which wasn't too different from some of the other Gryffindors and Ravenclaws, who were happy to see this scene.
Oh, looks like Hilton found the snitch. He's going to catch it. He's got his arm out to catch it. He's almost there and
it was just like Lee said, Hilton had just been knocked off his broom. I looked at him only to see him being caught under a spell by one of the teachers. As soon as Hilton landed safely on the ground, Dylan asked Madame Hooch for a pause.
Hilton, are you okay?
Patrick asked worriedly as the team landed on the pitch near Hilton.
I guess so.
Hilton said. He then tried to get up, only to grunt in pain as he clutched his shoulder.
Ugh.
But you still get to play, right?
Isabel asked hopefully.
No, I don't think I can keep playing.
Hilton said, much to the dismay of the team.
If you, the Seeker, aren't going to play, how are we going to win the match?
Roger asked in a panic, looking at the score that was 170 to 80 for Ravenclaw. Even though it's 90 points ahead, without a Seeker it's basically a lost game, as the only expected end result is the other team's Seeker catching the snitch and gaining 150 points.
Someone can replace me as Chaser, and then I come in as Seeker.
I suggested, as I was the only reserve Seeker, and making this switch is not against the rules. After a short time of thinking about my proposal, it was accepted, with Lucian Crowler taking my place as Chaser and me taking the injured Hilton's place as Seeker.
The Ravenclaw team's pause is up, and they've made a change to their team. Lucian Crowler steps in as a chaser, and replacing the injured Hilton is Ethan Knight.
Lee exclaimed in surprise, which was reflected in the faces of those who didn't know that I'm also the backup Seeker.
Apparently, Ethan replaced Hilton as Seeker, and Lucian replaced Ethan as Chaser.
Lee informed everyone after recovering from his surprise. The two teams returned to the air, waiting for the new signal from Madame Hooch to start the match again.
So the little first year thinks he has what it takes to be a Seeker.
The Slytherin Seeker in front of me, who I didn't mind remembering the name, sneered, and I was tempted to remind him that he lost to a first year in his last match against Gryffindor. Deciding to ignore the idiot in front of me, and using all my senses while enhancing my body with magic, I waited for Madame Hooch to blow the whistle. With my senses turned on, I could feel everything around me, and focusing them, I immediately found the snitch, causing a smile to cross my face. As soon as Madame Hooch blew the whistle, I immediately and quickly moved forward with my broom, overtaking the Seeker and the Chasers of the Slytherin team at a speed difficult to keep up. And not even 20 seconds after I moved forward with my broom, I stopped in the air, much to the confusion of my team and the fans, confusion that increased even more when they saw me open a huge smile as I raised my hand in the air. But this confusion soon turned to shock as they saw the snitch was in my hands, flapping its wings gently.
This
Was the question Flint asked, which was on everyone's mind. But no one answered Flint when Madame Hooch blew the whistle, signaling that the match was over.
that
Lee exclaimed, standing in the commentator's booth.
Ethan Knight just caught Snitch in less than a minute. 1 minute. Match ends 320-80 for Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw wins the match.
He yelled, happy and shocked. When he finished, 3/4 of the students in the stands started celebrating and cheering wildly, both for the incredible match and for Slytherin's humiliating defeat. Landing on the pitch with the snitch still in hand, my teammates rushed towards me with shocked and elated expressions. When they caught up with me, they wasted no time and hugged me happily, with everyone jumping and screaming. And while I was in the middle of that hug, I heard Ravenclaw fans, mainly my friends and some other students from other houses, obviously not counting Slytherin, screaming my name.
As an amazing and famous arachnid hero said.
Chapter 114. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Salve KRL, a way to say.
Hi guys.
In my native language, here's the new chapter. After Ravenclaw versus Slytherin match, I ended up being the gossip of the week at school again. But I was already so fed up with the rumors that I decided to ignore it this time, planning to focus on my training. Of course, my spectacular match as Seeker not brought only negative things to me, it also increased the recognition that my colleagues had of me. And this was easy to see in the celebration we had in the common room, since all of my classmates, whether they are from my year or even older students, came to congratulate me on capturing Snitch. And like in the Hufflepuff match, my teammates from the other houses also congratulated me, more vocally than last time, and I didn't know if it was because I was amazing as a Seeker or because I basically defeated Slytherin. But I'm not complaining. It's always nice to be recognized and appreciated for something you've done, and I, like any normal person, like to be complimented too. Although sometimes Sophia or I had to threaten Andrew when he starts to get a little too excited about our victory over Slytherin. But hey, this is still better than having to put up with the smug look on the Slytherins' faces. Forbidden Forest. Today is the day the twins plan to venture into the Forbidden Forest, wanting to search for Aragog's nest. I thought this idea was stupid, but as the twins said, I shouldn't expect less from two Gryffindors. And I also wasn't supposed to judge them when I planned to do the same thing as soon as I saw the Forbidden Forest for the first time. Already in the Forbidden Forest with the twins, I made sure they were in a place with no presence of dangerous animals, which also happened to be the side that the Strals were on. Knowing they were safe, I made the excuse of wanting to relieve myself in a tree to lose them to look for the unicorns. It wasn't very difficult to find them, mainly because I always came to see them in the same place once a week. Using all my beast talk mastery, I used my feelings and emotions to alert the older unicorns to the danger they were in by standing near the edge of the forest. I also used all my concentration to put the image of the centaurs in these unicorns' minds, while conveying feelings of safety and protection to them, trying to explain that staying close to the centaur tribe was the safest thing. I don't know if it was because they trusted me or if I was very convincing, but the unicorns got the message I wanted to get across, and from their thoughts, I could see that they planned to organize with the whole herd to depart to the frontier where the centaur tribe stood. I didn't know where the centaur tribe was, and I didn't even have time to look for them now, so I let the unicorns go to them on their own, planning to look for them some other day, but in the meantime I'd keep an eye on Quirrellmort as I didn't want him looking for another.
Thors.
Chapter 115. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Nihao, here's the new chapter. In one of my many trips with Hagrid to Professor Kettleburn's creature enclosure, Hagrid asked me not so discreetly if I happened to have any books on dragon breeding, claiming he was just curious. Even if I didn't know from the books why he was asking me this, the me of today, knowing Hagrid, would have obviously already figured he was asking me this because he had a dragon with him. I think when you're really big, like 10 feet tall, you tend not to be very good at controlling your body and facial expressions.
Hagrid.
I asked him with a blank face.
And no, where did you hear that? Hee.
He denied, laughing nervously, and her nervousness only increased further under my intense gaze.
Show me.
I said in a tone of finality, obviously not taking no for an answer.
But.
The half-giant finally accepted that he had no other choice.
How did you find out I have a dragon egg?
He asked curiously.
Besides you being too obvious, I saw the egg in your fireplace when I was at the door of your hut today, and I also noticed the intense heat coming from inside the hut, and putting two and two together I realized that it was a dragon egg.
I shrugged, ignoring Hagrid's surprised look.
I don't know if I'm surprised you found out so easily, or disappointed in myself that I didn't know how to hide the secret well.
Hagrid muttered downcast.
Don't feel that way.
I decided to cheer him up.
I doubt that many people can hide a dragon for very long.
And I think that's because he's a XXXXX class creature that grows to be the size of a house, and maybe even bigger than that.
I thought dryly.
I'm really not very good at hiding creatures.
Hagrid muttered, remembering Aragog.
But well, maybe the next creature I can hide better.
He proclaimed with renewed vigor.
Yeah, I believe you.
I said, patting the half-giant's arm supportively.
Next time, you'll be able to hide weight.
After our tour of the magical creature's enclosure, Hagrid said that when I had time I could stop by his hut to see the dragon egg, which I obviously agreed as I've been wanting to see this dragon since the beginning of the school year. I knew it wouldn't be until my 4th year that I would get another chance to see a dragon this up close, and even then, I would only see them from afar. With Norberta's birth, I could see her and touch her, and how many people can say they've managed to touch a baby dragon in their lifetime? And there's also the main reason I want to see a dragon, which is to test my beast talk with it to see if the established connection is as amazing as the connection I had with the house elves. And even if the connection isn't all that special, I'll still be touching a fucking dragon. This is basically an impossible achievement for everyone in my old world, and I'm going to be able to do it. Although being reborn, being a wizard, entering Hogwarts and meeting the main characters of Harry Potter, touching other magical animals and plants, and being able to do magic can already be considered impossible things that many in my old world and even from the current world would like to have conquered. Well, lucky me then. Hagrid's hut. Knock knock.
Hagrid, open the door.
I yelled as I knocked on his door. Woof woof woofs.
I'm on my way, and be quiet, Fang.
Hagrid said from inside the hut. I then heard the door open.
Hi, Ethan, so you came.
Hagrid said, opening the door and seeing me.
Of course, you invited me.
I shrugged, walking into the hut and patting the head of the Fang who was hovering around me. As promised, Hagrid had invited me to have tea at his hut and also to show me the dragon egg, and as soon as he invited me, I wasted no time and came straight to his hut.
So this is the egg.
I said, approaching the fireplace where the egg was resting. I noticed that the hut was warmer than usual, and I noticed with my magic vision that the egg was absorbing the heat and residual magic to strengthen the little creature inside. And speaking of the unborn dragon, with my magic vision I could see a big point of light inside the egg. That light was dragon magic, and it felt hot and dangerous, and if even an unborn dragon looked so dangerous, imagine a fully grown dragon.
Yeah, that's the little one.
Hagrid nodded, tossing some more wood onto the fire.
Isn't that the prettiest thing?
He asked affectionately.
You.
I nodded my head unconsciously, as I was concentrating on using beast talk to try to open up a connection with the baby dragon. And I was incredibly surprised to feel mixed emotions of surprise and happiness coming from inside the egg.
He's probably thinking that this connection is his mother talking to him.
I thought and immediately felt sad to realize just now that this little one was taken from her mother, and that later she would have to be raised in the dragon sanctuary in Romania.
This is a Norwegian dragon's egg, and from what I've read in the books, it won't be long before it hatches.
Hagrid said, pulling me out of my thoughts.
And what are you going to do after he hatches?
I asked.
Obviously, I'm going to raise him like my own son.
Hagrid replied, and even though I already knew the answer, I still looked at him blankly.
In a wooden hut.
Yes.
Amazing.
I said sarcastically.
I know, right?
And Hagrid didn't seem to notice.
Sigh.
I said, knowing it would be no use trying to convince Hagrid now that keeping the dragon wouldn't be wise.
She.
He asked, and I realized I said something I wasn't supposed to know.
Well,
I shrugged.
Oh, that makes sense.
Hagrid nodded.
But I think this idea coming from a Ravenclaw is something to be expected, ha 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 ha.
He chuckled, patting my shoulder.
Should I be offended by this?
I asked myself.
And about helping me with the dragon, I would be very grateful, as I couldn't find much in the books about caring for a dragon beyond the basics.
He admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment.
Don't worry, it shouldn't be that hard, hee hee.
I reassured him, but inside I was sweating as I knew what trouble this dragon was going to give us. March 20th, my mother's birthday. Today is my mom's first birthday that I spend away from her and my family, not being able to celebrate with them, and I was a little sad about it, but decided that to take my mind off it I would prepare an amazing present for my mom. I knew a simple wizarding item wasn't good enough for her, so I asked Anthony, Terry, and the twins for help on what to get my mom, but the idea of presents they gave wasn't.
I think getting a present for a woman was the hardest thing I've had to plan this year.
Chapter 116. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Reader Son, here's the new chapter. April 1st. I've been so focused on my plans and projects that I almost forgot that April 1st was approaching. And this could seem like just any normal day, but I knew that for a duo this is a very special day. April 1st is the twins' birthday, and from what I've heard from older students, ever since the twins arrived at school, every year on that same day the school is hit by a wave of pranks. And with that information, I knew what present I would give them. I knew that they don't really care about presents or expensive items, so I decided their present would be me playing one of my best pranks in the entire school. Of course, I would also give them some prank items that I created. The prank I played was to give everyone at the school characteristics of magical creatures, where some students had dragon faces and other troll arms. Even the teachers were hit by the prank, and seeing a Snape Dementor terrified and delighted many people, with the twins being part of the last group. And as a combo, the twins and I teamed up as the Three Musketeers to end the day with a huge prank explosion. At the end of the day, from their feelings, I was sure this was one of their best birthdays. Great Hall breakfast. Today is Monday, which meant that my first class of the day would be potions, and according to Professor Snape, we would be making a strength potion, and any honorable Minecraft player would be jumping with excitement when making that potion. I'm a little better at potion brewing, thanks to the items I bought at Diagon Alley and my weekly studies. While I was thinking about class, Hermes arrived with a note, and the note was from Hagrid warning that the egg was about to hatch, and across the Great Hall I could see Hedwig also carrying a note for the trio.
The egg will hatch in the break between first and second class.
I mused.
Should I stop Malfoy from spying on us? Nah, if Hagrid doesn't have a reason to send Norberta away, he's likely to take care of her until she's a full-grown dragon in the Forbidden Forest. That is, if the dragon is not discovered sooner, which would be a big problem for Hagrid and for the headmaster.
Hagrid's hut. Potions class went smoothly, with me being the first to finish the potion flawlessly, which was probably due to my excitement at making it. As soon as class ended, I immediately started heading to Hagrid's hut. Arriving at the door of Hagrid's hut, I heard the voices of the Golden Trio. I then raised my hand to knock on the door, ignoring the lurking ferret. Knock knock.
Hagrid!
I called to let him know it was me.
Hi Ethan, glad you came. It's almost hatching.
Hagrid said as he opened the door, letting me in. As soon as I walked in, the trio's startled eyes immediately went to me.
What are you doing here?
Weasley asked in surprise.
I came here to say your mom is calling you.
I replied sarcastically.
Serious? So Hagrid.
I turned to the half-giant, ignoring the only redhead in the hut who was still looking at me stupidly.
Where's the little one?
I asked.
Oh, he's over there.
He said, pointing to the egg, which was on a table.
It's going to hatch in a few minutes.
I said, staring at the egg, and even using my magic vision to see if anything magical would happen when the egg was going to hatch.
How do you know?
Granger asked me.
I don't know, a feeling maybe.
I shrugged, getting a flat look from the girl.
Hagrid, what is he doing here?
Potter, who had been quiet this entire time, asked, eyeing me warily.
Obviously he's here to see the little dragon hatch.
Hagrid replied, as focused on the egg as I was.
But aren't you afraid, well?
Potter asked, whispering the last part to the other two members of the trio and Hagrid, but I heard it easily.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I trust him, and besides, he found out about the egg long before you did.
Hagrid said, dismissing his suspicions with a wave of his hands. But that still didn't stop the trio from looking at me suspiciously, nor from looking at me surprised either, as they didn't expect me to have found out about the egg before they did.
Why are you so suspicious of me? I didn't even do anything to you guys.
I thought as I rolled my eyes, obviously forgetting when I silenced Potter in the hospital wing, or when I threatened to put Weasley's finger in his spot where the sun doesn't shine. Any other exchange was interrupted by the sound of something cracking, and with everyone following the sound to the source, we saw tiny cracks appearing in the dragon's egg. With everyone paying full attention to the egg, I glanced at the window out of the corner of my eye, seeing the Slytherin blonde spying on us. Seeing that he was also paying attention to the egg, I increased the potency of my magic vision, trying to absorb every detail of Norberta's birth. The cracks in the egg got bigger, until a small hole was made in the egg, and out of it came a little reptilian face. With the egg breaking even further, Norbert or Norberta started to come out of the egg, and at some point she was completely out of it, stumbling on her feet as she fumbled with her own huge wings. The first thing a baby dragon does at birth, like many other animals, is to look for its mother, and Norberta was no different. And probably because it was the most striking thing in the room, or because she was literally with her face almost touching the baby dragon, the first thing Norberta saw was Hagrid. From Norberta's feelings, I knew she was confused but happy.
He is not handsome.
Hagrid asked affectionately, reaching out to pet the dragon, only to be nearly bitten by those small but sharp fangs.
Look, he recognizes Mom.
Hearing that from Hagrid, even though I knew he was right, made me snort.
Hagrid, exactly how fast does a Norwegian dragon grow?
Granger asked, but Hagrid didn't answer as he was staring palely at his window.
Hagrid!
Weasley called after him, only to be startled when Hagrid jumped up and quickly approached the window.
Hagrid, what happened?
Potter asked.
Someone was spying on us through the window. A boy is running towards the castle.
He replied, and when the trio went to the window to look for the boy, they saw a familiar platinum blonde hair.
Damn, Potter and Weasley cursed, and Granger didn't even try to scold them.
Malfoy saw us, and even worse, he saw the dragon.
Granger exclaimed.
Shucks, I knew we must have drowned him in the lake a long time ago.
Weasley grumbled. And while the trio and Hagrid panicked, I was looking at the baby dragon, who was curiously looking at me too. I then tilted my head to the side, and playfully the little dragon did the same. Seeing that Norberta was imitating me, I lifted my left arm a little, and she, who didn't have much hand coordination, tried and failed to lift her wing, which was bigger than her body. With the little dragon trying to control her body to imitate me, which I thought was really cute, I started thinking about using beast talk on her, but I didn't want to risk doing that in front of the trio, or even making the connection with a newborn being, as I had no idea if it would have side effects either way.
I'll wait until the day it shall be delivered to Charlie's friends, since by then she'd have at least 2 weeks to live, which is probably enough for me to try a weak connection with her.
I reflected. Trying to connect with any 2-week-old baby animal would probably be dangerous, but dragons grow faster than other creatures, which is why I was confident nothing would happen at that moment, and that confidence came from an instinct inside me, and generally my instincts are never wrong.
One way or another, I have Quirrellmort to thank for allowing me this opportunity, as I doubt I could meet a baby dragon that easily any other time.
Chapter 117. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After some time playing with Norberta and talking to Hagrid, the trio and I had to go back to school as we still had our second class of the morning. All the way to school the trio were silent, and if their feelings of worry and irritation were any sign, they were probably still wondering what to do with Malfoy. I know I said I wouldn't stop Malfoy from seeing the dragon, because that would put pressure on Hagrid to send Norberta away, but that doesn't mean I still won't play some pranks on him. Maybe that way he'll gain a little moderation and awareness. PFFF, who am I kidding? Malfoy will probably get even worse. Next day, Hagrid's hut.
Did he like the teddy bear?
Hagrid asked, having just placed an obviously handcrafted teddy bear beside the baby dragon.
She.
I corrected him.
Huh.
Hagrid looked at me confused.
He's actually a she.
I said.
She, how did you find out?
Hagrid asked me curiously, easily believing I was right.
It's her claws, they're more curved and wider, and that's a trait of female dragons, along with her body colors being sharper. Plus, she's fierce and lethal, and that's a trait seen in.
I replied, shivering a little as I remembered the moments when my mom was pregnant with Seal and had her mood swings.
Makes sense.
Hagrid said.
So, do you already have an idea what you're going to name her?
I asked.
I don't know.
Hagrid said, scratching his big beard.
If it was a boy, I would have called him Norbert, but now that I know it's a girl, I have to come up with another name. How about Norberta?
I said jokingly.
Norberta.
Hagrid said happily, patting my shoulder.
What? No, I won't let you call her Norberta. That's a very bad female name.
I said, as I always found the name Norberta strange, and now that there was a chance to change it, I wouldn't let Hagrid name the dragon that again. I didn't think he would accept the name so easily.
Why? I thought that name was so good.
The half-giant said, confused.
Because she's a fucking dragon, and obviously deserves a name worthy of her kind.
I replied.
So what would be a good name for her?
Hagrid asked, and with that we both started to think. As we thought of names, I looked over at Norberta, who was playing with her wings and her little fire snort, which had more smoke than fire, making it look like she was dancing or bending, like in the anime Avet.
Azula.
I then exclaimed.
What?
Hagrid looked at me confused, a little surprised by my exclamation.
Her name could be Azula.
I repeat.
Azula.
Hagrid said, testing the name, before looking at the baby dragon.
Azula.
He exclaimed.
From today on, you little one will be called Azula. Ha 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 ha.
Hagrid chuckled, pointing to the dragon formerly known as Norberta, who now went by the name Azula.
Great name, Ethan.
He nodded.
I know.
I replied satisfied. In 1 week, Azula grew to 3 times her size, making her a little difficult to control. And if her size weren't bad enough, she got even wilder and more adventurous, but I couldn't blame her since every baby is like that, of course, apart from the fire-breathing part, and having the strength to break a marble table. The trio and I met a few times at Hagrid's hut, but in those moments neither of us talked to each other. To help care for the dragon with Hagrid, the trio and I took turns, and today is trio day. Hagrid's hut. Pav third person.
So Hagrid, how is he?
Granger asked, sipping some tea.
It's not he, it's she. And now her name is Azula, and she's fine, as you can see.
Hagrid said, pointing to Azula, who was biting one of the wood he'd cut for the firewood.
She is a girl. How did you find out?
Granger asked.
Oh, it wasn't me, it was Ethan. And he was also the one who named her Azula.
Hagrid replied.
Was he the one who found out? How did he know she was a girl?
Weasley asked curiously.
He probably found out after reading some books.
Potter proposed.
But how? I've read every possible dragon book in the library, and none talk about how to tell dragons, apart from species.
Granger said, now as confused and curious as Weasley, and also a little upset, thinking she missed a book with good information.
Well, it's probably a Ravenclaw thing then.
Hagrid waved a hand dismissively, earning a few blank stares from the trio.
Sigh.
Granger wondered, getting 2 frightened looks from Potter and Weasley.
You're crazy, how many books have you read? 5, 8.
Weasley asked.
Well.
She replied, and the boy's gaze intensified.
Oh, stop, it's not even that bad.
She mumbled, crossing her arms.
But that's 15 books. And just about dragons. I don't think I've read even 15 books in my entire life, let alone about only one subject.
Weasley said, and Potter beside him nodded.
Then maybe you should just start reading more.
Hey guys!
Potter called, only to be ignored.
Why would I do that? I would waste my time playing chess.
And eating.
Granger interrupted him.
And eating too.
And Weasley continued, not caring that she was making fun of him. Hagrid looked at me confused, a little surprised by my exclamation. Her name could be Azula, I repeat. Azula, Hagrid said, testing the name before looking at the baby dragon, Azula.
We're getting off the subject.
He replied. Weasley and Granger then looked at Potter, turned to each other and stared at each other for a moment before turning to Potter again.
What subject?
Did he like the teddy bear? Hagrid asked, having just placed an obviously handcrafted teddy bear beside the baby dragon. I corrected him. Hagrid looked at me confused. He's actually a she, I said. How did you find out? Hagrid asked me curiously, easily believing I was right. It's her claws, they're more curved and wider, and that's a trait of female dragons, along with her body colors being sharper. Plus, she's fierce and lethal, and that's a trait seen in
Sigh.
Pav Ethan.
Get out of the way.
Malfoy ordered Justin and Smith, who were walking and talking in the corridor. The two thought of complaining, but they looked behind Malfoy and saw that he was with his two faithful guard dogs. With no other choice, the two moved out of the way, with Smith staring at the back of Malfoy's head fiercely, only to squeak in alarm as Goyle turned to him.
HMPH.
Malfoy snorted contemptuously as he continued to walk down the corridor like he owned the castle.
Today couldn't be better. I know a secret from that trio of idiots and that arrogant Ravenclaw know-it-all. No one in the castle has the guts to stand up to me, and I just got a new hair gel from my dad.
Malfoy thought.
Maybe I'm just thinking too much.
He then mentally shrugged. Crabbe, who was quiet, called.
What's it?
Malfoy asked, turning to him.
What happened to your hair?
Goyle was the one who spoke, pointing to Malfoy's head.
My hair.
Malfoy questioned, confused. He then took a mirror and a comb from his bag, which he keeps for some reason.
Huh?
Malfoy then gaped at his reflection in the mirror, seeing his hair, which was now just as greasy as Snape's, only the difference is that it was green.
Kaiser, what happened to my hair? And my beautiful hair?
He yelled, rubbing his hair with his hand in an attempt to straighten it, and failing miserably. Malfoy, seeing that your hair wasn't getting back to normal, turned and ran out of the corridor, leaving the two confused bookends behind. Those in the hallway could only see someone screaming like a girl, with green hair, running past them. Good.
Beautiful, fast, and the best on the market.
To everyone, and I also have to bring him some snacks as a thank you for the delivery, I thought, having watched everything from the corner of the corridor.
But don't worry, Malfoy. This is just the beginning, muhahaha.
And the second trailer for Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness is out, and oh my god. Chapter 118. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Never gonna give you up. Yeah, you got caught in the Rick Astley song, here's the new chapter. Today I was taking care of Azula alone, as the trio were doing things I didn't care enough to know, and Hagrid was hunting more mice and other small animals for Azula's food. Knowing that this was a great opportunity, and that Azula was prepared, I decided to use this moment to open a connection with her using beast talk. I then brought my hand closer to the little dragon with the intention of establishing the connection, only to have to pull it away quickly when Azula tried to bite it.
If you try to bite me again, I'll show you how to make a dish of Norwegian dragon fried with apples in lemon and vinegar sauce.
I said with a gentle smile on my face, trying to.
Well, that means I can cross one of my projects off my list. And with that, there will only be a few projects left for me to complete, at least for this year.
I thought, stroking the little dragon, who got sleepy at some point and was sleeping with his head on my lap. Azula was getting more and more adventurous, and only my beast talk kept her calm, but since I couldn't use beast talk very often, especially around Hagrid and the trio, and since I couldn't spend much time with Azula either, Hagrid ended up having to suffer with the little dragon, barely having time to rest, and the trio often found themselves in the same predicament. The trio, having already talked about the idea of handing Azula over to Charlie, and having already sent him a letter, were now just waiting for an answer. I knew they would be able to smuggle Azula with no problem, that is, if we don't count on Malfoy. But I saw no reason to interfere in their confusion, mainly because the loss of points they would put Ravenclaw far ahead in the House Cups, making it difficult for the headmaster to donate points to Gryffindor without seeming more biased. And their being discovered by Professor McGonagall would cause them to go into detention with Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest, which in my humble but correct opinion is a very irresponsible detention choice on the part of Professor McGonagall and the headmaster. However, as there was no attack on the unicorns, Hagrid won't need to look for any creature that is killing them, so no detention in the Forbidden Forest. And with that, I won't have to worry about the trio, and I'll be able to enjoy the chaos that the big loss of points will cause. Malfoy, who saw the egg hatch, kept this secret for a week, which is impressive and made me understand that he has a bit of Slytherin in him, but since he likes to annoy the trio, he's always looking at them smugly. He also looked at me with the same expression, but for some very strange reason, he was always caught in some prank at these moments.
Happy birthday. With love, from your most awesome and beautiful family.
And at that moment, I realized that I had forgotten my birthday.
Damn, I got so focused on my plans I forgot what day it is.
I muttered.
What packages are these, Ethan?
Anthony, who was beside me, asked me, looking over my shoulder.
These are presents my family sent me.
I replied.
Presents for what?
Anthony asked, and Terry also looked curious.
Oh, it's just that today is my birthday.
I replied, picking up a handmade drawing that Seal made for me, which brought a smile to my face.
Is it your birthday?
Terry and Anthony exclaimed in surprise, also catching the attention of a few other Ravenclaws.
Huh, yeah.
I nodded.
And why didn't you warn us?
Anthony asked.
I forgot.
I shrugged.
Did you forget to let us know?
Terry asked.
No, I forgot that today is my birthday.
How could you forget your damn birthday?
Anthony asked me, shaking my shoulders.
I don't know, blame the memory lapses. Memory lapses my ass.
Why didn't you ever tell us when your birthday is?
Terry then asked.
Because I didn't think it was important, and besides, you guys never mentioned yours either.
I replied, having freed myself from Anthony's clutches, but still looking at him warily, as he was now holding a fork tightly as he looked at me frowning.
Ah well.
Terry said after some thought.
I guess it just never crossed my mind to talk about.
See, I'm not the only one.
I said to Anthony.
That's totally different. You forgot your birthday. Who forgets their own birthday?
He asked rhetorically.
Why, instead of you bitching about me forgetting my birthday, why don't you go find me some nice presents?
I said, only to receive 2 blank stares. I laughed nervously, seeing that their gaze didn't change. In fact, Anthony even started to get a half-crazed look.
Anthony.
I thought, staring at Terry, who pretended not to be paying attention.
Ow, Anthony, get away from me with that fork, you damn badger in raven clothes.
Chapter 119. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. If you read this, know that you are amazing. Here's the new chapter. Saturday. Today will be the day the trio will take Azula to Charlie's friends in the astronomy tower, and it's also the day I'll try to see the cloak of invisibility. Weasley, unlike Canon, wasn't bitten by Azula, so he didn't go to the hospital wing, so Malfoy won't be able to get the book with Charlie's note on it. Without the note, Malfoy will have no way of knowing that the trio will try to smuggle the dragon, so he won't report them to Professor McGonagall. Without the teacher, the trio won't get caught, and without them getting caught they won't lose points, and I can't allow that to happen. I know earlier this year I said I didn't care about house points, but it seems that the competition between houses and the favoritism of certain professors Snape and Dumbledore made me a little competitive. And to tell you the truth, I'm not finding this competition as bad as at the beginning of the year.
Slip away.
From Weasley's book and,
coincidentally,
land next to Malfoy, and from Malfoy's smug face, I think he liked what he read in the note. I also had the trio see Malfoy taking the note and reading it, just to increase the pressure on them a little, which just so happens to be what made them forget about Cloak in canon. With everything ready and planned, I just had to wait for night to come. When it was 11 p.m., I came out of my room wearing some dark clothes. There was no one in the common room, but I knew that from time to time the prefects would patrol, so I quickly cast the disillusionment charm on myself, which luckily I learned to cast. I then left the common room and started towards the astronomy tower. As I walked, I used my magic vision to make sure no one was around, and arriving at the tower I started to inspect more intently, and I took this precaution because I knew Potter was going to lose the cloak of invisibility in the tower, and that Dumbledore would return the cloak to him the night of his detention in the Forbidden Forest. And as I don't know if he was around to get the cloak, I decided to proceed cautiously. After inspecting it a bit, I confirmed that the tower was clear of any sign of anyone else being here, or of any spells or wards. And knowing half my worries were over, I went back to relaxing in a corner of the tower, waiting for the trio to appear. After waiting for a while, just before midnight, I heard footsteps approaching the tower. I knew it was the trio from under the cloak arriving with Azula, and I could have used my magic vision on the cloak at that moment. But I didn't know if I would have any setbacks from looking at an item that was once so close to death, so I decided to wait. As the sounds of footsteps reached the center of the tower, I saw the cloak drop and two members of the trio were shown, with one of them holding a box. The trio members who came were Weasley and Potter, with Weasley replacing Granger, something that didn't surprise me, as I knew that with that big box containing Azula, only two other people would fit in the cloak. And I also wasn't surprised that Weasley was the other person besides Potter, as he really would have been the better option. After the boys arrived, soon after in the distance, some people appeared flying on brooms. After Charlie's friends had had a little chat with Weasley and Potter, they started getting ready to take Azula away. And before they left, I conveyed some feelings of mine to Azula, who was surprised initially, before starting to convey her feelings of joy back, something that surprised me as I didn't know she knew or could convey feelings too.
It seems like I don't really understand completely how the feelings and a connection with a dragon works.
I thought with a wry smile. After Charlie's friends took Azula away, the two boys in the trio sighed in relief and happiness, and while they were celebrating their successful mission, I was paying attention to two things, one being the cloak on the floor, and the other being Filch, who was approaching the stairs leading to the tower. The boys then started heading towards the stairs to get out of the tower, not having the slightest idea of the terror that awaited them. Leaving the boys to fate, I turned my gaze to the cloak. I waited until the boys and Filch were far enough away to inspect the cloak, and when I felt they were far enough away, I turned on my magic vision to look at the cloak. When my gaze with magic vision fell on the cloak, I immediately stumbled back.
Damn!
I thought, holding my head and lowering the power of my magic vision.
Ugh!
Knowing now that it would be unwise to use my magic vision at full power in the cloak, I decided to lower its potency a bit. Now using only a little of my vision, I looked back at the cloak, taking in every detail of it but being careful not to overdo it. The first thing I noticed is that the cloak does indeed have some residue of the headmaster's magic, so this confirms the tracking spells theory. The second thing I noticed is that the cloak has a magic overlapping with its own, and that's Potter's magic.
It's probably because Potter owns the cloak, and I think it's probably the same with the Elder Wand and Headmaster Dumbledore.
I thought. Returning my gaze to the cloak, I then saw the third most interesting thing, which is also the most noticeable. What I saw was a dark and pure magic, and if this magic is what I was thinking, then this is one of the most mysterious types of magic in the magic world, the death magic, and unlike other enchanted items that are enveloped by the creator's magic, the cloak is literally made from the magic of who created it. In all my time in the wizarding world so far, I haven't found any item that is literally and purely made of magic, especially magic as special and remarkable as that of the cloak. And as I inspected the cover in detail, I felt a feeling of emptiness, as if something was pulling at me. But before I could delve into that feeling, I heard something calling to me from somewhere in the back of my mind, which was enough to snap me out of my stupor. After shaking my head, I looked back at the cloak, only without trying to delve deeper, and after a while I realized that the feeling that hit me was almost the same feeling I felt when I looked into the core of a Thistral for the first time. Careful not to fall into the same sensation, I went back to taking in every detail of the cloak, sometimes taking a mental note whenever I found something interesting or something I didn't know about. In the end, I couldn't find out much about the workings of the cloak, and not because it's difficult, but because I don't have, and probably never will, a clear understanding of the magic surrounding it. Perhaps if this cloak of invisibility was one of the cloaks sold in the wizarding world, and not one of the Deathly Hallows, I would have better understood its workings, to the point where I could replicate it.
This could become one of my future projects.
I mused, realizing that there was nothing else for me to look at in the cloak, at least not without being in a more private and secure place. I decided it was time to end my little adventure for tonight. The last thing I did was see if I could tag the cloak in Atlas so I could find her whenever I wanted. And after a few tries, I managed to put a tracking spell using the cloak's own magic, so no one will know it has a tracking spell on it, and if they find out, they won't be able to connect it to my magic. With everything ready, I was finally able to finish this little project. I then, with nothing else to do, went back to my common room. Arriving at the common room, I went straight to my room, taking advantage of the fact that there was no prefects doing rounds. Once in my room, I lay down on my bed, thinking about the adventure I had tonight that left me with more questions than answers. However, knowing that this world still has so many mysteries out there just made me even more excited.
Truly a magical world.
Chapter 120. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead, patreon.com/c7nx. Hola amigos, aquí está el nuevo capítulo de Savage. Next day when I went down with the boys to have breakfast in the Great Hall, I looked at the hourglass of stitches and saw that Gryffindor was down 150 stitches, which didn't surprise me. I also saw that Slytherin was down 50 points, different from the 20 it should have been. And this is due to the fact that I may or may not have caused Malfoy to be found outside the corridors wearing girly pajamas right after receiving a scolding from Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape.
Wow, how did they miss those points? Was it Fred and George?
Anthony asked, surprised.
I don't know who it was, but I know it makes Gryffindor's chances of winning the House Cup smaller than they already were.
Terry replied, almost glowing with euphoria.
You're hanging out with Andrew a lot.
I commented dryly.
Are you going to tell me you're not happy?
He asked me.
Happy with other people's misfortunes and suffering.
I replied with a slightly overjoyed smile, which Terry imitated.
Sometimes you scare me.
Anthony muttered.
Well, whatever the reason Gryffindor lost so many points, I know they're not happy at all.
Terry commented, pointing to the lions who were scowling looking at the points.
With the speed that news and rumors spread at this school, we'll probably find out the truth by lunchtime.
I commented, shrugging my shoulders and receiving 2 nods from the boys. And as I said, by lunchtime the whole school knew that the point loss for both Gryffindor and Slytherin was caused by Weasley, Potter, Nev, and Malfoy. As Granger had already lost 40 points at the beginning of the year, the members of the Golden Trio began to be isolated by the other lions, along with Nev. The only difference was the twins saying how proud they were of their brother for entering the world of troublemakers. Malfoy didn't suffer the same as they did in Slytherin, mainly because he was bragging about being the one who made Gryffindor lose so many points, and also because no one wanted to mess with Lucius Malfoy's son. But I could see the less favorable way the other Slytherins were looking at him. And while all this was happening in the 2 most troublesome houses in the school, the Ravenclaw celebrated the fact that we were way ahead of the other houses in the dispute for the House Cup. At night, after another day with many lessons and assignments given by the teachers, I was finally able to rest in my room, or at least that's what I would do if I didn't have other unfinished business to attend to.
Unicorns.
I said to my atlas bracelet, and immediately the scroll with a map in my hands changed, now showing some blue dots on the map at the bottom of the Forbidden Forest. Those blue dots on the map were all the unicorns that were inside the castle wards, and this is also one of the special functions of my map, thanks to me being able to
Scan!
the magic of the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Now my map can also locate them all. I can do this with any magical creature, but only if I've scanned their magic signatures. I've done this with several species of creatures in the Forbidden Forest, with Distrals and Acromantulas being some of those creatures. But back to why I'm looking for unicorns. I did this so I could know where they were and if any of them were in danger, which was not the case as they were deep in the forest, being protected by the Centaur tribe. Knowing that these noble creatures, particularly the little foal I have yet to name, were all safe, I was able to sigh in relief.
With this Quirrellmort won't be able to recover much of his strength, since he won't have ingested the unicorn's blood.
I muttered to myself in the emptiness of my room.
But now there's the problem that I don't know if he has another way to get his strength and health back. Because I doubt that someone who has studied magic so deeply, especially black magic, as he doesn't know 1 or 2 other ways to regain your strength.
I said, frowning. While I was thinking about the possible dark arts that Voldemort knows about, I saw movement at one of the main points I asked the map to mark, which was the name of Professor Quirrell and Tom Riddle. Quirrell's name was superimposed on Riddle's, meaning he was in charge of the body, and I could see that thanks to another map function. Quirrell was in his office pacing erratically back and forth. He then stopped, and then Riddle's name started to overlap with Quirrell's, to the point where his name almost disappeared. Quirrell, now Riddle, turned and hurriedly walked out of his office, and I didn't even have to wait to find out where he was going. Rising quickly from my bed, I began to put on my darkest clothes, which I happened to buy precisely to improve my stealth on these night outs. My outfit was a black pants and a black long-sleeved shirt with small silver details, and a black hooded jacket to cover my hair. I also had leather and iron boots, all in black too. I also wore knee braces and had some pockets with expansion spells inside my jacket so I could store things like the dagger Theo gave me. Knowing that the hood alone wouldn't hide my identity, I was also wearing an expressionless white mask, for dramatic effect too. I was also wearing a cloth mask to hide my lower face in case my other mask breaks. Apart from the clothes, I also grabbed my holster with my wand, several knives I got from the room of requirement, and I used the cloaking mode of my bracelet. This was basically my gear whenever I wanted to do something where I couldn't reveal my identity. Finishing with my clothes, I quickly but silently leave my room. Knowing that Voldemort would be in the forest before long, I started taking shortcuts to get there faster. After going through a few passages, I arrived in the forest, and using my bracelet's map in 3D mode, I saw that I had arrived before Riddle. I then turned off the 3D map of my bracelet and went to where Riddle would appear. Arriving at the location, I created an illusion of a unicorn, with the intention of having Riddle follow the illusion to the bottom of the forest, as I didn't want our confrontation to take place near the edge of the forest, as that might warn Hagrid or the people in the castle. I didn't know if I could fight Quirrellmort, who was already weak before, even after he probably got even weaker after not getting unicorn blood to consume, but I didn't want to involve anyone, mainly because it would reveal me, and also because Quirrellmort may be weak, but he still has the magic of a full-grown wizard and the wisdom of a mighty dark lord. With the illusion already created, I started to go to the bottom of the forest, not afraid that Riddle would disregard or discover that the unicorn was an illusion, as I knew that only someone with the same ability to see the magic that I had would be able to see through the illusion. And that's not to mention the fact that Riddle is probably not acting all that rationally, since he's out of his unicorn blood, something that's probably already affecting his mind. But I had to be careful that the illusion wasn't hit, because if it did, the plan would be over. After running for a while, I arrived deep into the forest, in a place with no creatures around, where I knew no one in the castle could hear our confrontation. The only ones who would be able to hear our confrontation would be the centaurs, and that's part of my plan. Waiting for Quirrellmort, I started to increase my skills with beast power, even using a little magic to improve myself, as I knew I couldn't beat Quirrellmort without it. But I had to be careful, as I still can't stand using the enhancement for a long time, especially in many parts of the body or in many senses. While I was concentrating and improving myself, I heard the noise of something coming towards me.
Craig. He's arrived.
Chapter 121. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Naya guys, here's the new chapter. When Quirrellmort reached the part of the forest where I was, he saw that the unicorn he had been following all this time suddenly disappeared. He then saw that he wasn't alone in the forest, and I could feel the confusion, anger, and evil emanating from him. As soon as he saw me, he must have judged me to be a threat, as he immediately took a half-crouch position, causing my senses to alert me. With a speed I wasn't expecting, Quirrellmort lunged at me, with hands outstretched like claws. And since I didn't expect this speed from him, he ended up managing to grab my right shoulder, but I quickly got rid of him by kicking him in the stomach, sending him 10 meters back.
Damn, he's strong.
I thought, massaging my shoulder. Quirrellmort, who was kicked by me, stood up quickly as if he hadn't even taken a hard blow to the stomach. He then began to prowl around me cautiously, like a beast sizing up its prey, and under the hood he wore I could see a pair of narrow red eyes staring at me. Quirrellmort then seemed to get tired of waiting and again came in for the attack, only this time I was aware, so I managed to dodge. But he didn't stop at an attack, he kept moving forward while trying to hit me.
He's not attacking with magic, so I have a chance.
I thought, dodging him again and hitting him with a kick to his back. I didn't know why he wasn't using magic, but I decided to take advantage of it and started a counterattack, using all my physical skills and my martial arts to the fullest. Every time he attacked me, I dodged and returned with a strong blow that could knock even a large adult down, but these blows of mine seemed to have no effect on Quirrell Mort's thin, weak body.
I already had my suspicions that Voldemort did some rituals to improve his body before, but I didn't expect these rituals would work even on a possessed body.
I thought, landing a punch to his temple, that it would be enough to knock someone out, but Quirrell Mort continued to attack in a wild frenzy.
Looking at this fight, physically I'm better than him, especially using enhancement. In terms of combat I'm better, since he's just attacking like a wild animal.
I thought quickly.
I don't get tired easily, but it looks like he does too, so this fight could go on for a very long time, that is, if the two of us we weren't worried about being found out.
As I thought, I kept landing blows and more blows at Quirrell Mort. I then ducked, dodging one of his blows that aimed at my neck and hit him with a kick to his chin, causing him to roll backwards.
Ugh!
I then saw Quirrell Mort struggle to his feet as he shook his head to clear the dizziness while holding his side.
No matter how strong and resistant your body is, many consecutive blows still hurt a lot.
I thought, sighing in relief to see that Quirrell Mort was injured by my blows. However, just as I was about to celebrate a possible victory, fate decided that I had had my lucky moment. When I least expected it, I felt a shiver down my back and my senses alerted me, and since I never doubted them, now wouldn't be the time either. Leaping away, I could only see how a red bolt passed through my head, hitting a large rock on the ground and making a long, deep cut in it.
Holy crap!
I thought, turning to look at the Dark Lord who now held a wand in his hand.
Damn it, wasn't this supposed to be physical combat? Why did you have to pull out your wand? And why is your first spell so deadly? Couldn't you be a little easier on me?
I thought in panic, while on the outside I tried to keep my cool, especially after I saw that, even with his body messed up by the possession, Voldemort still had such great magical power. I then saw Quirrell Mort cast another spell on me, which I dodged, but I immediately had to dodge again when he cast another spell next.
Give me a break!
I screamed internally, now pulling my wand out of its holster. Before I could use any spells, I had to create a barrier to block another Quirrell Mort spell.
Only those who can't guarantee themselves in a hand-to-hand fight use magic.
I thought, annoyed. Quirrell Mort continued to cast several spells at me in quick succession, barely giving me time to breathe or dodge. But dodging one more spell from him, I could see that his attacks were slowing down, and even though it was barely noticeable, I saw that his hands were shaking.
Huh, so he can't handle using such powerful magic for so long.
I analyzed. In physical combat, I had a huge advantage, but in magical combat, Quirrell Mort outshone me, at least as long as he can handle using these powerful spells. Knowing I still had a chance, I waited for the right moment to begin my counterattack. I couldn't and didn't want to use very destructive attacks, so I had to settle for using a few weaker attacks. My intention from the beginning was not to defeat Quirrell Mort, but to make him flee or hold him long enough for the centaurs to arrive. And I also wanted to analyze whether our difference in a fight was too big. Taking advantage that Quirrell Mort was still injured, and having trouble using magic, I cast a slashing spell at him, followed by me forming spikes of earth beneath him. Quirrell Mort dodged the first spell and destroyed the second, but I didn't give him time to attack me and immediately created a barrage of ice spikes around him. Quirrell Mort then waved his wand, and immediately all the ice spikes turned to leaves. After that, he started casting spell after spell on me, with me doing the same to him, mostly using the spells I copied from the anime attacks I saw in my last life. In between our spell exchanges, I saw that he was getting slower to dodge my spells and that his body was visibly shaking. But his spells started to get more lethal as well, resulting in me having to dodge more than attack. In the midst of dodging yet another Quirrell Mort spell, I sensed that some presences were approaching our position quickly, and sharpening my hearing, I heard the clatter of hooves, and I immediately realized the centaurs were coming.
I can't let the centaurs see me, so I have to leave quickly.
I then threw a expulso at Quirrell Mort's feet, which caused him to be thrown backwards. Right after that, I used a wind spell and made all the fallen leaves on the ground around us start to fly, creating a cover with the leaves that I used to escape, or as it is also known, a strategic retreat. As I fled, I could hear the sound of hooves getting louder, and the sound of arrows cutting through the air and hitting the trees, but as I didn't feel any centaurs following me, I could only assume they were chasing Quirrell Mort. After leaving the Forbidden Forest and entering the castle, I stopped in an abandoned room only to see where Quirrell Mort was, and using the atlas I saw him rushing into his office. After confirming that he wouldn't go out again, I headed back to my Ravenclaw dorm. Arriving in my room, I collapsed on the bed, sighing wearily.
Ugh!
I said to myself sarcastically. I then got up to take a shower in the bathroom of my suitcase, as I was dirty and sweaty after the confrontation with Quirrell Mort. After taking a shower and putting on my pajamas, I climbed into my bed, seeing that Nyx was already asleep, and lay down.
Even using a borrowed body, Voldemort is still as strong as I expected.
I started to think, remembering what I analyzed from the confrontation.
In melee, I'm obviously better, mainly because wizards don't train their bodies or train combat techniques. At least that's what I realized. Already in magic, even with both of us using non-destructive spells, I still know he's more powerful than me.
In this fight of ours, Quirrell Mort was not acting rationally, let alone using all his power, so I can't even imagine how he is at his peak using all his strength and his cruel and cunning mind.
At that moment, I began to realize the power disparity between us.
If your most faithful Death Eaters have at least 10% of their skill, then that will explain why the wizarding world fears them. But it makes me wonder how some teenagers who didn't even finish school managed to face them as equals. Sigh.
Chapter 122. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead, patreon.com/c7nx. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After my duel with Quirrell Mort, I started training madly in the Room of Requirement, knowing that when the school year was over, I wouldn't be able to use it for quite some time. I trained so much that there were even moments when I slept in the Room of Requirement, again grateful for the fact that Ravenclaws had their own rooms. Sometimes my friends were curious to know where I was going all day, but I always found some excuse to say. I really wanted to show them the room, but a selfish wish of mine was to keep it a secret for as long as possible, because I thought that was my secret and special place in the castle, and every man or human being would like to have their own.
Batcave.
But I also didn't intend to keep this a secret for long, as I knew the room would be revealed in 5th year if there weren't any major changes to the story. I intended to introduce the room to the twins first, as they also revealed one of their important secrets to me, which was the Marauder's map. But there's also another reason I don't show my friends the room right now. I won't show them yet because I know that inside the Room of Requirement, or more specifically, the Room of Hidden Things, there is an object enchanted with the worst dark magic the wizarding world knows, a Horcrux. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, who is also one of Riddle's Horcruxes, is kept in that room, and I don't want any of my friends anywhere near that thing. Of all the Horcruxes made by Riddle, only 2 of them were used by humans, which was his diary and Salazar Slytherin's locket, and both ended up messing with the minds of those who used them, so I doubt the diadem won't do the same. I still don't have a way to destroy the locket, since of the 3 ways to destroy it, only one of them is viable for me now, which is the killing curse. But I still can't cast this spell, and yes, I've tried it before. Also, I don't think it would be a good idea to destroy a piece of Voldemort's soul, just when he's in the castle, so I can only wait for an opportune moment where I'll also have some means to destroy him. But changing the subject, let's talk about something lighter, like the things that are happening in the castle. On Saturday the 10th, the Slytherin versus Hufflepuff match took place, and even though it wasn't as exciting as the other matches, it was still a very disputed match. The fun thing about this game, however, was the fact that Hufflepuffs liked to play by following all the rules, while Slytherins liked to cheat, which is why this game was called
The Clash of Good and Evil.
something that actually started out as a joke. At the end of that game, despite trying with all their might, Hufflepuff lost to Slytherin. And with this victory for Slytherin, who didn't score many goals, it was obvious that the final game between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw would be the decisive match. Teams from both houses were doubling their training schedule, most notably Gryffindor, who had more pressure being put on them than Ravenclaw, as Ravenclaw had a higher goal sum than Gryffindor. Gryffindor needs to beat Ravenclaw by a big points difference, and they knew this was going to be tough, so the entire team strove to train as hard as their bodies could, with Wood being very vocal about the importance of training. And I don't even need to mention that the members of both teams were annoyed with their captains, since the game would only take place in the second week of June. May 25th. Today was supposed to be the day that Potter, Nev, Malfoy, and Weasley, who now took Granger's place, would have their detention in the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid would try to investigate a strange creature that was killing the unicorns. However, as this time the unicorns were being protected by the centaurs, no deaths occurred, resulting in Hagrid not having to worry about this creature. And luckily, since the last time Quirrell was driven out of the forest by the centaurs, he's decided to stay quiet and hidden, so there's no danger of him appearing again, at least for now. And since there was no detention in the Forbidden Forest, the 4 students who received the detention will have to do something else, maybe something like cleaning the cauldrons of the potions class or helping Filch organize the trophy room. The only downside is that Potter won't come to the conclusion that Voldemort is looking for the Philosopher's Stone, unless even with my interference he still finds Firenze somehow. Although centaurs are difficult to understand, and they love to predict events using divination, mostly with the support of the skies, so I can't expect things to go a certain way with them, especially Firenze, who when compared to centaurs who are already weird in their own right, we realize he's twice as weird. I also know that it was yesterday that Potter overheard Quirrell talking to Voldemort and assumed it was Snape threatening Quirrell, and all this thanks to my knowledge of the canon, and thanks to my dear map, which allowed me to see Potter sneaking in to eavesdrop on their conversation. But even with certain changes, I still knew that the long-awaited confrontation was close to happening, and even though I had decided not to get involved with Potter and Quirrell-Mort's confrontation, I had to rethink my decision. The main reason for this is that I've seen how Quirrell isn't acting as rationally as I'd hoped, so I can only assume that Voldemort's possession is taking a toll on him. And after our confrontation, where for the most part he looked more like a wild animal than a human, I began to doubt whether it would be wise to let him and an 11-year-old face each other. And that's why I started to prepare for the confrontation. Ravenclaw Common Room.
Padma, where is the answer to that question?
Terry asked, showing his parchment to Padma, who looked carefully.
If I'm not mistaken, the answer is in the 3rd Greenwich Spellbook Part 2 or 3. I don't remember exactly.
She replied.
Is question number 19?
Corner asked.
Is question 17?
Terry replied, and Corner then started looking at his own parchment.
About how does a reversible enchantment work on transfigured objects?
He asked, earning a nod from Terry.
I think it's part 3.
He said. Terry said, after looking through the aforementioned book. My classmates and I were in the common room doing a little review before exams started, as we all wanted to get good grades, and many of us struggled in certain subjects, potions being the main one. I was mainly here to help others, as my work on charms and transfiguration is basically perfect, and the rest of the subjects mostly use the theoretical part in the exams, something that didn't worry me at all, since I read a lot of books on the said subjects, and thanks to occlumency, I could perfectly remember the information in these books.
I've heard from some older students that Professor Snape is going to have us create a deadly poison that we'll have to drink, and then he'll have us create a cure for that poison, without information or help.
Stephen commented, causing all of us to turn to him.
And you believe them?
I asked with a raised eyebrow.
Do you think it's not possible?
He asked back. Terry opened his mouth to reply, but then he thought for a while and then closed his mouth again.
Is it too late to ask for a school transfer?
Chapter 123. AN, leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The exam season began, and unlike my peers who were stressed and worried about it, I was relaxed, as even if I didn't get an O plus or O in almost every subject, at least I wouldn't get a P. The subjects had two types of exams, practical and theoretical, with some subjects having only one of them and others having both. The theory part was surprisingly easy, even with me getting annoyed that nothing Professor Binns said in class was on the exam, and I only knew I was going to get a good grade because I had read a lot of books in the library. After we finished the theoretical exams, we all had some rest time before starting the practical part, where each teacher of that subject would call the students one by one to a classroom, where he would tell us what we would have to do. The subjects that have practical exams are transfiguration, charms, potions, dada, and herbology. Flight lessons do not have exams, and we will only start having practical astronomy exams in the second year. When this short break was over, my colleagues and I went to the transfiguration room, which was the subject of our first practical exam. After a while, I was called into the room, and as I walked in and closed the door, I saw Professor McGonagall standing by her desk. And on top of that desk, I saw one of the books I wrote, Eragon from the Inheritance Cycle, and the mug I got her for Christmas. I then looked at her with a satisfied smile on my face, and she must have noticed my gaze because she turned her face away, and I could feel that she was embarrassed.
Cough, so let's get started, mister.
Professor McGonagall stopped when she saw me look at her with a raised eyebrow.
I mean, let's start, Ethan. What I need to do?
I asked, but I felt I shouldn't have asked that question when Professor McGonagall gave a small smile.
Oh, how about you surprise me with your best transfiguration?
She said, and I immediately knew what she was up to. She must have noticed that even with me paying attention and having fun in her classes, I never struggled and didn't even feel like it was challenging enough, so now she's challenging me.
Hey, fine.
I said, a smile on my face. I then took my wand from its holster, and looking around the room I saw a set of teacups on a table in the corner, probably for the older students' tests. Waving my wand while pointing at that tea set, I muttered the incantation, and soon after the tea set began to be transfigured. The cups turned into little crows, the teapot turned into a kitten, the silverware turned into snakes, and the plates and tray with the tea set turned into grass and leaves. I then, just for fun, put a tutu on the kitten, something I already tried to do with Nyx, but after a certain incident, my family and I agreed never to allow another tutu near Nyx or our house. After finishing the transfiguration, I turned to Professor McGonagall, only to see that she was looking at me with her lips in a thin line, but I could feel the feelings of shock and pride coming from her.
So all this time you've been holding back.
She asked, and I could only scratch my head in embarrassment.
Hey.
I said. Professor McGonagall then continued to stare at me for a few seconds with narrowed eyes before sighing helplessly.
Why did you have to end up in Ravenclaw?
She asked me with a wry smile on her face.
Red doesn't suit me.
I replied, smiling while adjusting my blue Ravenclaw tie, causing Professor McGonagall to look at me in amusement. She then shifted her gaze from me to the transfigured animals. She approached them with her wand in hand and began to inspect them. In the end, she nodded in satisfaction and then turned to me.
I'd say I'm surprised you used a spell taught only in third year, but after seeing how easy it was for you to learn my subject, I think that was something to expect.
She said. She then undid my transfiguration with a simple wave of her wand, making the transfigured animals go back to being a tea set.
That said, your transfiguration was flawless, from the details of the grass and leaves to the fur and feathers of animals. In fact, the transfiguration of your animals was even better than that of grass and leaves, which is strange since animal transfiguration is much more difficult, but it felt like your animals had all the essence of a real animal.
Professor McGonagall continued. I knew that my animal transfiguration were better than my inanimate objects transfiguration, but that was due to my beast power, which allowed me to understand animals very well.
After seeing this transfiguration, I have no choice but to say that you obviously did well on the practical exam.
Professor McGonagall said to me, and I looked at her a little surprised.
Shouldn't this be a secret until the exam scores are posted on the bulletin board?
I asked.
Do you really think you didn't do well after that demonstration?
She asked me back with a raised eyebrow.
You have a point.
I said.
Well, so with that your exam is over.
She said. I then started to turn to leave the room until she called out to me again.
Ethan! Yay!
I asked. Professor McGonagall began, acting like a nervous schoolgirl, which I found hilarious.
What happened to Murdog?
She asked, talking about one of the main characters in Inheritance Cycle.
Well,
I said to her mysteriously.
bye, Professor Minnie.
I then walked out of the room, leaving a frustrated teacher behind.
How am I going to read the book if you haven't even published it yet?
She asked no one in particular. What Ethan didn't know is that after reading his books, Professor McGonagall went to the Muggle world to find the other books, only to see that the sequel hasn't been published yet.
Would it be wrong for me to threaten to lower his grade if he doesn't tell me what happens in the next book?
She wondered, sipping some tea from her mug.
Well, he has until next year to publish the book, if not.
She muttered. Charm's exam room.
Hello, Ethan, how are you?
Professor Flitwick asked me as soon as I entered the room.
I'm fine, but depending on the exam you're going to pass me, that might change.
I said with a small smile on my face, which made the little professor laugh.
Well, I know a simple first-year exam isn't a problem for you, and as I'm pretty sure Minerva did the same, so I can only say, surprise me.
He said, gesturing at me.
Fine,
I said, advancing to the center of the room. Right now, to impress him, I'd like to cast a Patronus, but this is a spell that for some reason I haven't mastered yet, so I'll have to settle for another one. With my wand in hand, I started levitating all the objects in the room, leaving nothing on the floor. And after all the objects were floating, I started the second part of my presentation. For the second part of my presentation, I started transfiguring all these objects into sharp and pointed iron spikes, and soon after I started levitating some plates and targets that Professor Flitwick kept in the room for some reason. After everything was ready, I started using Summoning Charm Akio and Banishing Charm Depulso, where I started to summon the plates and targets while banishing the spikes, thus making a big target shooting game, only on the hard level. Professor Flitwick was watching all this in awe, while also thinking about the ramifications of what I was doing, seeing how this presentation of mine would work as great training for improving marksmanship, dodging, and magical control. Actually, what I was doing was something I did to train in the room of requirement, usually when I didn't want to use the enchanted bats and balls of the room. I knew this would impress Professor Flitwick not for fourth-year spells, but for how it could be used in training. Finishing off hitting the last target, I stopped all the objects in midair again, before transfiguring the objects back while casting a reparo to fix them all. When all the objects were back to normal and intact, I put them back in their places. I then turned to Professor Flitwick, who was looking at me in wonder and satisfaction.
Suo,
I asked.
have you ever thought about becoming a duelist?
He asked me back, bouncing excitedly in his seat.
Well,
Chapter 124. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Ohio, here's the new chapter. After talking to Professor Flitwick about the magical dueling championships, where he said I was talented and skilled enough to compete in the youth championships, he recommended several books and even a dueling-focused journal, telling me to study all that, and that when I was ready I could, if I wanted, ask him to train me. And I immediately accepted, as I would obviously want a duelist master teaching me. So after that little chat, I left Charm's exam room very excited, heading to the next exam room. The herbology, potions, and Dada practice exams weren't too difficult, mainly because I didn't try to show off like I did in the Transfiguration and Charms exams. The exams went smoothly, with the herbology exam being, in my opinion, the best of the three, mainly because Professor Sprout made the subject and the exam fun, and also because it's impossible not to like her. The potions exam was just like regular classes, with Professor Snape breathing down our necks, trying to find a mistake, or even putting enough pressure on a student to make them miss. The last exam, which was Dada, was boring with Professor Quirrell stuttering all the time, but what caught my attention was the fact that he was paler and more restless than usual, and that says a lot. Also, the smell of rot and decay that came from him became much stronger, at least for me who have a keen sense of smell. And if that wasn't enough to confirm that Quirrell was close to having a panic attack or a stroke, his volatile magic did. And I knew what that meant. This meant that Quirrell was close to losing the last control of his body, which probably meant that Voldemort was running out of time and that he would have to get the stone quickly. June. As soon as my last exam was over, the boys and I went outside for some fresh air. And as we were by the edge of the Black Lake sitting on the grass, with me leaning against a tree, I saw the members of the Golden Trio rush past us as they headed towards the castle.
I wonder what got into them.
Anthony asked, only to receive a shrug from Terry.
Maybe they're tight to use the bathroom.
Terry asked, earning an odd look from Anthony.
The three. To use a famous quote from our dear friend Ethan, they are Gryffindors. What do you expect from them?
Terry asked. I was not participating in the boys' conversation, as my mind and thoughts were elsewhere. As soon as I saw the trio coming from the direction of Hagrid's hut and running towards the castle, I knew that this year's long-awaited event was going to happen tonight. Today is the day Quirrellmort will try to get the stone, where he will then be found by Potter, and from there the first real confrontation between Potter and Riddle would take place. I planned on letting them face each other, as I need Voldemort to see that Potter is untouchable to him because of the sacrificial magic that Lily Potter left on him. And with that, Voldemort will come up with the idea of using the blood ritual to resurrect in the 4th year. The reason I want Voldemort to use the ritual in 4th year is so I'll know when and where he's going to be resurrected, which is better than being in the dark about it. And another reason I want him to be resurrected is that Riddle can't be killed in his spectral form, so he needs a body of his own to be killed. And about the confrontation, I don't care about the Philosopher's Stone, as I already have it with me, so the only thing that worries me is the Golden Trio itself, since I don't know if the fact that Quirrellmort is crazier and volatile than in canon can cause some difference in events, causing one of the trio's members to end up getting hurt or even being killed. So I'll wait until nightfall where I'll follow the trio, and in case they need it, I'll be there ready to help them. At night, the confrontation was about to begin, and I was in my room seeing on my map the trio heading towards the Forbidden Corridor, with Quirrellmort already going through the penultimate test, which is the troll placed by himself. As I was about to leave my room to follow the trio and even to help them, I saw in Atlas that the headmaster was flying over the Forbidden Forest, returning to the castle. The strange thing is that the headmaster is coming back much sooner than expected.
Why is he coming back so soon? Did he also notice Quirrell's chaotic state? That's the only reason I can think of why he's coming back so soon, and I also doubt the headmaster hasn't noticed Quirrell's condition.
I thought, turning my gaze back to Quirrell's and Riddle's names that were rippling in the map, as if they were in a battle for the body, which Quirrell was apparently losing.
If the headmaster is here, that means I don't need to follow the trio anymore, nor interfere in the confrontation.
I thought, relieved, as I really didn't want to get involved yet.
Well, then I can go back to rest.
I thought as I felt a weight being released from my shoulders.
But I'll still keep an eye on them using the map.
I then sat on the armchair in my room and started looking at the names of the trio in Atlas, where I saw that they had achieved the first challenge, which was posed by Professor Sprout, the Devil's Snare. Potter. Today I expected another ordinary day, or as ordinary as a world of magic can allow, but then I found out that today will be the day that the Philosopher's Stone will be stolen by Snape. And after finding this out, I told Hermione and Ron, where we told Professor McGonagall, as the headmaster wasn't in the castle. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall didn't believe us, so we decided that we would stop Snape ourselves. When the night came, we started with our plan, and after going through the challenges left by the teachers, where Hermione and I had to leave behind Ron, who sacrificed himself for us in the chess challenge, we came to the last challenge, which it was a wall of flames and a potion riddle, and I immediately knew this challenge was from Snape. I didn't have confidence in any of his potions, especially when he's the one trying to steal the stone, but I didn't have many options, so after a little chat with Hermione, I decided that I would be the one to face Snape, and while that Hermione would try to get some teacher to help us. And that's why when I walked through the wall of flames I was shocked, as it wasn't Snape who was trying to steal the stone.
Professor Quirrell.
I asked, shocked and confused.
Oh, Harry, so you came.
He said, but that didn't sound like Quirrell's voice, and I don't say that because he's not stuttering anymore.
But,
I asked, confused.
oh, you didn't expect to see me here, right? You expected someone like Severus, didn't you?
He asked me, and I started to realize how totally wrong I was in my assumptions.
No, Harry, he's not the one trying to get the rock, itis me. Ha 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 ha.
Quirrell then started laughing maniacally.
But,
I screamed, trying with all my might to deny this was happening.
did he try to kill you, really?
Quirrell asked with a smirk on his face.
You might be right about him threatening me, but that was just to keep me from the stone. And about him trying to kill you, ha 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 ha.
I looked at him shocked, both from the knowledge that Snape had tried to save Me, and from the fact that it was Quirrell who was jinxing my broom.
Wait,
I stated, looking at him with accusing eyes.
Oh, so you found out.
Quirrell asked sarcastically.
You almost killed Hermione.
I yelled angrily, only to receive from Professor Quirrell a smug look and an arrogant smile that didn't quite match his face.
You know, that day I was walking down the corridors when I heard from some annoying little girls that there was a girl crying in the second-floor bathroom. And after I learned that this girl was your know-it-all mudblood friend, I couldn't let this opportunity slip away.
Quirrell began to say with a crazed look, which soon turned cold and indifferent.
What the hell is going on?
I wondered, taking a step back away from Quirrell.
And so, Harry, when I released the troll, I purposely left him near the second-floor lady's room, hoping that this mudblood would be killed, freeing our world of these disgusting people and causing more trouble for the senile old and idiot Dumbledore.
Chapter 125. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey you guys, here's the new chapter.
But,
I screamed, feeling a headache that came from both my scar and the confused thoughts I was having.
why do you really want to know, Harry?
Quirrell asked me, and even though I felt like yelling at him to stop calling me Harry, I knew I shouldn't piss him off, as people tend to talk more and attack less when you let them dictate the conversation, something I learned from my uncle.
The answer is obvious, Harry. I'm doing this because I want to.
He proclaimed, opening his arms and looking at me with a big smile, and only at this moment did I notice his red eyes. But it seems that was at that moment that everything clicked in my mind.
You
I stated, earning an even bigger smile from Quirrell.
have.
He chuckled, and I felt a chill run down my back.
But,
I then stopped talking as I remembered the fact that the wizarding authorities never found Voldemort's body at the scene of his supposed death. They only found his clothes, and that there were few people who suspected he was still alive.
you didn't die, you just didn't have a body.
I started to mutter, only to be interrupted by Voldemort.
Oh, this body. It belonged to one of my servants, or should I say ex-servant now.
He said, and I realized that Quirrell was probably, or will be, dead, whether Voldemort is expelled from his body or not.
But you know one thing, Har.
Seeing Voldemort started talking again, I took the moment to throw a rock I'd picked up earlier at him, trying to buy time so I could grab my wand. It took me a while to get my wand out of my pocket, but once I did, Voldemort quickly cast a spell that disarmed me. He then waved his wand again, and I began to levitate in the air, feeling an invisible force grip my body.
Tusk.
He said to me with disdain and amusement, and I glared at him.
Don't you dare talk about my Perenarg.
The invisible force that was holding my body began to tighten, causing me to scream as I felt my body being crushed.
Don't yell, Harry, I won't hurt you, because I need you to get the stone for me.
Voldemort said to me, and ignoring the pain my body was feeling, I looked at him confused.
You see, Dumbledore may be a senile old man, but he still has his tricks.
Voldemort began.
He has somehow placed the stone in the mirror, and for some reason I can't get it, but now I have you here, and maybe you are the key for me to get the stone.
He said, and I immediately looked at him with wide eyes. He then levitated me to the front of the mirror, but in order not to give him what he wanted, I quickly turned my face to the side, intending not to look in the mirror. I then felt Voldemort approaching me from behind, with him looking at his reflection in the mirror. He saw that I had my face turned away, trying to avoid looking at myself in the mirror, and he immediately understood what I was doing. He then reached out to force my face forward.
Look in the mirror, Har-arg.
Only then did I hear a scream of pain from Voldemort, at the same time as a horrible smell of burning flesh wafted through the air. I don't know what or how Voldemort was hurt, but it seems the pain took away his concentration, as I immediately found myself freed from the invisible force that held me back. Falling to the ground and looking back, I saw Voldemort holding his hand against his chest as black smoke rose from his hand. I then also saw my wand beside him, not too close and not too far away. Knowing I wouldn't get another chance, and seeing that he was still holding his hand as he groaned in pain, I decided to enjoy this moment. I then quickly ran towards my wand, only for Voldemort to recover and look at me with a maddened, hateful look on his face.
What did you do to me, Potter?
He yelled, advancing towards me. I had my hands outstretched, almost reaching for my wand, but as soon as I was only a few inches away from reaching it, Voldemort managed to grab my arm, pulling me to him.
Tell me, what did you do to me?
He yelled in fury with his face inches from mine, and in panic, I pushed his face away with my hand.
Oh, arg.
As soon as my hand touched his face, I felt a burning sensation in the palm of my hand, and even though it wasn't very painful, it still scared me. And Voldemort, who was holding me, ended up releasing me, while putting both his hands on his face, screaming in pain, and I could see some black smoke rising from between his hands. He stopped screaming then, and with his hands still on his face, he turned to look at me through his fingers, and I didn't even need to see his face to see that he was furious.
Potter.
He growled angrily, pulling his hand away from his face, leaving me to see a half-burned face with many parts still burning and smoking.
I will kill you.
He then yelled at me with his red eyes glowing with hate, and immediately after he screamed, he threw himself on top of me, and again, in a panic, I put my hands on his face and neck to defend myself. And again, like the other times, as soon as my hand touched his skin, I felt a burning sensation, which was nothing compared to what Voldemort must have been feeling as his face started to burn again, causing him to pull away from me. I looked down at my hands, seeing the palms red and hot, before shifting my gaze to Voldemort, who was writhing in pain. Knowing what I needed to do, I didn't give Voldemort a chance to attack me again, and immediately jumped on top of him, placing my hands on his exposed skin.
Hola.
He then started screaming, trying desperately to get me off him, but I held on tight, holding his face and ignoring the pain coming from my scar.
Let me go, Potter.
He yelled, but I ignored him. I then saw that even though I was just touching his face, the rest of his body also started to burn, with him releasing black smoke everywhere.
Stop, Potter, please.
Just as I was about to gloat over the fact that I was beating Voldemort, I heard Quirrell's wail, and looking at the face I was holding, I saw a burnt face that was looking at me in pain, and that was no longer Voldemort's face, but rather Quirrell's face. At that moment, I didn't know what to think. I knew this could be another scheme of Voldemort's, but even so, I knew I couldn't kill Quirrell. I then started to slowly pull my hands away from his face, shaking as I looked at his suffering face. But just as I was about to walk away, who I thought was Quirrell was actually still Voldemort, who threw himself at me again, grabbing my arms and leaving me helpless.
You bastard!
He yelled, and I started to panic, but I noticed that even without my hand touching him, he was still burning.
I will make you pay for this,
Voldemort said to me, but before he could do anything, he was sent flying across the room.
You won't do anything while I'm here, Tom.
I then heard a voice that brought great relief to me.
Dumbledore.
Voldemort growled, looking at the headmaster, who was the one who took him off me.
Are you okay, Harry?
The headmaster asked me, still with his wand pointing at Voldemort.
I
I replied, getting up slowly and moving to the headmaster's side.
die.
Chapter 126. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Pav Ethan. After following through Atlas the Potter's confrontation against Voldemort, where luckily Potter emerged victorious and alive, thanks to the appearance of the headmaster, I turned off the map and lay down on my bed. There may have been some differences, but in the end everything turned out as I had hoped, with Voldemort escaping and probably finding out that Potter was untouchable. Now with that I could relax, as this was the last major event of this school year. Now I just need to get ready for next year, which probably won't be as difficult as this one, as I don't plan on letting the older Malfoy give Riddle's diary and Horcrux to Ginny. Without the diary, there will be no opening of the Chamber of Secrets, and without the opening of the chamber, there will be no basilisk on the loose.
Now I just need to think about what to do with the damn deadly giant snake that lives below the castle.
I thought. I didn't know if my beast talk would have any effect on the basilisk, and if I could tame it, so I had to think of alternative plans to get rid of it, as I didn't want a ready-made weapon for Voldemort to use living inside the castle.
That's something for me to plan for later.
I thought, closing my eyes and letting my body sink into Morpheus' realm. Following day. The next day, after asking around, I found out that, just like in canon, Potter was also in the hospital wing in a coma, and I knew he wouldn't wake up for 3 days. His comatose state obviously worried his friends a lot, and I didn't even need to use my empathy to realize that, as their worried appearance alone said a lot. And on top of that, rumor has already spread around the school that Potter saved a precious item from being stolen by fighting an evil wizard. Of course, there were those people who augmented the true story, some for fun, and others because they actually thought what they were saying was true, like a third-year Hufflepuff boy who said that Potter ran a broom race against a dragon to get said item. I can't even imagine what this boy will think when the first task of the Triwizard Tournament happens. My friends were also curious to know what really happened to Potter, and after some conversation, we ended up finding out from Sue that the Potter fan club was mounting an investigation to find out the answers to this mystery. We found this event to be a lot of fun, but it was about to get even weirder and funnier. As we were walking through the halls of the castle, we saw a Hufflepuff girl followed by a group of friends, all wearing berets and magnifying glasses walking around the castle, and the girl leading them was smoking a fake pipe, which was blowing colored soap bubbles. And I, seeing this, started to laugh, along with Terry and some Muggle-born and half-blood students, much to Anthony's confusion and the other students who didn't know the Muggle world or any Muggle mystery work. And they still ask me why I think people are strange and crazy. June 9. Gryffindor vs. Ravenclaw, the most anticipated game of this year. The teams from both houses trained hard for this day, and it finally arrived. The day of the last game of the 91 out of 92 season, the decisive match. I remember that match ended with Gryffindor's defeat in canon, and if I'm not mistaken, it was also the worst defeat she's suffered in 200 or 300 years. Well, with me here this is going to be their worst defeat in 500 years, at the very least. Their defeat was mainly due to the fact that they didn't have a seeker, as Potter was in a coma in the hospital wing, and because they didn't have a backup seeker, they only had the option to play and hope to score a lot of points before the Ravenclaw seeker get the snitch. As Potter, just like in canon, is also in the hospital wing in a coma, the outcome of the match probably won't be much different. So it's a sure win for Ravenclaw, so much so that the entire school had already unanimously accepted that Ravenclaw would win the Interhouse Cup, and that is an indisputable fact. And besides the Interhouse Cup, Ravenclaw is also by far the most likely house to win the House Cup, with many points ahead of the other houses, so even before the final result, all Ravenclaws were already celebrating. And it was with this celebration that we set off for our last Quidditch match of the school year. June 10. Just as predicted, Ravenclaw beat Gryffindor by several points, making it the worst defeat they had suffered in 600 years, far longer than I had expected. And thanks to that, Ravenclaw had a big celebration in the common room, where unfortunately Hilton and I were bathed in pumpkin juice by the rest of the team, and they said it was to congratulate us and that we deserved it, as we were basically the reasons Ravenclaw won the cup. And while a party was taking place in the Ravenclaw common room, in the Gryffindor common room, it looked like they were having a wake, as all the Gryffindors were incredibly saddened by the great defeat they had suffered. But they still tried to cheer themselves up with the fact that at least it wasn't Slytherin that beat them, as that would be even more humiliating. And with all these happenings going on at the castle, Potter was still in a coma, but I knew he would wake up tomorrow afternoon, which is also the day of the end of school year banquet. June 11th. Pav Dumbledore.
Good afternoon, Harry.
I said, looking at the young boy who had just woken up. Harry then looked at me, blinked once before his gaze focused, causing him to immediately sit up straight on the bed.
Sir, what happened? The stone, Voldemort, and Professor Quirrell.
Harry started, looking at me in panic, but as soon as he got to Quirrell, he started to lower his tone, looking down, obviously sad. I didn't need to use legilimency on him, as it was obvious what he was feeling and thinking.
Sigh.
I said, sitting down in front of the boy.
You didn't kill Quirrell. He was dead a long time. On the contrary, you set him free. How did I free him? I saw his body being destroyed. I burned him.
Harry yelled at me with tears streaming down his face, a face that showed anguish and sadness. Knowing that in situations like this the best thing to do was not let him repress his emotions, I reached out my arms and pulled him into a hug, letting him cry into my chest.
What is it with our world to make a child suffer like this?
I thought sadly, looking at Harry with regret to see him squeezing his hands that held the sheets.
Listen, Harry, the one you saw to Ash was not Quirrell, but the body of someone who gave in to the temptations of dark magic, a body that no longer had a soul and no owner.
I started to say, seeing Harry stop crying as listened to me intently.
But even so, that body once belonged to someone, until it began to be used by a very evil and cruel wizard.
Voldemort.
Harry muttered, and even in that situation, I was pleased to see that he didn't fear this name.
Yes, Harry, Voldemort.
I repeated and then continued.
And I'm sure that, no matter where he is, Quirrell is probably resting in peace now that his body is no longer being used. So I don't want you to think that you killed someone because you didn't. I want you to go on with your life knowing that you, with a good heart, decided to take a risk to protect the stone, even with all odds stacked against you, and that you did so by giving a necessary ending to a man's life story.
Here Harry stopped crying completely, pulling away from my embrace and looking at me with doubtful but hopeful eyes.
Are you sure?
He asked me, wiping his eyes under his glasses with the sleeves of his shirt.
Yes, I do.
Chapter 127. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Sup you guys, here's the new chapter. After recovering from his little emotional outburst, Harry then seemed to realize he was in a strange place and started looking around. He then saw the table beside his bed full of gifts, and confused, he turned his gaze to me.
After your confrontation with Voldemort, the number of admirers you have has grew. And this is the result.
I clarified to him.
Do people at school know what happened?
He asked in surprise.
Well, it was supposed to be a secret, but since this is Hogwarts, everyone already knew about what happened the next day. But we managed to change some facts, and now everyone knows that you and your friends managed to prevent a very valuable item from being stolen. Nobody knows that the one who tried to steal the item was Voldemort, and it better stay that way.
I said, looking at him over the top of my half-moon glasses, trying to make it clear that this was a serious matter.
But what about Ron and Hermione?
He asked apprehensively.
Well,
I asked, where Harry nodded quickly, smiling brightly at me.
and speaking of Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, I'm sure they're very worried about you.
I said, earning yet another confused look from Harry. I then decided to explain to him.
You were in a coma for 3 days, Harry.
Then I saw Harry's eyes widen in surprise.
3 days?
He exclaimed.
You put a lot of effort against Voldemort, and if I had arrived a little later you could have died.
I said, feeling tremendous guilt inside me as my idea of hiding the stone in the castle almost caused death of a student of mine. Harry then looked down thoughtfully, before quickly lifting his head to look at me.
Sir, what happened to the stone?
He asked me.
Sigh, the stone has disappeared from the mirror.
I said, and Harry looked at me in alarm.
No, Harry, it wasn't Voldemort who took it.
I continued, earning a skeptical look from Harry.
I enchanted the mirror so that only someone who wanted the stone but had no intention of using it could remove it. A simple but very effective enchantment. I got the inspiration for this enchantment when I was making tea in the kitchens one day, and even I was surprised by this idea of mine.
I said, smiling.
But well, moving on.
I continued, seeing Harry start to think about what I said.
But what about your friend Nicholas Flamel? Won't he and his wife die?
He asked me curiously.
Well,
I said cryptically, amused to see Harry looking at me confused.
besides, we don't know what the mysterious thief of stone can do.
Well, I guess that's enough questions for today. If I stay here any longer and stop you from resting, Madame Pomfrey will probably end up kicking me out.
I said, getting up from the bed, but not before grabbing a bean from the box of every flavor beans that was on the table.
I've always had bad luck with these sweets.
I said, putting the beans in my mouth.
Burnt wood. That's why I prefer my lemon drops.
I thought, turning around and walking out of the hospital wing. But just as I walked out of the hospital wing, I heard someone clearing their throat beside me, and turning around I saw Poppy looking at me.
Did you take long enough in there?
Poppy asked, looking at me with narrowed eyes.
It's just that young Harry and I got lost in the conversation and didn't see the time pass.
I said, laughing nervously. Poppy then started to stare at me as I continued to look at her with a gentle smile on my face that hid the nervousness I was feeling. Poppy then huffed before turning to enter the hospital wing. A lesson for life.
Cubs, I thought, walking away from the hospital wing before Poppy decides I need another bi-monthly health check.
At night, Great Hall. Pav Ethan. Today, everyone from the school was gathered for the end of the school year banquet, where it would be declared which house won the house cup. But this year, everyone was already sure that Ravenclaw would win the cup. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were sad, but they were at least happy that it wasn't Slytherin carrying on with their consecutive victories. The Slytherins, however, looked like they had just sucked on a very sour lemon as they not only lost, but the difference in points was gigantic. Ravenclaw had 776 points, thus ranking first. Slytherin had 430 in second place, Hufflepuff had 352 in third place, and Gryffindor had 272 points in last place. I knew that the headmaster would probably give points to Gryffindor, but I was sure that even with those points, Ravenclaw would still win. For Gryffindor to pass Ravenclaw in the House Cup, they would need 505 points, and I think even the headmaster wouldn't be biased enough to give that large amount of points to his lions. As the banquet progressed, it was time to name the winning house, and after his little speech, just like in canon, the headmaster gave some points to the Golden Trio and Nev. The points given to Gryffindor weren't enough to overtake Ravenclaw, but they were enough to pass Slytherin on the scoreboard, thus putting Gryffindor in second place. After donating 160 points to Gryffindor, the headmaster ended the banquet with a landslide victory for Ravenclaw, and the students were torn between feeling disappointed or happy. The Hufflepuffs were confused, but like the good people they were, they applauded anyway. The Slytherins now had worse faces than before, and I had to stop myself from laughing at Malfoy's face. And it got even harder when
My father will hear about this.
In the background, with the Great Hall changing to match the Ravenclaw color theme, my classmates and I started celebrating. And if I hadn't seen Madame Pomfrey sitting at the staff table, I would have been worried about Andrew having a heart attack. In the end, this year turned out to be much better than I expected. I am considered by my classmates and even by some teachers as the best student of my year. Ravenclaw won the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. I made many friends. I found interesting places and creatures. I found new mysteries that I intend to unravel. I improved my skills and my spells, and as a bonus I even got a philosopher's stone.
Well, even with some unexpected happenings, I can say that this was still a good year.
I thought, looking at the twinkling blue lights that flew across the great hall, work of the older students and unexpectedly, or not so much, from Professor Flitwick, who was looking at Professor Snape with the most condescending look I've ever seen on his face. But this little light show was nothing compared to the massive explosion of fireworks that followed, obviously a gift to the winning house and an end of the school year send-off by the beautiful, smart, cool, and sexy Three Musketeers. Looking across the great hall, I winked at the twins, who responded by raising their goblets of pumpkin juice to me.
Yes, a really good year.
Chapter 128. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead, patreon.com/c7nx. Hey, here's the new chapter. In the second week of June, the week before the end of the school year, the results of the exams were posted on the bulletin board in the Great Hall. The results were separated by year and subject, which showed who was the best one-year student in a certain subject, and in addition there was also the general ranking, which showed the best one-year students. I wasn't surprised to see that my name was number 1 in all but history of magic, which was taken by Granger. I actually expected me to be second in herbology, as I knew Nev understood herbology better than I did, but his withdrawn and shy personality kept him from getting involved in class, which probably happened in the practical exam as well. But at least in my heart I knew that Nev deserved first place, and probably everyone who knows him knows that too. I was also happy to see that I got O+ in every subjects in which I ranked first, except for Dada, which I didn't even try. And as for the overall standings, I was obviously in first, with Granger close behind in second and surprisingly Terry in third. And I don't think any of my colleagues expected Terry to be in third, as we all looked at him in surprise.
What? I've always been smart.
Terry said, shrugging, before looking at Anthony smugly. Anthony then frowned at Terry before looking up his name in the rankings, finding him in 13th place.
Meh, I was hoping to be in the top 30, but the top 15 is even better.
He said smugly, ignoring Terry's cough that sounded like 10 down. As I know that you are probably also curious about the rest of the ranking, I will show you the top 15. 1 Deg Ethan Knight. 2 Deg Hermione Granger. 3 Deg Terry Boot. 4 Deg Susan Bones. 5 Deg Padma Patil. 6 Deg Daphne Greengrass. 7 Deg Lisa Turpin. 8 Deg Draco Malfoy. 9 Deg Sue Lee. 10 Deg Sally Ann Perks. 11 Deg Faye Dunbar. 12 Deg Blaze Zabini. 13 Deg Anthony Goldsta. 14 Deg Theodore Knott. 15 Deg Ernest Macmillan. If we analyze the classification well, we can see that Ravenclaw was the house that stood out the most, followed by Slytherin. But I think that's to be expected from the two houses that put in more mental effort than the other two.
Oh, Ethan is in first place, very unexpected.
Anthony commented, obviously unimpressed.
I know I'm amazing.
I told him, fixing my hair dramatically, making the boys roll their eyes.
Ow, I'm not even in the top 15.
I heard a voice beside me say, and turning around I saw Lily looking annoyed at the leaderboard. She then looked at the top of the table.
Oh, look, Ethan, you are first. Amazing.
She said, grabbing my arm and jumping happily.
Yes, I'm amazing, aren't I?
I asked with a happy smile on my face, which grew even wider when Lily nodded her head cutely.
What the power of cuteness doesn't do.
Anthony muttered, with Terry and Stephen beside him nodding. Pav third person.
We did it.
Weasley celebrated, sharing a high five with Potter.
Yeah, I can't even believe it.
Potter said, impressed. He then turned to his other friend with a smile.
I guess I have you to thank for that, Hermione. Yeah, without you, I think we'd be lost.
Weasley added, also turning to Granger, only to see her looking at the general classification with a frown. The boys then followed her gaze to the board and saw why she was upset.
Oh.
Illes de Surum. They then looked at each other and then again turned to Granger.
Er.
Weasley said, getting a look from Potter that said,
Really?
Yes, thanks.
Granger said, but it was possible to tell from her tone that she didn't mean it.
He's also a muggle born like me, so why does he have to be so much better at everything he does?
Granger asked herself, looking down with a frown. She then sighed and lifted her head, only to find Potter and Weasley looking at her worriedly, which brought a small smile to her face.
Meh, who cares if he did better than me this year? Next year I'll definitely get over him.
She promised in her heart.
Hermione, are you okay?
Weasley asked.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Granger replied, a gleeful smile on her face.
Phew, good thing.
And the more Weasley talked, the more Granger's face darkened, to the point where Potter, who was seeing everything, began to wonder if he should look for a new best friend.
Ron!
Potter called, trying to warn his friend. Weasley asked, confused, only to see Potter pointing at Granger, who was glaring at him. Weasley said in a questioning tone, but unfortunately for him, Granger started pulling his wand out of his pocket.
Sorry.
Weasley squeaked. Hogwarts Express coming home. The last week at school went by quickly, and the only interesting thing that happened was the teachers giving us homework for us to turn in for the next school year. After packing our bags, my colleagues and I headed to the station in Hogsmeade, where we caught the Hogwarts Express that would take us home. After settling into a compartment, we started talking about what we were going to do on our vacation. And when we were done, we started playing some Muggle games, which were the ones Stephen had given me for Christmas and which I had brought in my suitcase. Pav third person. In another compartment with the Golden Trio.
Hermione, I never asked you, but what were you doing in the second-floor girls' bathroom? I remember seeing you running to the first-floor bathroom.
Weasley asked curiously.
Well, I was in the first floor bathroom, only it was busy and the girls went there to gossip, and it was always about the same person.
She replied, sulking at the memory. Weasley and Potter then looked at each other in confusion before turning to Granger.
What person?
What, I've always been smart, Terry said, shrugging before looking at Anthony smugly. Anthony then frowned at Terry before looking up his name in the rankings, finding him in 13th place. Meh, I was hoping to be in the top 30, but the top 15 is even better, he said smugly, ignoring Terry's cough that sounded like 10 down. As I know that you are probably also curious about the rest of the ranking, I will show you the top 15. 1 Deg Ethan Knight. 2 Deg Hermione Granger. 3 Deg Terry Boot. 4 Deg Susan Bones. 5 Deg Padma Patil. 6 Deg Daphne Greengrass. 7 Deg Lisa Turpin. 8 Deg Draco Malfoy. 9 Deg Sue Lee. 10 Deg Sally Ann Perks. 11 Deg Faye Dunbar. 12 Deg Blaze Zabini. 13 Deg Anthony Goldsta. 14 Deg Theodore Knott. 15 Deg Ernest Macmillan. If we analyze the classification well, we can see that Ravenclaw was the house that stood out the most, followed by Slytherin. But I think that's to be expected from the two houses that put in more mental effort than the other two. Oh, Ethan is in first place, very unexpected, Anthony commented, obviously unimpressed. I know I'm amazing, I told him, fixing my hair dramatically, making the boys roll their eyes. Ow, I'm not even in the top 15, I heard a voice beside me say, and turning around I saw Lily looking annoyed at the leaderboard. She then looked at the top of the table. Oh, look, Ethan, you are first. Amazing, she said, grabbing my arm and jumping happily. Yes, I'm amazing, aren't I? I asked with a happy smile on my face, which grew even wider when Lily nodded her head cutely. What the power of cuteness doesn't do, Anthony muttered, with Terry and Stephen beside him nodding. Pav third person. We did it, Weasley celebrated, sharing a high five with Potter. Yeah, I can't even believe it. Granger muttered irritably.
It was always the girls talking about how perfect he is. A smart, handsome, athletic, and friendly boy. At one point, I got tired of hearing these same things all the time, so I decided to go to the second-floor bathroom, which is unused. And empty.
She said, crossing her arms and frowning. Potter and Weasley then looked at each other again, before turning to Granger. Weasley asked, not noticing how Potter frantically shook his head at him. Granger, who was still lost in her thoughts, stood up suddenly, before slowly starting to turn around to look at Weasley, who began to realize her mistake.
Sorry.
He squeaked, curling up in his seat, but he's already awakened the beast, and nothing can stop it.
I hope you find a quiet place full of food for yourself in the heaven, my friend. Amen.
Prayed Potter, who had his hands clasped in a prayer, trying to ignore your friend's painful cries for help. After Granger finished punish,
Ahem.
Potter commented, frowning and getting sick just thinking about it. And the person who felt the most sick at the thought of it was Granger herself, who shivered in fear at the thought of a troll attacking her with no way to defend herself or run away. Weasley commented, earning a nod from the other two.
But I'm still sad that we didn't win the Quidditch Cup or the House Cup.
Potter commented with his head down.
Yes.
Weasley said.
But look on the bright side, at least it wasn't Slytherin that won.
He said in an attempt to lighten the mood.
True.
Potter agreed with a smile. He then started laughing.
And did you see Malfoy's face when Gryffindor passed Slytherin at the house points? Ha 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 ha. Yes, and it was hilarious. Ha ha ha.
Chapter 129. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Sup guys, here's the new chapter. My drive home was smooth, and when I got home, my parents, Seal and I had a family dinner, with me telling my parents about things that happened at school and also about the exams which kept them entertained. I also showed them some of the things I learned in my first month using wandless magic, and they were impressed both by the magic itself and by the fact that I was doing all this wandless. My parents had some basic knowledge of magic and the wizarding world as they also read the books I bought in Diagon Alley, so it wasn't a surprise that they thought it was amazing for me to do wandless magic since they knew how difficult this feat was. After dinner, I went to my room where I started to sort my mind, thinking about future and current events. I also picked up some newspaper clippings to read, as they were currently my source of information about what was going on in the wizarding world. A fact that I didn't really care about but that I found very interesting was that between the year 91 and 92, Arcturus Black III, Cygnus Black III, and Cassiopeia Black died due to old age. Well, at least that's what the papers said. Arcturus had died early in the year 91. In March, Cygnus and Cassiopeia died in 92, with Cygnus in February and Cassiopeia in June. And besides them, Lucretia Pruett, formerly Black, and Armando Dippet also passed away around the middle of the year 92. With these deaths, the Black bloodline now resides solely in Sirius, as the others are people with black blood but not with the name. The people with the most black blood still alive, not counting Sirius, are the Black Sisters, Narcissa Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, and Andromeda Tonks. I also know that between the end 1990 and early 1991, the mother of one of the franchise's best characters died because of an experiment gone wrong. Pandora Lovegood, Luna Lovegood's mother, ended up blowing herself up by accident while doing some experiments, and worst of all, it happened in front of young Luna. I unfortunately could not have prevented this event, and because of that, an innocent and cheerful young girl will forever have in her memories the image of her dead mother. But I promised myself that when she arrives at Hogwarts and goes to Ravenclaw, I would do everything in my power to prevent her from the bullying she suffered in canon for being simply different. And I'm still impressed that the house that should accept the different and the creative would treat the person who best represents house that way. Apparently, ignorance must also be a feature of Ravenclaw, as well as of all other houses at Hogwarts. My plans for the second year were quite simple, but very difficult. Year 2, as you probably all know, would happen the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, the place created by Salazar Slytherin to accommodate his deadly creature, the basilisk. The opening of the chamber would cause a lot of trouble as the basilisk would start petrifying people, causing panic and chaos in the school. Only now that I'm here and I intend to prevent the chamber from being opened, since if my existence causes any butterfly effect, it's quite possible that the basilisk will end up killing someone instead of petrifying them, and I can't let that happen. Preventing the chamber from opening is easy, as I only have to get Riddle's diary that will be in Ginny Weasley's hands, but that will also pose a very big problem for me. Preventing the chamber from opening is a good thing, but without the chamber being opened, the basilisk will continue to live below the castle as it has for the last 1,000 years. With the basilisk living in the castle, the danger of Voldemort deciding to use it when he tries to attack the castle is too great, so the basilisk has to be taken out of the castle, which is next to impossible, or else it has to be killed. Also, the basilisk's venom is one of 3 ways to destroy Horcruxes, so one way or another the basilisk is going to have to be killed, as I doubt this giant, deadly snake would give some of its venom or one of his fangs to someone so easily. Another thing I have to do this year is get rid of Lockhart, either by having him erase his own memory again, or by showing everyone what a terrible fraud he really is. And well, those are the 3 most important things I have to do in the next year. Stop the chamber from opening, kill the basilisk, and get rid of Lockhart. Anything else can be considered a minor issue, so I don't need to focus too much on them. Now the last remaining matter is what to do with the Philosopher's Stone, but as I'm getting very sleepy, I'll leave that to think about it tomorrow. And with that, I was able to rest after a very tiring day. Next morning,
Well, that's amazing.
I muttered, looking at a small pile of gold beside me. After waking up and doing my morning workout, I decided to test the Philosopher's Stone, and as I had no idea how to make the elixir of life, I decided to try to use its second function, which is transform any metal into pure gold. I then took various metal items that I had in my house, and after a few tries, I figured out how to activate the stone, and so I turned all that metal into gold. And of course, I used my magic vision to see all the details in the stone, and the magic as the transformation took place. The transformation of metal into gold is basically a complex transfiguration that does not use the wizard's magic, but the stone's magic, which by the way is much denser and more powerful than the magic of anyone I've ever seen, Dumbledore included. But that wasn't the most interesting thing about the stone's magic. In fact, the thing that caught my attention the most was the fact that the magic the stone used came from the environment. The stone sucked in the ambient magic and filtered it into it. And for a number of reasons, I don't know, the magic that came out of the stone was totally different from the one that went in, and even a little different from the magic of the stone itself, as if it were a fusion of the 2 magics, but at the same time not. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized that this magic exchange felt like the Thestrals cleaning ambient magic at its core to make it pure and neutral.
Is there any connection? Or maybe Flamel was inspired by the Thestrals?
I thought with my hand on my chin.
Well, I guess now that I've studied the known things of the stone, I can then begin to study the mysteries of the stone, starting with how it was made.
I muttered to myself.
Oh,
Just as I was about to begin my study of the stone, I heard a voice behind me, and turning around I saw my mother with her hand over her mouth looking alternately between me, the gold items, and the Philosopher's Stone.
all that gold stuff.
She asked me, looking worriedly at me. And meanwhile, I was looking at my mother with my right eye twitching.
What does she think I've been doing?
Honey, have you seen my?
And just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, my dad showed up.
Ethan's son.
Chapter 130. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Sup, here's the new chapter. Studying the stone was.
The alchemist.
There probably hasn't been or ever will be any wizard who can compare to him in that regard, I thought, impressed.
Sigh.
I thought, looking at the stone with a look of disappointment. At least I can add in my achievements.
Getting hold of the Philosopher's Stone.
Hee.
Well, if the stone is no longer of any use to me, then I can start the plan to return it to the Flamels.
With that, I started to think of a good way to get in touch with the Flamels. The difficulty of contacting the Flamels is great, and for many reasons. I don't know where the Flamels live, so it's going to be hard to send them a letter. They are the two oldest people alive in the wizarding world, as well as being very famous, so they will probably be too busy to respond to any form of contact. And most of all, I don't even know what to say to them. I can't send a letter saying,
Hi, I'm a Ravenclaw boy who's in his second year in Hogwarts, and I managed to steal the stone you asked the headmaster to keep, and now I wanted to send it back to you. Please, send a reply as soon as possible.
PFFF as if.
I wish there was a way to get my letter delivered to them, preferably in a way that gets their attention.
I muttered.
Maybe I'll make the letter suddenly appear in front of him in a burst of fire, hee hee.
I thought amused.
Damn, how an idiot and a genius I am.
I muttered, banging my forehead on the table.
I know a way to get my letter delivered to them, and in a flashy way to top it off.
Of all the ideas that came to my mind, this was the simplest and most practical, but also the most unusual. And you want to know what this idea is? Well, the big solution I've found to my problem is to simply ask Fox to take my letter to the Flamels. Fox is a phoenix, which means she can apparate anywhere, regardless of whether that place has an anti-wraith ward or not. Best of all, the Flamels know Fox, which means they won't find her appearance suspicious. The only problem this plan could have is the fact that I didn't know if I would be able to convince Fox to help me, but I felt confident that I could use my beast talk to him, and if that didn't work, I could use a little bribe.
Now I just need to think of the best time to call Fox.
I thought.
I don't know if he would answer my call here at home, and I'm also not sure if it would be the best choice for Fox to come here.
Well, in that case, I think the best time to try to talk to Fox is when I'm at school, so he'll be around to hear the call, and he'll be in a known and safe place. With the problem of how to deliver the letter to the Flamels partially resolved, now I just need to think about what will be the contents of the letter I'm going to send them.
At that moment, I started tapping the pen on my chin, thinking about the best way to tell two 600-year-old semi-immortal wizards that I had their most accurate item in my possession.
Well, I think the best way to say that to them is to tell a half-truth.
I said to myself,
Even because what the eyes don't see or don't know, the heart doesn't feel.
Phew!
I said, looking at the finished letter I'd written to the Flamels. I didn't write much in the letter, just a summary of how and why I have the stone, obviously omitting the parts that would commit me, although there weren't many. I wrote about how I by sheer coincidence found out that the stone was being kept at the school, and that someone was trying to steal it, which is why I decided to
Steal!
the stone first, so that when the thief went to steal the stone, he would just find nothing there. I also wrote about the fact that I didn't want the stone and that I wanted to give it back to them, which is why I wrote the letter. Basically, everything I wrote in the letter is true, so I won't feel guilty or worried if they find out I lied, because I didn't. With the letter finished and sealed, I was able to cross one of the to-dos off my list, and now I just have to worry about whether Fox will help me get the letter to them. Knowing that I wouldn't find out the answer until classes started, I decided to start working on my other projects.
Now that I remember, I still have to write and publish the next books of the two sagas I'm writing.
I muttered to myself. My books have now gained a lot of fans all over England and Europe, and impressively in some other parts of the world. And thanks to that, people have started trying to find out who the writer of these books is. The books are under the name Knight, so people don't know exactly who wrote them. I didn't put my name because I'm not really keen on being a recognized writer, at least not yet, so I talked to my parents and we decided to leave Knight as the author's name, because in case something went wrong, we could say that my father or mother were the authors. Maybe at some point in the future, I'll reveal to the Muggle world that I'm the author, but until then, I'd rather be able to continue walking down the street undisturbed by fans.
Do I have any fans in the wizarding world?
I wondered, and unbeknownst to me, in a house in Scotland, a certain Transfiguration teacher sneezed.
Well, maybe I can start publishing the books on the wizarding side of the world too. That way I'd have more money for my projects and some fame that would allow me to have some influence. And if Lockhart did it, why couldn't I?
I said to myself,
But for that, I'm going to need someone who knows the laws and rights in the wizarding world well, since I can't ask my mother to help me as a lawyer like she does in the Muggle world.
I wondered with my hand on my chin.
Well, I guess looking for a good wizarding lawyer is one more thing to add to my list.
Chapter 131. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Ohio, here's the new chapter. With so many projects and plans pending, I knew I would have to use all my vacation time to complete or review them, so I made a small schedule so I wouldn't get lost. I decided that the most important thing I would do would be to advance in my studies, taking advantage of the fact that I now had a lot of spell books that I bought in Diagon Alley and that I got from the Room of Requirement. I decided that my studies would be the main thing to do after I saw the difference in skills between myself and Quirrellmort, which, not surprisingly, showed him above me in skills by miles. And if I really wanted to make a difference in this coming war, I would need to have enough power and spells not to be helpless in a fight against Valdnonos and his Death Eaters. But besides that, I also decided that I would study powerful spells, because if I want to kill the basilisk of the secret chamber, I will need spells strong enough to harm this 1,000-year-old beast that is also known for having an ultra-resistant magic skin, probably tougher than the dragon's skin. I also aim to master the 3 unforgivable curses, as they are very powerful and useful spells depending on the situation. I don't know if they do the caster any harm, as they are some of the darkest spells in the dark arts, but I'll find that out when I try to use them, and if they're as bad as some fanfics say, then I'll stop my project of trying to learn them. In addition to my studies, I also intend to improve my control over my beast power in its entirety, as I feel like I'm not using it right. But from my beast power, the skill I most intend to improve is my instinct, or at least my reaction to it, as it is the skill that has helped me the most so far. And with all my schedule ready, I'm going to start my training from my private summer camp, train, suffer, and keep training. In these almost 2 months of vacation, I was able to move forward with some basic plans, such as publishing the sequels to my books. I also spent some time with my family, and we even took a trip to the United States, my homeland in my first life. Unfortunately, I couldn't look at the wizarding community there, but I could see that the amount of wizards walking among the Muggles is much higher than in the UK. It seems that here the division between the wizarding world and the Muggle world is much more noticeable, and this is a sad thing to see, as both worlds have wonderful things to look at. But back to the subject, as time went on, it was finally getting close to the time when the Hogwarts letters would arrive, which meant that the day was also approaching when I would try to get Riddle's diary. Wednesday morning. My letter from Hogwarts finally arrived with my second year's list of materials, along with a parchment with my first-year grades.
Congratulations, big boy. You really were the better student of your year.
My father said cheerfully and proudly, looking at the parchment with my grades, with my mother at his side looking over his shoulder at the grades.
Why the surprise? I already told you that I was the first of my year.
I asked, looking at them strangely.
Well,
My dad replied, which only earned him a blank stare from me.
Don't worry, Ethan dear. We just wanted something physical so we could frame.
My mom said, looking alternately between me and my grades that were now in her hands, beaming with pride.
do you want to frame my grades?
I asked, earning 2 nods.
And how would you explain to visitors the fact that your son got an O+, which is an odd grade in itself, in charms and transfiguration, which are subjects taught in?
I asked while looking at my parents with a look that said,
Really? Well,
my dad said, earning an exasperated look from me.
We can frame it in our room, so only we could see it.
My mother proposed.
that's a good idea.
My dad agreed.
But my grades shouldn't stay with me, because I'm the one who.
I started to say, only for my voice to start to fade when I saw my mother looking at me with a look that said,
Are you really trying to reason with me?
while my father looked at me with a look that said,
Are you really trying to reason with your mother? Well,
I said, laughing nervously.
Oh, thanks.
My mom said with a happy smile, turning around and heading to the kitchen. And meanwhile my dad patted me on the shoulder as he looked at me with an understanding look. Seeing how easily I was defeated by my mother, I decided it would be best to read my materials list.
Well, there's nothing different here, other than the fact that now we can take our own brooms to school.
I thought, but then I frowned upon seeing the ordered Dada books.
I'm really going to have to spend my money on those stupid Lockhart books.
I questioned myself in disgust.
Lockhart will be at school for quite a while, and I doubt a narcissistic man like him doesn't have a few galleons with him all the time, so maybe I can self-refund myself with his coins.
I thought, with this plan becoming more and more attractive as time goes on.
Then that's it, I'll steal.
With this new side project in mind, I let a rather evil smile creep across my face. And my dad, who was seeing this smile of mine, decided to just ignore me while prayed for the good of the poor soul who was about to suffer a calamity named Ethan.
See, what did you think?
Just then my father and I heard my mother's voice, who came back into the living room. She was carrying with her a black wooden board with little carvings of flowers and green and red leaves, and it was written in blue letters.
Ethan's grades.
And obviously on that board was the parchment with my grades.
Beautiful, isn't it? Seal and I did it.
My mom said with a smile, with Seal peeking out from behind her legs as she looked at us with her own proud smile on her face.
How long have you had this board ready?
I asked, looking at my mom with a blank face, something my dad was also doing.
Since the new year. Oh,
I said, deciding it would be best to ignore that fact for the sake of my sanity.
I helped.
Seal exclaimed proudly, opening her arms as she awaited our praise.
well, at least Seal's cuteness remains the same.
Chapter 132. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Nice, here's the new chapter. After receiving my materials list, I decided I was going to buy them as early as possible. And even though I had already planned to go to Diagon Alley on the same day as the Weasleys and Potter, I'd still rather have my time off so I can think about how I'm going to get Riddle's diary from Lucius Malfoy's hands. Of course, another reason is that I don't want to get close to Lockhart, even if it's only 10 meters, since he'll be at the bookstore signing his books, and I might end up doing something really bad to him.
So, Mr. Knight, what would you like to talk to us about?
Asked the goblin in front of me that I had never seen before.
I asked. Oh, my name is Nagrork, and Master Sharpfang is at this very moment inspecting your Muggle accounts. And as I am his student, he has allowed me to handle whatever matters you have with our bank as a substitute manager of the Knight accounts.
Nagrork said with a stoic and professional face, though I could feel the nervousness seeping out of him. Oh, he's a rookie, him.
Well, in that case, then I'd like to talk about some investments.
I said, which immediately caught the attention of the goblin in front of me.
What kind of investments are we talking about?
Nagrork asked.
The kind that will make a lot of money.
I said, and then a toothy smile appeared on Nagrork's face. I then proceeded to explain to Nagrork which companies and products I would like to invest in, with the Firebolt broomstick being one of them. In the middle of the conversation, I started using my talk no jutsu, persuasion and deception, to try to convince Nagrork to accept a deal I wanted to make with him, and I then explained what terms he would have to accept. And in the end, after a few more words from me, Nagrork began to ponder the deal.
Those would be some very good investments, and the deal isn't too bad.
Nagrork muttered to himself in the goblin language.
It would be, and I think you would gain a lot by accepting the deal.
And I, who had obviously heard him, replied in the goblin language as well, surprising Nagrork, who looked at me in shock.
Sometimes I'm very happy that my beast power gives me the ability to speak and understand the languages of other magical creatures.
I thought, enjoying the surprised look of the goblin in front of me.
Do you understand our language?
He asked me.
Well, I like to learn new things.
I replied with a shrug. Nagrork began to look at me with an analytical gaze. He then shook his head and went back to speaking in human language.
Well, back to the deal, I'd like to say I accept your terms.
He said with a professional smile that didn't hide his greed.
Great!
I said with a smile. Nagrork then took a red quill from a drawer in his desk, and with it, he signed his name to a contract, and soon after I did the same.
Well, I hope our partnership is very profitable for both of us.
I said, reaching out for a handshake.
And I expect the same.
Nagork said. After we talked about some side deals and investments, where I picked up some items I had ordered from the bank, I got up to leave.
May your enemies have their intestines twisted and their sinews ripped out.
I said, earning an appreciative nod from Nagork.
And may your rivals die a painful death while their vaults fill with gold.
Chapter 133. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Wow, here's the new chapter. After I finished talking to Nagork, I left the meeting room, only to find Sharpfang at the door, who looked at me curiously before greeting me respectfully.
Hello, Warrior Knight.
He said with a small nod.
Hello, Manager Sharpfang.
I said, also nodding my head.
Sorry for the different service. I hope the matters you came to our bank to handle went well.
Sharpfang said to me, while giving me a curious look.
Oh yes, it went very well.
I said with a sly smile, which made Sharpfang look at me curiously and cautiously.
But well, I'd love to talk to you, but I still have a lot to do, so I'll have to say goodbye. May your vaults overflow with the blood and tears of your enemies.
I said, waving my hand at him. I then turned around and started to leave the bench, leaving a thoughtful goblin behind. Pav Sharpfang. I watched the young warrior knight's back as he walked out the bank's front door, and I couldn't help but think that every time he appears he gives me a feeling of being in the presence of a wild beast.
Strange.
I muttered, opening the door to the knight accounts meeting room, only to find my disciple laughing happily while looking at nothing.
Ahem.
I cleared my throat to get his attention.
Oh, Master Sharpfang. Glad you're here. I've just struck an amazing deal with Mr. Knight that has given me many advantages.
Nagork said, sitting up straight in his chair and placing some papers on his desk. Hearing what Nagork said and remembering the young knight's smile, I started to get a bad feeling. I then took the contract papers and started reading, and with each new page I read more, I began to understand why I had this feeling. In the end, when I finished reading the contract, I let out a weary sigh.
For the first time, I understand why they say greed is an issue, and apparently karma has come back to bite you in the rear.
I said, earning a confused look from Nagork.
Who created the terms of this contract?
I asked.
It was Mr. Knight, but I also gave some suggestions and opinions.
Nagork answered me proudly, and I frowned.
Did Mr. Knight say anything about those?
He replied.
And did you hear him? Him?
You do realize you've just been tricked by a child, right?
I then asked with a raised eyebrow.
What? He managed to get you to sign these papers, and they basically claim that you will manage these investments to the best of your ability exclusively. But what you haven't realized is that the profit you're going to receive is the same as what you would receive if you managed these investments on behalf of the bank, as is usually done.
As soon as I finished speaking, Nagork immediately grabbed the contracts off the table and started reading. He then read the contract once, twice, 3 times, and in an attempt to see if what he was reading was not an illusion, he read the contract a 4th time. When Nagork finished rereading the contract, he started looking in panic at the papers, as he tried to remember his conversation and agreement with Mr. Knight, wanting to know at what point he started to be tricked by a wizard child.
But
Nagork, after finally accepting that he had been tricked, started muttering catatonically, putting the papers back on the table as he stared into space with a blank face.
This is what happens when we let rookies do the work of an seasoned goblin.
I sighed, looking at Nagork with disappointment and pity.
But to be able to trick a goblin, even if it's just a trainee.
I laughed as I walked out of the meeting room with my hands behind my back. Pav Ethan. Out of the bank.
Well, with the investment project finished, I can finally start my shopping.
I thought, looking down the rather crowded alley.
I think this time I'll start with my books.
Some.
Phew, I didn't take that long.
I said to myself, putting the last book in my bag and looking at my bracelet, which was in watch mode.
I only took,
And I also only spent 79 galleons, and that's not a lot compared to how much I usually spend on my trips to the alley.
I muttered, not realizing how Malfoy I sounded. Wait,
bad guys.
the new chapter. After I finished talking to Nagrork, I left the meeting room, only to find Sharpfang at the door, who looked at me curiously before greeting me respectfully. "Hello, Warrior Knight," he said with a small nod. "Hello, Manager Sharpfang," I said, also nodding my head. "Sorry for the different service. I hope the matters you came to our bank to handle went well," Sharpfang said to me, while giving me a curious look. "Oh yes, it went very well," I said with a sly smile, which made Sharpfang look at me curiously and cautiously. "But well, I'd love to talk to you, but I still have a lot to do, so I'll have to say goodbye. May your vaults overflow with the blood and tears of your enemies," I said, waving my hand at him. I then turned around and started to leave the bench, leaving a thoughtful goblin behind. "Pav Sharpfang." I watched the young warrior knight's back as he walked out the bank's front door, and I couldn't help but think that every time he appears he gives me a feeling of being in the presence of a wild beast. "Strange," I muttered, opening the door to the Knight Account's meeting room only to find my disciple laughing happily while looking at nothing. Ahem, I cleared my throat to get his attention. "Oh, Master Sharpfang, glad you're here. I've just struck an amazing deal with Mr. Knight that has given me many advantages," Nagrork said, sitting up straight in his chair and placing some papers on his desk. Hearing what Nagrork said and remembering the young knight's smile, I started to get a bad feeling. I then took the contract papers and started reading, and with each new page I read more, I began to understand why I had this feeling. In the end, when I finished reading the contract, I let out a weary sigh. For the first time, I understand why they say greed is an issue, and apparently karma has come back to bite you in the rear, I said, earning a confused look from Nagrork. "Who created the terms of this contract?" I asked. "It was Mr. Knight, but I also gave some suggestions and opinions," Nagrork answered me proudly, and I frowned. "Did Mr. Knight say anything about those?"
Well, now that I've bought my books, I'll check out my other materials, and then I'll take a walk down the alley to see if I find anything interesting.
Chapter 134. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey you guys, here's the new chapter. Surrey Little Winging, 4 Privet Drive. Pav third person.
Ari.
In a small, dark room that had a lot of broken furniture, a thin, short, dark-haired boy was squirming on his bed, obviously having a nightmare.
The
boy moaned, shifting in bed, sweating and unconsciously scratching his lightning bolt scar on his forehead.
I asked you to stop. Sorry. You hurt me, Harry. I had no choice.
Why did you have to hurt me?
Stop. I was suffering, Harry. Please.
Why did you kill me, Harry?
The boy then woke up with a jolt, sitting up on the bed while breathing heavily, rubbing his forehead. Pav Harry.
Damn it.
I swore, looking around and sighing in relief to see that it was just a nightmare. Even though I knew it was just a nightmare, the Quirrell's face and words still came to my mind.
Don't think about it, Harry. That was just a dream.
I muttered to myself as if that phrase was a mantra, or maybe I was just trying to trick my own mind. Bam, bam, bam. Just then I heard 3 violent knocks on my bedroom door, and then my Uncle Vernon's angry voice rang out.
Shut up, boy, we're wanting to sleep.
He yelled irritably, and then I heard the sound of his heavy footsteps moving away from the door. So I stared into the darkness of my room, trying to think of anything that wasn't Quirrell or Voldemort, but it was easier to want than to do.
Damn it, why can't I stop thinking about it?
I thought, covering my head with my hands as I pulled my knees closer to my body.
The headmaster told me he was dead anyway, so why do I keep thinking about it? Why do I keep thinking about them?
I screamed internally. I then felt my face wet and realized I was crying. I used the sleeves of my shirt to wipe away my tears as I laid my head on my pillow.
This vacation of mine is being amazing.
I thought sarcastically.
First, I have to put up with my.
I then looked at the ceiling of my room, trying to think of positive things, but my thoughts always wandered to the unfortunate events that happened to me.
Well, at least I have Hedwig with me.
I thought, looking at my beautiful white owl, who was also looking at me while pecking at the cage bars.
But I think I'd still rather see you out of this cage than stuck here with me.
I muttered. I could spend all night thinking about these things, but I was snapped out of my musings by a bright light streaming through the cracks in my bedroom window. Pa pa pa. I then heard the noise of someone knocking on my window, which I found strange since I was on the second floor. I went to the window and opened it, and the sight that appeared in front of me brought me a sense of surprise and immense happiness.
Hi, Harry. Ron.
Wednesday, Diagon Alley. Pav Ethan. A few days had passed since the day I came to Diagon Alley to buy my materials and make some investments, and currently I was back in the alley. As you already know, I had already bought and made everything I needed the day I came to the alley, but I was here for another reason that you probably already know what it is. The reason I'm in the alley again is that today is the day that the Weasleys and Potter will come to buy their supplies. And that's also the day that Lucius Malfoy will put Riddle's diary in Ginny's groceries, and I want to prevent this from happening. At this moment, I was sitting in the ice cream parlor eating a honey mint ice cream with cherry pie flakes, and even though the combination of flavors was strange, the ice cream was still very good. I was at the ice cream shop because it gave me an almost complete view of the alley, so I could wait for the older Malfoy to show up. I was also keeping an eye on the bookstore, while also thinking of ways to torture Lockhart, as I could hear his voice even from this distance. And if his voice wasn't enough, I still had to hear all the voices of the housewives who wanted his autograph. The worst part is that my sense of smell and empathy allowed me to feel the emotions and
Something worse than hormonal teenagers are horny old ladies.
I thought, looking at the bookstore in disgust. Then, as I cursed Lockhart, I heard some familiar voices, and turning in the direction of those voices, I saw a bunch of red hair. The group of redheads were in a panic, and I noticed the lack of a certain boy with dark hair and glasses.
Oh, Potter is probably in Nocturne Alley.
I realized. I then got up from the table I was sitting at and approached the group, as I had already sent a letter to the twins letting them know that I would be in the alley today.
Hey, Gred, hey, Ford.
I said, waving at the twins. The twins then turned to me, with Mr. Weasley doing the same.
Oh, hey, Ethan, they said.
I then looked at Mr. Weasley, who was looking at me too.
Hello, Mr. Weasley. I'm Ethan Knight, a friend of the twins and Ronald's classmate.
I said, offering my hand for a handshake.
Hi, Ethan. I'm glad to meet one of my kids' friends.
He said with a smile on his face as he shook my hand, and I was glad to see that he called me by name without those silly formalities.
Yes, I like to be friends with your kids.
I said, and then I turned to the twins.
There, I already said what you wanted. Now you can stop threatening my family.
I said with a hopeful look and desperate.
I don't know. What do you think, Fred? Maybe we should hide them in our basement for a few more days, just in case.
You guys are so cruel.
I said dramatically, with the twins chuckling evilly. Mr. Weasley, seeing our interaction, could only smile and laugh, seeing that his messy and playful kids would obviously only attract other messy and playful people.
But changing the subject, what were you looking for just now?
I asked the twins, seeing that the rest of the Weasley family weren't paying attention to us as they were looking around for Potter, with Mrs. Weasley and Ginny having already separated from the group to look for some time.
Oh, it's just that Harry was at our house.
Hearing the twins speak in turn, I nodded, already knowing what had happened because of the books.
I don't think you guys need to worry too much.
I said, earning a questioning look from the twins and the other Weasleys.
Why?
Harry?
Because Potter is right over there with Hagrid and Granger.
I said, pointing to the stairs of Gringotts Bank.
Harry!
Chapter 135. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter,
Harry, glad you're okay.
Mr. Weasley said as he approached Potter, inspecting him.
Where did you end up?
Ronald asked.
He ended up in Nocturne Alley.
Hagrid said with a frown, causing Mr. Weasley to look at Harry with concern, and meanwhile the twins and Ronald looked at him in wonder and jealousy.
They never let us go there.
Ronald commented with envy. I cut myself off from the rest of the conversation, as I had just seen out of the corner of my eye Draco and his father leaving Nocturne Alley and heading towards the Quidditch shop. I also used my magic vision, and I could see that Mr. Malfoy was in possession of something that contained a great deal of dark magic.
How am I going to get this diary?
I wondered. I then turned my attention back to the conversation as soon as I felt Mrs. Weasley arrive.
Oh, Harry dear, I'm glad you're safe. You could have been sent anywhere.
Mrs. Weasley said worriedly, and relieved as she brushed off Harry's soot. While Mrs. Weasley was checking that Harry had no injuries, I took the opportunity to greet Hagrid.
Hi, Hagrid.
I said, causing the half-giant to look at me.
Oh, hi, Ethan, how are you?
He asked me.
Good, and you? Oh, just a little busy.
Hagrid said and then glanced at a pocket watch he took out of the pocket of his moleskin coat.
And speaking of busy, I still have some business to attend to.
He said. Hagrid then said goodbye to us as he dismissed Mrs. Weasley's thanks for finding Potter. Hagrid walked down the bank steps while waving at us, and in a moment he was gone down the alley, leaving only the Weasleys, Granger, Potter, and me in front of the bank. Mrs. Weasley turned to look at me and Granger curiously, while Potter and Granger also turned to look at me, with Potter looking at me curiously while Granger looked at me a little annoyed for whatever reason. Ignoring Potter and Granger, I held out my hand to Mrs. Weasley.
Hello, Mrs. Weasley, I'm Ethan Knight, a friend of the twins.
I said with a polite smile on my face.
Oh dear, nice to meet you.
She said with a gentle smile on her face, ignoring my outstretched hand and giving me a typical mother hug. She then pulled away and looked at the twins.
I hope my kids aren't causing you too much trouble.
She said, earning a scandalized look from the twins.
Don't worry, they're very good friends, and I know how to keep them in line.
I said, ignoring the looks of the golden trio and the twins, who looked at me with disdain and disbelief.
Thanks, you're a good boy.
She said happily. Mrs. Weasley then turned and greeted Granger, who felt awkward not being used to someone so cheerful and affectionate. After the greetings, we all walked into the bank, where we saw Granger's parents exchanging some muggle money for wizard money. Potter also talked about seeing Malfoy and his father at Borgin and Burke's, and I started to wonder if I should pay a visit to this shop someday. After greeting Granger's parents, the Weasleys and Potter went to their vaults, and I didn't accompany them because I didn't need to go to my vault as I could get my money straight from my bank bag, and I also thought it was better let them go to their vaults alone, as I know the Weasleys aren't comfortable showing their financial status to others. After a few minutes they arrived, and with that we all split up planning to meet at the bookstore in an hour, with me following the twins who spotted Lee, but I still kept watching for Ginny or any sign of Lucius Malfoy and the diary. 1 hour later. After an hour of shopping in which the twins, Lee and I visited some prank shops, and where I managed to convince the twins to let me buy some things for them, we headed to Flourish and Blots. Arriving at the bookstore, we saw a crowd of people, most of which were housewife witches, and I immediately started to feel a headache coming on.
Lockhart is signing his books. Mom is probably crazy with happiness right now.
Fred commented, approaching the golden trio and his mother who was standing in line with an excited gleam in her eyes.
Wait a minute, kids. We'll be next in a minute.
Mrs. Weasley said, fixing her hair and clothes to make herself more presentable.
Is it just me, or does your mother seem a little too excited to meet Lockhart?
I asked the twins sarcastically.
Oh, it's just you.
Fred replied dryly.
Damn!
I heard George mutter beside me, and looking at him, I saw him looking at the prices of Lockhart's books.
Those books aren't expensive, they're super expensive.
But they were written by Lockhart, so obviously they would be expensive.
Granger said in her fangirl mode, and I resisted the urge to roll my eyes.
But still.
Ronald muttered loud enough for us to hear.
Don't worry, kids, we'll be able to buy them.
Mrs. Weasley said, but I could feel the worry coming from her as she looked at the prices and bit her lip.
You don't have to worry too much about prices. I have the VIP card for this bookstore.
I said, pulling a black and silver card out of my pocket. Does this bookstore have VIP cards? What do they?
How did you get a VIP card? I've been trying to get one since last year.
Granger exclaimed, cutting Ronald.
Simple, I got it because I met the requirements.
I said with a shrug.
But the requirements to get this card is very difficult.
She exclaimed in surprise.
Not so much.
I said.
Not so much. The requirements to get this specific card are to have bought more than 1,000 books, have a safe in Gringotts, and have a monthly income of 1,000 galleons.
Granger spoke, looking at me with a shocked look, and I just shrugged my shoulders again. As soon as Granger finished speaking, everyone, even the twins, looked at me in surprise.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I asked, confused.
1,000 books.
The twins were the first to speak, looking at me as if I were an alien from another dimension.
A monthly income of 1,000 galleons.
Ronald began to mutter, staring at nothing.
No big deal.
I said, getting a look from the twins that said.
I'm just not going to bewitch you here, and now, because our mother is here.
Eh.
Oh dear, that's very kind of you, but I can't accept it.
Mrs. Weasley, who came out of her stupor, said.
Don't worry, Ms. Weasley. If I don't use this card, it will only gather dust.
I said, waving my hand dismissively.
You really don't need. I insist.
I said, and not giving her time to refuse again, I placed the card in her hands.
Oh,
She said a little apprehensively, but with a grateful look on her face.
You're welcome.
I said.
What's with this VIP card?
Potter asked, and Granger, like the amazing encyclopedia that she is, was quick to respond.
this card is like a Muggle library card.
She asked Potter, who nodded.
Well, just unlike library cards, this card gives some discounts to the person who buys books at this bookstore with this card. The card also has several types, and the one in Mrs. Weasley's hand is the silver VIP card, which it's the second best card and one of the hardest to get. It gives 50% off all Flourish and Blots books and even gives the cardholder early access to new books that will be published.
Granger said it all in one breath, looking at the card with desire and envy.
Oh,
Potter replied, looking at the card in surprise, as were the other Weasleys who knew about the cards but didn't know about the benefits of the Flourish and Blots silver VIP card.
And it's not just Flourish and Blots that have VIP cards. Almost all Diagon Alley stores have this card system, but it's usually very difficult to get one. I still need to meet some requirements to get the most basic card from here.
Chapter 136. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Here's the new chapter. Seeing that everyone was still looking at the card and at me with amazement, I decided to lighten the mood.
don't mind the card. It's no big deal.
I said dismissively.
No big deal, my ass.
Was what went through the minds of the young people in the group.
Sigh.
Mr. Weasley said, and I just smiled at him.
Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's buy your books.
Said Mrs. Weasley, who saw that I didn't want to continue on that subject. She then walked into the bookstore while holding the card in one hand and Ginny in the other, and only I could see that the card she was holding had changed from black and silver to white and gold. What they didn't know is that the card I had wasn't the silver card, but the golden card, which happens to be the most difficult and expensive VIP card to get, at least as far as I know. The requirements to obtain it are to have purchased at least 5,000 books, have a private Gringotts bank account, have a monthly income of 10,000 galleons, and have a certificate signed by some administrative agent in the wizarding world, which in my case were the Gringotts goblins. This card of mine gives 70% off book purchases and allows me to order special and rare books, in addition to me being one of the first to know when a new book is published, with me even having the chance to get an autographed book. I don't care whether or not I have a VIP card, and yes, I have VIP cards from other stores down the alley. The only reason I took these cards was because of my mom, who thought it would be nice to have them as it would save me a lot of money, but I'm pretty sure it's because she likes to have a lot of cards. The only difference is that the cards my mother has are credit cards, and the wizarding cards only serve as an identification of the discount level. I knew the Weasleys would probably refuse the card if they knew it was that extravagant, so I decided to put an illusion on it to make it look like a silver card, and apparently it worked. In fact, I even thought about making it look like a lower-level card, as even a silver card is something fancy, but I knew it would be more difficult to explain the sudden appearance of a golden card. Seeing the Weasleys and company enter the bookstore, I followed them, frowning at the sound of Lockhart's voice coming from inside.
Well, even I have to suffer a little if I want to complete my plans.
I thought, entering the bookstore while using all my mastery with my beast power to diminish the potency of my senses. Once inside the bookstore, I left the group with the excuse of getting myself a book, as I didn't want to be near Potter when he started his
Presentation.
with Lockhart, where I could end up jinxing Lockhart. I was also hoping to find Lucius Malfoy before the confrontation with Mr. Weasley to try and get the diary out of him, so I used my magic vision and my magical sensory ability to look for any signs of dark magic. Ironically, I could feel that there were a lot of dark magic objects around Diagon Alley, but the magic wasn't that strong and the items were few. After some time hanging around the shop and listening to Lockhart introduce himself as Hogwarts' new Dada teacher, I felt a thick and strong dark magic near the entrance, and getting there after dodging 5 old ladies who were.
Finally,
I thought, feeling the diary in the inside pocket of Mr. Malfoy's robes. Wasting no time, I then proceeded to use some levitation magic to levitate the diary that was in his pocket, but just as I felt I was almost there, Mr. Malfoy held the diary while he pretended to straighten his robes.
damn, I was almost there.
I swore, looking at him to see if he'd noticed anything, but Mr. Malfoy was actually looking around as if looking for something. Lucius then looked to a specific corner and smirked, and following his gaze I saw Potter, Granger, Draco, and Mr. Weasley's and their family, minus Mrs. Weasley, who was still trying to get Lockhart's autograph. Mr. Malfoy then approached the group with me following close behind. Upon arriving at the group, Mr. Malfoy started doing something he is very good at, which is despising others while still trying to appear noble. I passed Mr. Malfoy's side with the intention of stealing his diary, but unfortunately I couldn't as he was still holding it tightly.
If I use a little more force, or if I bump into him again, he might end up getting even more suspicious, or worse, he might realize what I'm doing.
I thought, scowling. I then approached the twins and looked carefully at Mr. Malfoy, noticing that he was looking back and forth between Mr. Weasley, Potter and his scar, and Ginny's materials. Mr. Malfoy then continued to taunt the Weasleys with scathing remarks, with Mr. Weasley retorting with his own remarks. And in between that exchange, Mr. Malfoy took one of the books from Ginny's cauldron. After that, Mr. Malfoy scoffed at Mr. Weasley's financial situation, and soon afterwards he also mocked the company too, which in this case are the Muggleborns and Muggles of the group, myself included. Mr. Weasley then attacked Mr. Malfoy and everything happened exactly as in canon, but I didn't pay attention as I was looking at the diary and the book that Mr. Malfoy was still holding, even though he was fighting with Mr. Weasley. At one point I saw him drop the diary, and I immediately tried to use my levitation to bring the diary closer to me, but Mr. Malfoy quickly grabbed the diary as he realized he had let go. After that, Hagrid arrived and broke up the fight. Mr. Malfoy straightened his robes and sneered at us. Mr. Malfoy then returned the book he had taken from Ginny, looking scornfully and arrogantly at her, and I could see the diary being returned along with the book to the cauldron.
How did no one notice this? I can even say that I only noticed him hiding the diary because I knew it was going to happen. But even if I didn't know, it was still kind of obvious since the diary isn't even hidden properly.
I thought, looking around to see if anyone realized, unfortunately not finding anyone.
Sigh Lucius Malfoy, the new Houdini.
After a few more mocking remarks, Mr. Malfoy turned to leave the bookstore with his son. But just as the two Malfoys were leaving, as payment for mocking me, I made them trip over their feet with some wandless magic. The two then fell in sync to the floor, drawing a few muffled chuckles from the people around them and a great laugh from the Weasleys, who weren't afraid to offend them. The two got up quickly, embarrassed and annoyed, and with Mr. Malfoy taking one last look at Ginny's materials and Potter, they walked away with me looking at them satisfied. Turning around, I saw the twins looking at me with a raised eyebrow, and I just smiled innocently at them, which obviously didn't fool them, but they just shrugged their shoulders and ignored it. For the rest of the day, I kept looking for an opportunity to get the diary from Ginny's cauldron, but that opportunity never came, as even when I offered to carry her things, I was denied by her. I didn't try to insist on going through Ginny's things, as that would look awkward. No one would think it was okay if I insisted on going through her materials or if I tried to approach her so suddenly, and I don't want others to start thinking I have a crush on her. At the end of the day, I had to return home frustrated that I hadn't been able to get the diary, planning to take that frustration out on Mr. Malfoy the next time we meet. Knight's house the afternoon.
Damn, I couldn't get the diary.
I cursed, falling onto my bed.
How hard is it to get a girl's diary?
I asked myself in frustration.
Sigh, now I'm going to have to think of other ways to get this diary.
Looking at the ceiling, I started to think about how to get the diary at school, but just as I was going to plan a way to finish this plan of mine, I heard a flutter of wings outside my window, and I turned to look. I saw a shaggy owl that looked like it was going to die at any moment. At my window, I saw an owl that looked like it was going to drop dead at any moment. Opening the window for the owl, I saw that he was holding a letter. Leaving the owl to rest on Hermie's perch, I picked up the letter and started reading it. The letter was from the twins, and I realized the owl was Errol, the Weasley family owl.
Now that I realize that if Percy still got an owl like in canon, it's probably also called Hermes.
I thought, looking at Hermes, who was nudging Errol to see if he wasn't dead.
Meh, my Hermes is still better.
I shrugged and then went back to reading the letter. The contents of the letter, to my surprise, were the twins inviting me to visit their home, the Burrow. In the letter, they put the various reasons why I should go visit them, and if they didn't want to be pranksters, they could work with marketing and advertising. After reading the letter, I quickly wrote a reply, where I said that I would obviously enjoy going to their house, and that they could pick me up any day. Finishing the letter and sealing it, I set it on the side of a table for either Hermes or Errol to deliver.
Well, I guess I don't need to think of a new plan anymore to get the diary.
I thought with a smile on my face.
When life gives you lemons, make a really tasty lemon pie.
Chapter 137. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Sup, here's the new chapter. Saturday. Today is the day I'm going to visit the twins at their house, and I'm currently watching a table tennis championship with my dad while my mom was cooking in the kitchen. And before you ask, I don't have the slightest idea why we are watching a table tennis championship. Ding dong. As I stared in amazement at the feint the Chinese player did, I heard the bell ring.
Boys, can you answer the door?
My mother yelled from the kitchen.
Be one with the environment.
My dad started to quote in his mind, only to receive a wooden spoon on his head courtesy of my mom.
Ow, why always a wooden spoon? And why didn't you do the same with Ethan?
My father questioned, not daring to say it out loud. He then looked to the side only to see that I was nowhere.
Tusk.
My dad then got up to answer the door, and I, who was under a disillusionment charm, chuckled to see him walk muttering to the door while rubbing your head.
The blessings of magic.
I thought, letting out a satisfied sigh.
Sometimes I'm really impressed with my paw. Ouch. What the hell was that?
I questioned myself, turning to see what hit me only to see another wooden spoon.
How the hell did she know where I was, and why didn't my senses warn me?
And as if it was a sign, I felt inside me that my magic and my instincts were saying.
She's your mother. What do you want us to do? Women are scary.
I muttered, canceling the disillusionment charm.
Ethan, it's for you.
My father screamed, and using my senses, I felt some familiar magical signatures, and I then headed towards the door with my mother coming out of the kitchen to see who it was.
Hi, Mr. Weasley.
I greeted Mr. Weasley, who was the one at the door waiting for me.
And hi, Gred and Forge.
I said to the twins who were behind their father.
Hey, Ethan, the twins greeted back. Hi, Ethan, your dad told me you're ready to go.
Mr. Weasley said, and I nodded.
Yeah, I just need to get my bag from my room.
I said, and felt my mom appear beside my dad.
Hello, Mr. Weasley. I'm Sarah Knight, Ethan's mother.
My mother greeted him with a smile, reaching for him.
Oh, where are my manners? I'm Arthur Weasley, the parents of these two here.
Mr. Weasley said, shaking my mother's hand, realizing he hadn't introduced himself to my parents. My mom then looked at my dad out of the corner of his eye, who looked at her confused before the realization hit him.
Looks like I forgot to introduce myself too.
My dad said, rubbing the back of his neck embarrassed. He then extended his hand to Mr. Weasley.
I'm Joshua Knight, Ethan's amazing, wonderful father.
He said, and my mom and I both rolled our eyes at his
Amazing.
performance. Mr. Weasley then shook my father's hand as he looked at him in wonder, something the twins were also doing.
Mr. Weasley, why don't you come in and wait for me while I go get my things? And in that time, I might as well show Fred and George my room.
I proposed, and my father, who was by my side, was quick to agree with me.
Yes, Mr. Weasley, and I would also love to talk to an adult wizard about his wizarding community.
My dad said, with his eyes twinkling like a child who has just received the PlayStation she wanted as a gift.
And I'd also love to meet the parents of my son's friends, as I'd also like to talk about the wizarding world. And it's kind of hard to get that when you only have friends and acquaintances who are also muggles.
My mother said with an ironic smile.
With this invitation from the two of you, so I can't refuse.
Mr. Weasley said, and then his eyes also began to glisten.
But I'd also like you to tell me about some of your muggle items, like that contraption that's next to your mailbox.
He said.
The lawn mower.
My father asked, confused.
Oh, so that's what he's called.
Mr. Weasley said in realization.
Well, since you two have already found something in common to talk about, I'm going to take the boys upstairs to get my stuff.
I said, motioning for the twins to follow. We then went upstairs to my room, leaving my mother and the two adult children to have their conversation downstairs.
Your parents seem nice.
Fred said as soon as we got to my room.
Yes, they are.
I said, smiling.
Looks like someone we know.
George commented, and I felt his gaze on me.
Uh-huh.
I laughed dryly. I then went to the desk beside my bed and picked up my shrunken suitcase that was attached to a drawstring. I then tied this cord around my neck and tucked the suitcase into my robes.
That's a good way to store your suitcase. Maybe I'll do the same with mine.
George said with a hand on his chin thoughtfully.
Me too.
Fred said.
How unoriginal.
I said dryly, earning 2 dry laughs from the twins. The twins then looked around at my room, inspecting every detail.
Well, here is cool and interesting, but I thought there would be more.
Fred started.
More bodies and chains.
I was going to say books, but bodies in chains too. I keep almost all my books in the library in my suitcase. And why did you think I would have bodies chained in my room?
I questioned them, looking at them strangely, and in return they just stared at me with blank faces before turning and walking out of my room.
The
burrow. After telling my parents to come get me at the end of the day, I followed the twins and Mr. Weasley to his pale blue Ford Angilla. In the car, we spent some time on the road talking, with Mr. Weasley asking me about muggle things he saw on the way. After a few minutes, we finally arrived at the Weasleys' house, which was located on the outskirts of Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon. The burrow was weirder and quirkier than I'd expected, but it still felt amazing the way it managed to hold on, even though it looked like it could fall at any moment.
Impressive, right?
Fred asked with his hand on my shoulder, and I could only nod in amazement, much to Mr. Weasley's surprise.
What spells were used to keep the house steady? Were the rooms added randomly or was it planned? can you still add more floors?
I then started with my flood of questions, which only stopped when the twins covered my mouth and dragged me into the house, leaving behind a Mr. Weasley who had an amused look on his face.
Hello, Ethan, dear. Nice to see you again. How are you?
The first person to greet me as I entered the house was obviously Mrs. Weasley, who greeted me with a kind smile and a hug that only a mother could give.
Hello, Mrs. Weasley, I'm fine.
I replied with a smile on my face.
That's good.
Mrs. Weasley said. She then pointed to one of the windows overlooking the garden.
Harry and Ronald are over in the back garden. Why don't you go play with them while I make lunch?
She offered, and before I could even respond, the twins who were behind me started pushing me towards the door.
Bye, Mrs. Weasley.
I said, waving at her, who happily waved back.
Bye, Mom, the twins said too.
Sigh. Chapter 138. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Arriving in the back garden, I saw that Potter and Ronald, who I decided to call by name because there are many Weasleys in the house and it's easy to confuse, were sitting on the grass playing wizard chess.
Hey!
I said, causing them to stop the game and look at me.
Oh, the twins' friend.
Ronald said tactlessly.
Why can't he call me by my name?
I mentally sighed.
You know I have a name, right?
I asked rhetorically.
Sorry, Knight.
He said, scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment.
Saya, you can call me Ethan, you know.
I said.
Well, in that case you can call me Ron. That's what most everyone calls me.
Ron said with a shrug.
And you can call me Harry too. It's kind of weird when they call me Mr. Potter or Potter.
Potter, now Harry, said, scratching his head.
Okay, Harry and Ron.
I said with a soft smile on my face. I then looked at the chessboard between them.
Well, what are you guys doing?
I asked.
Oh, Harry has been trying to beat Ron at chess ever since they woke up.
Fred was the one who replied. And so far there are 12 victories.
16.
Ron said, interrupting George.
16 wins for Ron.
George continued without missing a beat.
And how many wins for Harry?
I asked.
0.
0, the 3 Weasleys in the room replied, and I looked pityingly at Harry, who ducked his head in embarrassment.
I'm still learning.
He muttered under his breath.
I see.
I commented sarcastically, watching him lose his queen.
Checkmate.
Ron said after one more move, making Harry sigh in defeat.
One more round.
Ron asked.
Now, let's play something else.
Harry said, tired of losing.
Like?
Ron asked.
I know. Let's play a friendly Quidditch match.
Fred exclaimed, which immediately cheered Harry up.
But here there are an odd number of people.
George recalled.
Why don't you call your sister?
I asked, earning thoughtful looks from the twins and an odd look from Ron.
Call Ginny.
Ron asked.
Yeah, she must at least know how to ride a broomstick, right?
I asked back.
Yes, but...
Ron continued.
Why not? So then we can play a full game.
Fred said excitedly.
But we don't have enough brooms.
Ron said, making the twins realize that there was a slight flaw in their idea.
Don't worry about it. I brought my broom and some extra brooms.
I said, pulling the string with my suitcase around my neck. I then put the suitcase on the floor, and with a flick of my wand, it returned to its normal size. From the suitcase, I took my Nimbus 2005 of the 9 Clean Sweep 7 I had.
It's always good to be prepared.
I thought, enjoying Ron's shocked look.
How many brooms do you have?
George asked me, also surprised.
Some.
I replied with a shrug.
I plan to collect brooms as a hobby, and I'm starting with the newer ones, and then I'll look for the older ones.
I said.
If you want old brooms, you can keep ours.
Fred commented playfully.
Well, I accept, but to be fair, you can have these clean sweeps in exchange.
I said, but I was met with silence. Turning around, I saw that the twins, Ron, and even Harry were staring at me with their mouths open.
What's it?
I asked with a raised eyebrow.
Are you serious?
Ron asked.
At these moments serious is missed, since I can't use the joke.
I sighed mentally.
Yes, I'm serious.
I shrugged.
But these are clean sweep 7, and not just 1 but 5.
He exclaimed.
It's not that big of a deal. I have another clean sweep 7 in my suitcase.
I said, and I could have sworn Ron was about to pass out.
Well, in that case, we accept.
The twins said, since they knew they wouldn't beat me in an argument, and that when I put something in my mind, I would go all the way to complete it.
I was already planning on giving the twins a broom as a gift, and this was a good opportunity since I'm really looking forward to collecting brooms. But I don't want to collect just brooms, but several magical objects, since I think it will be nice to set up a private museum with all these items.
Well, in that case, since the broom problem is solved, so we just need someone to call Ginny in her room.
0, the 3 Weasleys in the room replied, and I looked pityingly at Harry, who ducked his head in embarrassment. I'm still learning, he muttered under his breath. I see, I commented sarcastically, watching him lose his queen. Checkmate, Ron said after one more move, making Harry sigh in defeat. One more round, Ron asked. Now let's play something else, Harry said, tired of losing. Like, Ron asked. I know, let's play a friendly Quidditch match, Fred exclaimed, which immediately cheered Harry up. But here there are an odd number of people, George recalled. Why don't you call your sister? I asked, earning thoughtful looks from the twins and an odd look from Ron. Call Ginny, Ron asked. Yeah, she must at least know how to ride a broomstick, right? I asked back. Yes, but...
I pass.
0, the 3 Weasleys in the room replied, and I looked pityingly at Harry, who ducked his head in embarrassment. I'm still learning, he muttered under his breath. I see, I commented sarcastically, watching him lose his queen. Checkmate, Ron said after one more move, making Harry sigh in defeat. One more round, Ron asked. Now let's play something else, Harry said, tired of losing. Like, Ron asked. I know, let's play a friendly Quidditch match, Fred exclaimed, which immediately cheered Harry up. But here there are an odd number of people, George recalled. Why don't you call your sister? I asked, earning thoughtful looks from the twins and an odd look from Ron. Call Ginny, Ron asked. Yeah, she must at least know how to ride a broomstick, right? I asked back. Yes, but...
Huh.
Harry and I looked at them confused, before we understood what they were doing.
Sigh.
I said, looking at them with narrowed eyes.
Well, looks like there's only you left, Ethan.
Fred told me.
Wait, Harry didn't say anything either.
I said indignantly.
Yeah, but I doubt he'll be able to talk to Ginny without her running off to hide from him.
Ron said.
You have a point.
I said, I then sighed and looked up the stairs leading to the upper floors.
Where's her room?
I asked.
First floor, second door on the left.
George said, pushing me towards the house. I said, causing them to stop the game and look at me. Oh, the twins' friend, Ronald said tactlessly. Why can't he call me by my name? I mentally sighed. You know I have a name, right? I asked rhetorically. Sorry, Knight, he said, scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment. Sigh, you can call me Ethan, you know, I said. Well, in that case you can call me Ron, that's what most everyone calls me, Ron said with a shrug. And you can call me Harry too. It's kind of weird when they call me Mr. Potter or Potter, now Harry said, scratching his head. Okay, Harry and Ron, I said with a soft smile on my face. I then looked at the chessboard between them. Well, what are you guys doing? I asked. Oh, Harry has been trying to beat Ron at chess ever since they woke up, Fred was the one who replied. And so far there are 12 victories.
Hey.
Ginny answered back, surprised that I was the one knocking on her door.
Well, the boys and I are looking to play a game of Quidditch, but we need one more person to complete the team, Sua.
I asked.
What, really?
As soon as she heard what I said, Ginny immediately asked excitedly, looking at me with hopeful eyes.
Of course.
I nodded.
Fine, just wait a minute, I'm coming down soon.
She said, going to put the books that were on your bed in your bag, and in the middle of those books I saw Riddle's diary.
Ready, shall we?
She asked with an excited smile on her face, which brought a smile to my own face.
Yeah, the boys should be waiting for us.
I said, and then we started down the stairs, not before I took one last look at her room. After a few quick Quidditch matches, we all headed back inside the house, as Mrs. Weasley called us to lunch. After a hearty and very tasty lunch, I saw Mrs. Weasley going to wash the dishes, and I, like a good person, got up from my chair and walked over to her.
Let me do the dishes, Ms. Weasley. It's the least I can do.
I said, rolling up my sleeves.
Don't worry about it, dear. I can do it myself. Go play with the boys.
She said, shooing me away with a gentle smile on her face.
I can't let you do everything on your own. I would feel guilty. And besides, my mother would be disappointed if she knew I abused her hospitality.
I said with a sad look.
Well,
Mrs. Weasley said uncertainly.
but wouldn't you rather play with the boys?
She asked.
Oh, don't worry. The boys will help me too, right?
I said, with the last part being addressed to the boys who planned to refuse but met my menacing gaze.
Hee, of course.
Doing the dishes is so much fun. As a good friend, I can't let him do it all alone, hee. Well, I'm glad to see you guys want to help that much.
Mrs. Weasley said, looking at the twins and Ron proudly, but they only smiled nervously.
Damn night.
Damn night, they thought. And meanwhile, Harry and Ginny were sweating looking at the scene. After we cleaned up the kitchen, Ginny went upstairs to her room saying that she wanted to read the Hogwarts books, but we all knew she wanted to run away from Harry. And meanwhile, the boys and I sat on the couch in the living room, with the boys, except Harry, plopping wearily into their seats.
First you managed to get our mom to accept your VIP card from the bookstore, and now you managed to manipulate her into letting you do the dishes while making us help you against our will. I'm impressed.
Fred said, bowing slightly to me.
I try.
I said, brushing imaginary dust off my shoulder.
I'm most impressed by the fact that even with all the necessary traits, you still haven't been chosen for Slytherin.
George commented.
Oh, the Sorting Hat was not sure which house I would be placed in, so he let me decide.
What were the options?
Harry asked, since the same thing happened to him.
The 4 houses.
I replied, earning a surprised look from Harry and an unimpressed look from the twins.
And why did you choose Ravenclaw?
Chapter 139. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey ladies and gentlemen, here's the new chapter.
Why did I choose Ravenclaw? Well, the answer is simple actually.
I said with a shrug and a disdainful look.
Hey,
Ron and Harry exclaimed indignantly.
fair.
The twins said. As for Hufflepuff, there is a place where there is a lot of kindness, and I don't think I could handle that much.
Love.
And peace and yellow wouldn't suit me either. Fred and George spoke, sharing an odd look.
What's it?
I asked upon realizing their strangeness.
It's just a rumor, but
Fred started.
we've heard that at least once a week, the Hufflepuff boys get together in a room too.
I said with a blank face, deciding to ignore this little bit of information. I then turned to Harry and Ron, who were looking at the shocked twins.
Now back to the matter. With 2 of the houses being eliminated, there were only Ravenclaw and Slytherin left. And as you know, I'm a Muggleborn, and Slytherins for the most part kind of hate Muggleborns, so if I went there the Slytherins would be teasing me.
George commented.
And then I would have to send some of them to the hospital wing. Oh,
In that case, then all that's left is Ravenclaw, which in addition to having the blue color that suits me very well, still has private rooms and a library, and I can easily ignore the know-it-alls who walk around with a dick in their heads like they're the greatest connoisseurs and scholars in the world.
I finished with the twins nodding in understanding as I received a shocked look from Harry and Ron.
I wouldn't expect you to swear at the other Ravenclaws.
Ron commented in surprise.
Well, not all Ravenclaws are like that, but there are still some exceptions.
I shrugged.
it's a good thing Gryffindor doesn't have people like that.
Ron muttered, and I looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
Do you think there aren't idiots like that in the Great Lion's house?
I asked, my voice dripping with sarcasm.
Obviously.
He replied.
Ah, well.
I asked casually. After my question, Ron then, as if a switch had been flipped, started citing all 1001 possible reasons why Slytherin and all Slytherins are mean and pureblood idiots. As he spoke, the twins and I exchanged an exasperated look before turning to Harry, only to see him nodding at Ron's words, and I nearly smacked my face.
You were almost a Slytherin yourself, you idiot.
I thought. At the end, when Ron finished speaking, he looked over at us, only to see me and the twins looking at him with a raised eyebrow.
Idiot.
Idiot.
Huh.
Later, after an afternoon of playing wizard and muggle games I'd brought, I realized it was getting late and it was time for me to leave.
Well, I guess it's almost time for my parents to come get me.
I said, glancing at the clock on the wall.
I didn't even notice the time passing.
Harry said, also looking at his watch.
I think we got too involved in the game.
Fred commented.
Yeah, but we haven't bankrupted him yet.
George said, with him and the other boys looking at the pile of fake money I had.
Don't be sad, maybe in a few years you can beat me at Monopoly.
I said, using one of the fake bills to wipe my fake sweat, earning a glare from the boys.
Ethan, your father is here to pick you up.
I then heard Mr. Weasley say to me.
Well, I guess this is where we say goodbye.
I said dramatically.
Yeah, it was good while it lasted.
Fred said also dramatically, as he pretended to wipe away a tear.
I'm going to miss you.
George commented, leaning sadly on his brother. I then got up and patted my pockets, only to feel that something was missing.
Oh, I think I forgot my suitcase upstairs in your room, George.
I said, but actually I left it there on purpose.
I'm too tired to get up, go get it.
He said, shooing me away with his hand, making my right eye twitch.
Lazy.
I huffed, but I still went. The twins' room was on the second floor, which meant I'd go through Ginny's room to get to theirs, and since she was downstairs, I'd have the perfect opportunity to get the Horcrux, and that was all part of my makeshift plan. After getting my suitcase from the twins' room, I started down to the first floor, and using my senses, I realized that there was no one on that floor.
This is the perfect time to get the diary.
I thought, walking silently to Ginny's room, obviously using the disillusionment charm, as I didn't want to get caught snooping around a girl's room by her family. I also brought a diary exactly like Riddle's, which I planned to leave in place of the original so Ginny wouldn't be suspicious. Entering her room and feeling the magic in the room, I easily found Riddle's diary, and wasting no time, I quickly caught it.
That's 6 to go.
I thought, holding the Horcrux in my hand and feeling its corrupted and evil magic. Putting the Horcrux away and placing the copy in Ginny's things, I quickly left her room, canceling the disillusionment charm. I then went down to the living room, and after a little goodbye and promises to write, I went to my father, who was waiting for me outside with his car, while gaping at the distinguished building in front of him.
Welcome to the wizarding world, Dad.
I said with a smile, walking past him and getting into the car. My father continued to stare at the house in amazement for a minute until he recovered from his stupor, and after waving to the Weasley family at the door, he also got into the car. He then started the car and drove to our house, with me thinking about the diary that was in my suitcase. Knight's house. After arriving home, my family gathered in the living room and I told my parents about my day at the first wizarding house I visited, and after promising Seal that I would show her some garden gnomes at some point, I went up to my room. Arriving in my room, I opened my suitcase and took out Riddle's diary. With the diary in hand, I looked at it using my magic vision, and seeing the dark magic in the diary, I felt a feeling of disgust surge through me, and I turned off my magic vision before the feeling got stronger.
And I thought that all kinds of magic were still magic.
I thought, despising my naive thought.
If the unforgivable curses are the same, I'm really not going to make the slightest effort to learn them.
I then picked up the diary and tossed it in disgust into my suitcase.
But well, still that was another mission completed.
Chapter 140. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Padaron com/C7NX. Hey, here's the new chapter. After I got Riddle's diary, I locked it in one of the more secure compartments of my suitcase. And with it, I knew that at least 2 of Voldemort's Horcruxes would be with me by the end of second year. I knew it would be very easy for me to get Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, as it was in a place that was easily accessible to me, which was the Room of Hidden Things. After that, there would only be Helga Hufflepuff's cup, Salazar Slytherin's locket, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, the Snake Nagini, and Harry himself. The problem is that many of these Horcruxes will be very difficult to get, as they are in inaccessible places for me, at least for now. I don't know how to get the cup that is in the Lestrange family vault, and in my opinion this is the hardest Horcrux to get when compared to the others. The ring is in the Gaunt shack, and I just need a better understanding of wards to be able to get the ring, as Voldemort put too many wards in the shack, to the point that even Dumbledore had a hard time getting through. The locket is at 12 Grimmauld Place, and I have to wait for Sirius to escape Azkaban so I can find a way into the house. Either that, or I could try to think of a way to lure Creature out of the house where I could convince him to let me destroy the locket. The Snake Nagini at this moment is probably next to Voldemort in Albania. And the last Horcrux is Harry himself, and I still have no idea how to get rid of the piece of Voldemort's soul that is in his scar, so I have to study more, or I can probably leave it to prophecy and fate, which is not a very smart thing to do.
Sigh.
I thought, rubbing my temples.
And if Horcruxes weren't enough, this madman was still the one who created the basilisks, erg. Damn Herpo.
September 1st. After spending a few days, where most of the time I was training or studying, and even visiting the den twice more, it was finally time to go back to school. I heard from Harry himself about Dobby getting him into trouble with his family and the ministry, so I knew that Dobby would probably magically lock the platform barrier to keep Harry from going to Hogwarts. I also knew that this would probably lead to Harry and Ron flying to school in Mr. Weasley's flying car. And I didn't intend to change that. In fact, I even planted the idea in Ron's head that flying in the car to school it would be really cool. I did it because they would lose points, and even though I have a slight friendship with them, it doesn't change the fact that I found it fun to
Manipulate.
the points like I did last year.
Now I know how Dumbledore and Snape feel when they do that.
I thought.
So dear, excited to be back at school.
My mother asked me. Currently my family and I were in my father's car, with him driving towards King's Cross Station.
Excited would be an understatement.
My dad commented dryly.
Didn't you see how hyperactive he was these days? I wasn't that excited.
I defended myself, only to receive a blank stare from my parents.
Okay.
I muttered.
These wizard children.
My father sighed.
Jealous?
I muttered, loud enough for my dad to hear, and I could see his left eye twitch.
Brother, can I go to school with you?
Seal, who was resting her head on my arm, lifted her face to me and asked.
Not yet, you're too young to go to Hogwarts.
I said, ruffling her hair.
On, but I wanted to see magic.
She grumbled with a cute pout.
A critical hit, my father and I thought.
Well, princess, if you behave yourself this year, Ethan can show you some magic.
My mom said, and I looked at her critically for using me as a bribe.
Serious?
Seal asked with her eyes shining.
Sirius is missed in these moments. Without him, the joke doesn't make sense.
I thought with my head down.
Yes, isn't it, Ethan?
My mother asked with a smile that made me shiver. I said, nodding quickly.
Good.
My mother nodded with a satisfied smile.
Yup.
Seal celebrated, hugging me. Well, I guess it's not that bad. After a tearful goodbye from my family.
Hi boys, how are why?
Lisa started to say, but then she looked at our compartment with her mouth open.
What the hell?
Language.
Language, the boys and I spoke simultaneously, causing Lisa to recover from her shock and look at us with an irritated look, but her cheeks were red when she realized what she had said.
If the reason for your shock is because of the size of our compartment.
Michael said, and Lisa looked at the compartment with understanding.
Oh, that explains the size.
she said, but then gained a curious look.
But who cast the spell?
As soon as she finished her question, the boys then turned to look at me. Lisa said. She then shook her head and returned her gaze to the compartment.
Since your compartment is so big, I'm going to call the girls for us to sit here with you, so we can talk about how our vacation was. Have any problem for you?
She asked.
No,
I do not mind.
no problem.
We even accepted Michael.
Yes, they even.
Well then, I'll go get them.
Lisa said, and she then turned and quickly walked out of the hallway.
So,
Stephen asked, pulling a deck of cards from his pocket and some caramel candies from his bag. After the girls arrived at our compartment, we talked about our vacation, where I found out that Sue also went to the States. In the middle of our conversation, I managed to see, thanks to my senses, Mr. Weasley's Ford Angilla flying over the Hogwarts Express. I know they're going to get in trouble, but I also want to ride in a flying car. Chapter 141. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Bonjour mes amis, here's the new chapter.
wow, the carriages are moving by themselves.
Stephen commented, impressed, as soon as the carriages started to move.
I thought you would have gotten used to the weirdness of the wizarding world by now.
I said with a slight amused smile on my face.
I highly doubt he'll get used to it.
Terry said, also with a slight smile on his face.
It's just that for someone who's seen a lot of cars and motorcycles and even horse carriages, seeing a carriage that moves by itself is amazing.
Stephen said, looking out the window at the other carriages.
Well, you're right, but these particular carriages aren't moving by themselves.
I started to say, and I could feel my colleagues looking at me curiously.
They're being pulled by the straws.
I finished with a shrug, seeing some confused looks from my friends being directed at me.
The straws?
Terry asked, and Anthony, who was beside him, started looking at the other carriages next to Stephen, trying to see the Strals. I also saw Padma taking a book out of her bag, and I struggled not to ask why she was carrying an expansion bag with books.
Wait!
I reminded myself, looking at the bag I always carry with me.
What are these the Strals like? I can't see them.
Anthony said.
Well, I guess it's good for you not to be able to see them, and the rest of you probably won't be able to see the Strals either, as you have to meet a requirement to see them.
I explained, and I heard a sigh from the Padma, followed by a feeling of surprise and sadness.
What requirement?
Stephen asked curiously, and everyone else looked at me wanting to know the answer.
Well,
That only people who have seen death can see the Strals.
Padma said, looking at a page in her book that I now realized was about magical creatures.
yes.
I said, and then I saw my friends look at the front of the other carriages with either surprised or fearful looks. But then, after a second, Terry's eyes widened, and he turned to me with a surprised look. My other friends looked at Terry confused and then turned to me, and as if a lamp had been lit in their heads, they all started looking at me with wide eyes.
Ethan!
Terry started, and I just shrugged. My friends then started looking at me with sad eyes.
They must probably be thinking about who I saw die in front of me.
I realized.
I think they would be even more surprised if they knew that the one I saw die was myself.
I thought, amused and a little sad too.
Well,
Anthony said, after looking at an illustration of a Thestral in Padma's book of magical creatures, in an attempt to change the subject, to which I gave him a grateful look.
heh, yeah, they look scary too.
Terry commented, and with that everyone started talking about the appearance and mythos of the Thestrals, deciding to drop the subject of who I saw die.
You know, they're nothing like what others say.
I commented.
What do you mean?
Stephen asked.
Wizards often associate the Strals with death, bad luck, and bad omen, and it's all just because they look like that and because of the requirement to see them.
I started to say.
Even divination treats the Strals as a bad thing, symbolizing death in your predictions. Well,
Padma muttered.
But wouldn't that be judging a book by its cover?
Anthony commented, and Padma shrugged.
If most wizards took the trouble to interact with the Strals, they'd see how they're misjudging them.
I said.
How do you know all this?
Terry then asked.
Well, I like to study about magical creatures, and I talk to Hagrid a lot. And I realized that the only scary thing about the Strals is how they look, and even that can be ignored, as they are pretty when you see them up close.
I answered.
Wait, have you ever come close to one?
Stephen asked me.
Yes, I always go to the Forbidden Forest to play with them, and they are very smart and approachable.
I replied.
In the Forbidden Forest.
Padma exclaimed, looking at me in surprise.
But isn't it dangerous there? I've heard that there are even werewolves living in the forest.
She said, startled.
Nah, the most dangerous thing there are squirrels, of course, only if you don't go too deep into the forest, because then you won't even know how you became food for another being.
I replied, waving my hand casually.
Another being? Didn't you mean another animal?
Padma asked with a wary look, and I replied with a mysterious smile.
What did you mean by that?
She asked me, even more scared.
Oh look, we're here.
Stephen said suddenly, and just like he said, we could see through the windows the entrance to the castle.
Well, let's go then.
I said as soon as the carriage stopped, opening her door and getting out quickly, with my friends following behind.
No, wait, Ethan. What did you mean by becoming another being's food?
And Padma followed shortly after, with me walking faster with an amused smile on her face. Great Hall, beginning of the school year banquet. The walk to the Great Hall was smooth, with me chatting with my friends from the other houses I met along the way, and with Hilton, who looked at me critically as soon as he saw me, as if he were sizing me up to see if I still had an athletic body. As soon as we sat down at the Ravenclaw table, Anthony glanced at the staff table. His eyes then widened and he turned to us.
Look who's at the staff table. It's Gilderoy Lockhart.
Anthony whispered excitedly, shaking Terry's shoulder.
Ugh!
Anthony looked at us confused.
Who is Gilderoy Lockhart?
Stephen then asked, causing most of the people who heard him to turn to him.
What do you mean? You don't know who Mr. Lockhart is.
A third-grade girl exclaimed indignantly.
Muggleborn, remember.
Stephen said, pointing to himself.
Didn't you see our bill of materials?
Mandy asked.
No, I got lazy, so I sent Michael the money and asked him to buy my materials for me. Wait, did you ask me to buy your materials because you were too lazy? You told me you were busy, so you wouldn't be able to buy your materials.
Michael exclaimed.
Well,
Stephen shrugged, and Michael looked at him through gritted teeth.
Damn, I wish I had won this video game for Christmas.
Michael thought, looking even more angrily at Stephen.
But then you didn't read any of the books you bought.
Sue then asked. Stephen said, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Ignoring the urge to ask what the hell a Nintendo was, Padma began to explain to Stephen who Lockhart was, thankfully not having the dreamy appearance of the other girls and Anthony. And as she talked about Lockhart's accomplishments, with a few girls complimenting it with some compliments and passionate sighs, I looked at Lockhart with a frown.
Yes, Lockhart is a very good wizard.
I thought, not saying it out loud to avoid getting killed by the hormonal girls around me, and by Anthony, who is too close to the silverware.
Look, the first years are here.
Lisa said to us, silencing the conversation. And just as she said, the doors to the Great Hall were opened, and Professor McGonagall entered with a group of children.
They're so cute and small.
Morag cooed, and all of us sophomores turned to look at her strangely.
You're only a year older than them.
Stephen commented.
And you can't say they're small when they're almost your size.
Chapter 142. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Salve KRL BR Aquipoha. Here's the new chapter. The sorting ceremony began after a while, with Sorting Hat singing a different song than the last time. I paid attention to sorting as I wanted to memorize the names and faces of all the new students, something I intended to do every year as you never know when that little knowledge will be needed. Of all the faces, only 3 of them had any relevance. Those relevant faces were Ginny, someone I already knew, Luna, who was very noticeable among the other first years for her hair embellished with dried leaves and sunflowers, and Colin, who looks just like the actor in the movies and was looking at everything with an excited look. Seeing that excited look on his face and knowing his personality, hobby, and obsession, I could only look at Harry with a pitying look. As the ceremony continued, I heard some familiar wizarding family names and realized that many of those first years who went to Slytherin had neutral or supposedly black families, but some also went to Ravenclaw and surprisingly or not to Hufflepuff. "Lovegood Luna," Professor McGonagall called, and then I saw the dreamy blonde girl walk up to the stool with little bounces in her step.
Hello, Mr. Hat. Today is a beautiful night, isn't it?
I listened with my enhanced hearing Luna speak to the Sorting Hat.
Yes, indeed, my girl.
The hat replied. Luna then sat on the bench and Professor McGonagall put the Sorting Hat on her head, and the rest of the conversation I couldn't hear as they were probably having the mental conversation.
Which house do you think she's going to?
Anthony asked.
Ravenclaw. Well, I think that answers the question.
I saw Luna take the Sorting Hat off her head and get up from the stool with a happy smile on her face. She then returned the hat to Professor McGonagall and,
Is it just me, or did Professor McGonagall blush?
I realized. Well, Luna then came hopping toward the Ravenclaw table and sat in a space left for the first years, with her waving at the ghosts along the way. At the end of the ceremony, with all of us seated and with the headmaster's opening speech over, we started to devour the food from the table. And as I feasted on a plate of lasagna bolognese, which as I remember it was one of the recipes that I showed the elves last year, I saw Professor Snape enter the Great Hall with a scowling face. However, I could feel the feelings of happiness and satisfaction that came from him. He then went over to the staff table and spoke to the headmaster and Professor McGonagall, showing them a newspaper. And after a little chat, Professor McGonagall got up and followed Professor Snape out of the Great Hall.
To Harry and Ron, may their souls rest in the beyond.
I thought in my mind as I felt the anger that was coming from Professor McGonagall.
Wait!
I thought, almost palming my forehead.
Well, at least there will be other ways to make Gryffindor lose points. Although it won't be necessary, since the trio probably won't receive points for solving the secret chamber problem.
Would you pass me that cherry pudding? It's good for stopping the dizziness caused by big nose spins.
Luna, who was a few seats away, said to Michelle Foster, another first year. This girl then looked at her strangely, as did other students around her, but some looked at Luna curiously, especially the Muggleborns.
That girl is a little weird.
Michael commented, and before I could say anything in her defense, Anthony spoke up.
Michael, you compliment yourself while looking in the mirror.
As soon as Anthony finished speaking, my friends laughed as Michael looked away in embarrassment. 3 minutes? How narcissistic must someone be to be praising themselves for 3 minutes? The most I can get is 2 minutes, I thought, looking at Michael critically and a little impressed. At some point during the banquet, the headmaster got up and left the Great Hall, probably to solve the flying car problem, and after a few minutes he returned happily chatting with a frowning Professor Snape. At the end of the banquet, the headmaster stood up and gave his closing speech, and he then dismissed all the students to their dormitories. I then saw Andrew get up, and I realized he had a prefect badge on his robes.
How did you become a prefect?
I asked as he was passing me.
What is that supposed to mean?
He asked with a raised eyebrow.
Well,
I started to say.
what he means is that you don't seem responsible enough to be a prefect.
Penelope said, joining in the conversation, and I also noticed the prefect's badge on her robes.
Well, I wasn't going to say it in those exact words, but that's almost it.
I shrugged.
I am responsible.
Andrew defended himself, and we looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
Well,
Anthony asked.
I mean, as I recall, he was the 5th-year prefect last school year. He said he wants to focus on studying for his newts next year.
Andrew shrugged.
Now excuse me, as I need to guide our young eagles.
Ravens.
I corrected him. Ravens, he continued without missing a beat.
To our incredible Ravenclaw nest.
But shouldn't that be the work of the fifth-year prefects?
I asked.
Do you think I'm going to miss the chance to indoctrinate?
Andrew asked, and my friends and I started looking at him with blank faces, and Penelope by my side just rubbed her temples.
I'm going to regret letting him talk me into this.
I heard Damien Paris mutter, and I realized he's the fifth-year prefect who should take the first years to the common room.
Actually, I already regret it.
It's too late to go back on the deal now.
Andrew said, and without wasting any more time, he turned and headed toward the poor, helpless first years.
I guess I should be grateful he hasn't been a prefect last year.
Chapter 143. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Sup ladies and gentlemen, here's the new chapter. Waking up the next day with Nix lying on my lap, I sat on my bed and started to think. Now that I'm at school, I might try to get Fox to deliver the letter to the Flamels, but that's something I don't need to rush into.
Sigh, now I really wish I had learned the killing curse. At least this spell would give me more chances to kill this damn snake.
I thought. Meow, I heard Nix meow, and I saw that she was staring at me with curiosity and even concern.
Don't worry, girl, I'm just thinking about a few things.
I said, caressing her, who purred satisfied.
Sigh, I think I better get up.
And with that said, I put Nix back on the bed and got up to change into my uniform. I usually get up early to train, but this time I woke up early because I wish I had time to prepare a prank in Lockhart's office. And as for why I'm going to put a prank in his office, well.
If he wants to blame someone, blame that annoying smile he has.
I thought with a shrug. Great Hall breakfast.
Where did you get that history book? I thought it was limited edition.
Michael asked me, holding a green and brown book in his hands.
I bought it at a wizarding bookshop in France on my vacation.
I lied, as I had picked up this book from the Room of Hidden Things, and I obviously wasn't going to say that.
Really? So I guess I'll try to order a book from there. Do you remember the name of the bookshop? Oh well, I don't really remember the name and...
I started to say, but then I felt someone nudge me with their elbow.
Hey Ethan, isn't that a howler in front of Weasley?
Terry, who was nudging me with his elbow, said, pointing to the Gryffindor table. I then turned around and saw that indeed, on the Gryffindor table in front of Ron was a very noticeable red envelope.
Oh crap!
I muttered unconsciously, and I think I said the same thing that was going through Ron's mind, judging by his expression. The howler in front of him then opened, and with a crash, an angry voice rang out from the envelope which began to float. The angry voice was obviously Mrs. Weasley, where she was complaining about Ron taking Mr. Weasley's car borrowed to go to Hogwarts and how he was seen by Muggles while flying over London. Before the letter could continue, I discreetly cast a low-powered explosive spell that destroyed him. Even though I thought this scene a bit funny in both the book and the movie, I still think neither Ron nor Harry deserve the humiliation that comes with it, especially now that we can say we're friends.
Well,
Stephen started.
Embarrassing.
Michael broke up for him, and if even he realized that sending a howler was extreme, then it really is extreme.
Look on the bright side, at least his howler ended fast.
Anthony said, a fearful look on his face.
True.
Terry agreed, also with the same look.
I
I asked curiously, and they both responded by lowering their heads.
I didn't know that vase was Mom's favorite.
Terry said, dejectingly poking the steak on his plate with his fork.
Having a big brother isn't always a good thing.
Anthony muttered. Seeing the two of them talking about their embarrassing moments, I couldn't help but remember my moments. At least your mom never went to a party where you were with your friends to pick you up after you didn't answer 15 phone calls from her, I thought, now also looking at my plate with dismay, remembering one of the thousands of embarrassing situations of my first life.
I missed these corridors.
Anthony said, looking around with a happy smile on his face. We had just gotten out of our second morning class, which was Charms, where Professor Flitwick gave a little review of what we'd learned last school year.
Really? I thought you'd just miss your bed and your blankets.
Terry commented slowly.
Haha, and I thought you were going to miss your tissues and your 24th issue of Play Wizard that you keep in your second drawer of umph. How do you know where I keep it?
Terry whispered to Anthony through narrowed eyes as he covered our lazy friend's mouth with his hand. He then turned to me with an innocent, carefree look on his face.
Hee hee, don't care what this badger in raven clothes says. He's not 100% sane.
And I, who saw this interaction, just looked at the two of them with obvious contempt and disgust on my face.
Hey, Ethan.
I then heard someone call out to me, and turning around I saw Weasley.
Hey.
I waved at him.
How was your class?
He asked, giving a nod to the boys behind me, who responded in kind.
Cool, nothing too difficult since Professor Flitwick just gave us a little review about the things we learned last year. No big deal.
I shrugged.
Oh, Professor Sprout will probably give you guys a review too, and then she'll talk about the mandrakes. That's what she passed on to us.
Harry said.
And I hope Professor McGonagall doesn't pass a too hard review, as I don't really remember the things she taught us last school year.
Here he had a frown on his face.
Oh, is your next class Transfiguration?
I asked and he nodded.
Oh well, our next class is Potions. Potions with Snape on your first day of school. I feel sorry for you.
Ron said with a sympathetic look. His classes aren't that bad. When I finished talking, Harry, Ron, Terry, Anthony, and Granger, who was looking at me annoyed, started looking at me strangely.
Damn Ravenclaw, damn nerd.
Ron and Terry thought.
Why do I feel a great urge to punch these two?
I wondered. Ring.
Well, I guess that's the sign for the next class.
I commented.
Oh, true.
Ron exclaimed.
Come on, guys, we'll miss Professor McGonagall's class if we're late, and I don't want to be late for her first class again.
Ron then started walking, pulling his two friends with him.
Bye, Ethan, and good luck with Snape.
Harry said, and with that the trio kept walking until they disappeared into the halls. Feeling some confused emotions coming from behind me, I turned to the boys, only to see that they were looking at me strangely.
Since when are you friends with these three troublesome Gryffindors?
Terry asked.
Since the holidays.
I said and then explained.
The twins invited me over to their house, and it turns out that Harry was there too, and well.
I can't believe we lost you to the dark side.
Anthony said with disappointment clear on his face.
First, I know you want me to ask Harry to sign your books, and second, is it so bad that I'm friends with them? We're even friends with Michael.
I said.
Fair.
Meow, I heard Nick's meow, and I saw that she was staring at me with curiosity and even concern. Don't worry, girl, I'm just thinking about a few things, I said, caressing her, who purred satisfied. Sigh, I think I better get up. And with that said, I put Nick's back on the bed and got up to change into my uniform. I usually get up early to train, but this time I woke up early because I wish I had time to prepare a prank in Lockhart's office. And as for why I'm going to put a prank in his office, well.
Come on, I know you obviously don't want to be late for our wonderful class with Professor Snape, right?
I said, walking while the boys continued to stand in the hallway.
Oh damn, it's true.
Anthony exclaimed.
Shit, he doesn't like me. If I'm late, he'll take the opportunity to kill me, I'm sure.
Terry said, running after me with Anthony on his heels.
You say that like he likes some student. Touche.
Chapter 144. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey my friends, I'm back. Here's the new chapter. The rest of my first day of school passed without any strange occurrences, which can already be considered a huge achievement when we remember the fact that we are at Hogwarts at the same time as the Golden Trio. The classes were just the professors reviewing their subjects or talking about something I already knew, and only Professor Snape gave something different. As in addition to a review, he also asked us some questions about ingredients and potions, as well as he did in our first potions class last school year. With today's classes over, the boys and I headed to the Great Hall for dinner, And I didn't forget to stop by the kitchens to drop off the new recipes I'd jotted down on my vacation for the house elves. I even wrote down some recipes for dishes from other countries, recipes that I had never tried before, but I'm curious to know what they taste like.
Sometimes I feel like I'm on a cooking TV show.
I thought. Ravenclaw common room at night. As I was reading in the common room in my usual armchair, with Nyx at my feet warming up in the fireplace, a trio of students walked through the passage, whispering to each other.
Did you know? I heard from Samantha, that fifth-year Hufflepuff girl, that Lockhart got caught in a prank by the twins and ended up covered in green moss.
One of the girls in the trio said.
Really? I thought he was caught in a fart prank and a prank that turned him blue. I was told it was hilarious.
The other girl said, laughing softly.
I thought they were lying when they said he got caught up in some pranks, but it turns out to be true, and apparently there were several pranks.
The only boy of the trio muttered in amazement and wonder, obviously not being one of Lockhart's fans.
I can't believe those red-haired Gryffindor twins did this.
The first girl said with disgust when she mentioned the twins.
Yes, Lockhart is so awesome. I confess it's funny, but why would they do that? Besides, he.
This trio then continued walking to a far corner of the common room, and all this time I was using my occlumency to keep me from smiling.
Well, I may have exaggerated and played more than one prank on Lockhart, but I'm pretty sure this fart prank was the work of the twins.
I thought, a satisfied and proud look on my face.
Well, I hope Lockhart enjoys being pranked 2 days straight.
And with that I shrugged, but even my occlumency couldn't stop a smirk from breaking out on my face. The days went by, with the teachers passing reviews or asking questions about the second-year books we should have read. And on top of that, the teachers also corrected the homework they gave us to complete on our vacations. As the days passed, the day finally and unfortunately arrived for the first Ravenclaw Dada class with Lockhart, and I didn't know whether to feel lucky or unlucky, as we were going to have 2 classes in a row. On the bright side, this meant that I wouldn't have to put up with Lockhart for more than 2 days in the same week, but it also meant that in one day I would have to listen to him bragging about his achievements for 2 straight hours. Maybe I'll decide if this is bad or not after I have my class with him. After the Dada class. Yes, I've made up my mind, there's no way Lockhart's classes will turn out to be good or have any positives. Even if the headmaster gains some sanity, where he decides to have us only have one 5-minute class per month with Lockhart, I still won't think this class is good or useful to anyone. At least I can thank the gods for getting Gryffindor to have their class with him on their first day, as that shameful and stupid class must have made the idiot Lockhart realize that releasing a bunch of wild Cornish pixies in a closed classroom, it wasn't a smart idea. And thanks to that, we only had to put up with his 54 questions about himself that I made a point of not answering, and also his little moment where he almost brought himself to orgasm with your comments about how awesome he is. He also read and interpreted a small excerpt from his book,
Me, Us, and the Giants.
where I realized that other people's shame gained a new meaning.
Is that the price to pay for the gift of sight and hearing?
I thought, looking at nothing in reflection.
Or is this God's punishment for all the sins I must have committed in all my lives, past and future?
I think the only sensible thing to do right now.
And with that a light shone my way, and I gained a new resolution. Somewhere in the castle, Lockhart felt a strange chill.
Hey Terry, don't you think Ethan is acting really weird today?
Anthony whispered to Terry.
Yeah,
Terry said slowly.
but he's usually always weird.
He rubbed his chin in reflection.
Yeah, maybe it's puberty.
Anthony said in understanding.
I can hear you, you bastards.
Gryffindor common room. Pav third person.
I'm still surprised to hear that you are now friends with Knight.
Granger muttered, her brow furrowed.
He's not that bad.
Harry defended.
Yeah, he even brought me some candy when he visited the burrow for the second time.
Ron said, a little drool coming out of the corner of his mouth. Harry and Granger then looked at him blankly.
Well, as I recall, you were the ones who were suspicious of him last year.
Granger accused.
Well, it's just that in our first interaction he ended up killing a troll in front of us.
Harry said, grimacing at the memory.
And he threatened to put my finger in a place I want to keep untouched.
Ron added, shifting uncomfortably in his seat.
Yeah, he did that too.
Harry nodded.
So why are you friends with him now? Well, he beat Ron at chess.
Harry said.
I still don't know how he did it.
Ron muttered with a frown, and Harry looked away, as Ethan had told him the secret to winning at chess.
Even knowing this, I still don't know how to do it.
Harry thought.
Are you friends with him because of chess?
Granger asked with a strange face, but then she remembered how the three of them had started their friendship and realized that chess is a very normal way to start a friendship when compared to theirs.
Well,
Harry said.
Yeah, and if he was that bad, the twins would probably never be friends with him.
Ron added, and Harry beside him nodded. Ron then thought for a moment.
But it probably also has to do with the fact that he's a prankster like the twins.
He muttered, and Harry nodded again.
But he.
Ron finished for her.
Strain.
And Harry continued.
Funny. A little cruel. True, he's a little cruel when he wants to. No, I don't know how you guys manage to be friends with someone so nice.
Granger exclaimed, throwing her hands up.
Hermione, are you still upset that he managed to take first place in the overall student rankings last school year?
Ron asked, and Harry beside him palmed his forehead. Granger then mechanically turned to Ron, a menacing, slightly maddened look on her face.
I have to learn to keep my mouth shut.
Ron thought, preparing for his punishment. Hello my dear readers. I came back after a week break to help with my family's Easter. As I've said in many chapters, and I've already told you, English is not my first language, and in fact I don't even know how to speak English. My whole story is translated using Google Translate, and I make some minor corrections with that I learned from you. I'm currently having a problem understanding a word. The word in my language is disparar, and it means to advance quickly, to shoot, to run, to open fire, and some others with the same sense. But I don't know how I can say it in English, since depending on the situation it totally changes the context of the sentence. An example would be, if you're driving your car and I've decided you want to go fast with it, what word could you use to replace fast forward? In some texts and examples I saw that you could use shot shoot. Chapter 145. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Sup, here's the new chapter. After some time had passed since classes started, I finally figured it would be a good time to try to get Fawkes to have him deliver my letter to the Flamels. Knowing that the headmaster could find out if I called Fawkes in some abandoned classroom, I decided the best option would be to call him in the room of requirement. I knew there was a little danger of Fawkes himself somehow telling the headmaster I called him, but that was a risk I would still take. With me already in the room and with the letter in hand, I prepared myself to call Fawkes.
Well,
I said to myself. I then looked up and yelled.
FAWKES, can you hear me? I need your help for something very important. It's to help an old friend of the headmaster. I won't hurt you. Could you come to me?
As soon as I was done screaming, I waited, looking around the room for any hint of an explosion of flames. After waiting for 3 minutes, I started to believe that either Fawkes couldn't hear me, or he just didn't want to answer my call, which would make sense.
Can the room of requirement prevent the apparition of a phoenix? I know this room is amazing, but this must be something very difficult even for it.
I thought, ignoring the small tremor in the room that seemed dissatisfied with me doubting its capabilities.
Who am I kidding? Fawkes would probably only listen to the headmaster's call. No creature in their right mind would go anywhere just because a stranger called them.
I muttered, heading over to one of the living room tables to sit down. Sitting in the chair with the letter in hand, I started to devise a new plan to get the damn letter to the Flamels.
Maybe I can try to find them in some theater in France.
I thought with my hand on my chin.
Maybe if I ask too.
Poof. And just as I was using all my neurons to think of another plan, a burst of flame erupted over the table I was sitting on, catching me off guard.
Damn!
I exclaimed, surprising myself mainly because since when I got my beast power, I've never been taken by surprise by anything since my senses always warned me before. As I was recovering from the fright, I saw that from the explosion of flames emerged Fox, who landed softly on the table, looking at me with his head held high.
You came!
I said excitedly, and Fox, who was in front of me, nodded.
Did you hear everything I said?
I asked, and again Fox nodded.
Amazing, how do the calls work? Could it be?
I said to myself. Breaking out of my Ravenclaw mode, I glanced at Fox only to see him looking at me with a face that, at least by my bird standards, meant he was finding my monologue amusing, and his emotions confirmed it.
Well,
I asked, looking expectantly at Fox for his answer. After Fox heard my request, he started to look at me suspiciously, fixing his eyes on mine. I wasn't upset that he suspected me, as I know how absurd my request was. Just as I was about to explain the reason for my request, Fox lifted his head and sang a little song that brought some good feelings to me. Fox then looked at me again and took a step closer to me. When he got really close, he gave a little jump and landed on my lap. In my lap, he started looking at me and vibrating happily, and I could feel satisfaction and joy coming from him, which made me very confused.
but what?
I wondered aloud, but unconsciously I started petting Fox, and he also started rubbing his face in my hand.
Well,
I asked him, and he nodded at me.
perfect.
I said with a happy, relieved smile on my face. I then took the letter that was on the table and showed it to Fox, who climbed back onto the table.
This is the letter I wrote to the Flamels, and it's really important that it gets to them. The contents of that letter, depending on their response, could save their lives.
I said with a straight face, trying to show Fox how important and serious this issue is. After I finished speaking, Fox vibrated, and with a look that at least to me looked serious, he flapped his wings, circled the room, and took the letter from my hands. He then stood in front of me, slowly beating his wings and singing a soft song, and then with another burst of flame he was gone.
I hope the Flamels take the letter seriously.
I muttered, but I knew the chance of them ignoring my letter was slim. The fact that I was talking about the Philosopher's Stone in the letter, which was something that should remain secret, will probably make the letter more believable, not to mention Fox.
Now just wait for their response.
Ravenclaw Common Room. After I delivered the letter to Fox, I left the room of requirement and returned to the common room, where I found my friends relaxing.
Don't you guys have any lessons to do?
I asked with a raised eyebrow, since I knew the teachers had given us tasks for the next week.
Um,
Um,
They grumbled at the same time, and then went back to doing what they were doing before. Sigh, sometimes I think Sorting Hat put you in the wrong house.
I asked myself, rubbing my forehead.
Maybe you're suffering from an infestation of sleepy pixies. They get in your ears and make you doubt things.
I heard a soft, dreamy voice say behind me, causing me to turn around in surprise.
Why am I always being surprised these days, especially today? Could it be that today is the day that my senses decided to abandon me?
I wondered with my hand on my chest because of the little scare I got, but calming down quickly. The girl who had spoken to me is none other than Luna Lovegood, who was looking at me with a gleeful gaze.
Well,
I said, neither denying nor asserting the existence of this creature. I'm in a world with dragons and flying cars.
I'm Ed.
Hello, Ethan Knight. I know who you are.
She said with an amused smile on her face.
I'm Luna Lovegood.
So hello Luna Lovegood.
I greeted her back with a smile on my face. Really, in books, movies, or real life, it's hard not to like her. Chapter 146. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey here's the new chapter.
A new friend, Ethan.
Michael asked, looking at Luna curiously.
Well,
I shrugged, walking over to a free part of the couch, with Luna following me.
Maybe you should try to make some new friends too, Michael. And with luck, you can increase your friends' total to 1.
uh-huh.
He chuckled dryly. I then turned to Luna and started talking.
Well, Luna, I don't know if you know them, but these are my friends and classmates.
I said, noticing that my friends started to pay attention to me.
This snobby-looking one is Michael.
Said the one who has a Nimbus 2000.
Michael grumbled, but I ignored it.
The one with a book is Terry.
Terry interrupted me to add to his presentation.
Yeah, that's his dream. Well, that's Anthony.
The cutest.
Anthony also interrupted me, and my right eye started to twitch.
That's Steven.
I said with a menacing glare, putting my wand back in its holster.
Oh, can I pay a visit to Giant Squid?
Luna asked me innocently. Terry asked Luna, looking at her strangely.
Yes.
She replied with a nod.
You know that squid is.
Padma asked slowly, and Luna nodded her head, looking more excited than before.
Great, now we have a person almost or as crazy as Ethan.
Terry said, throwing his hands up.
Hey!
I exclaimed indignantly.
I'm not crazy.
I said,
Yes, but that doesn't mean you should try to swim to the bottom of the Black Lake just to pet the damn squid.
Anthony exclaimed.
Fair.
I said. Just as I was about to try to use another argument to defend the giant squid, I heard someone laughing beside me.
Hedahaha.
Luna said between her giggles. My friends who listened to her started looking at her indignantly, and then they turned to look at me, and for some reason I felt like they were blaming me.
What?
I asked, and they just rolled their eyes.
Why is it so strange to be called weird by Luna?
I asked myself.
And besides, I'm not weird at all.
At the Flamel's house. Pav Nicholas Flamel.
I'm pretty sure the cauldron is going to explode if I don't put in exactly 200 grams of blue bubble fungus powder.
I muttered, scratching my chin as I stared at the bubbling purple liquid in my crystal cauldron.
And now, where is my ingredient scale?
I wondered, looking around. I then started looking around in my lab for my scale, throwing aside some papers that might be some invitations from important French government officials that I decided to ignore. As I looked for the scale, the liquid in the cauldron began to bubble even more, looking like it was going to explode at any moment.
Damn, I didn't find the scale.
I said, and then started looking at the cauldron while scratching my head.
Meh.
I shrugged, taking a handful of blue bubble fungus powder in my hand. I then weighed the amount in my hand, dropping some of the powder back into the pot. Feeling that the weight was roughly the same as expected, I threw the blue bubble fungus powder into the cauldron and walked over to see what would happen, ignoring the fact that if I was wrong, the cauldron would explode. The liquid in the cauldron began to bubble even more, changing its color to a dark blue. I then started looking at the cauldron, my eyes glowing with a blue glow, and just when I thought the cauldron was going to explode, the liquid began to calm down. The liquid in the cauldron began to change, and in the end it took on a fluorescent lilac color and a creamy consistency, just the way I wanted it.
Parfait.
I said, happily switching to French, bottling the liquid.
Darling, Fox is here with a letter for us.
When I finished bottling up all the liquid, I heard my wife Perenelle, or Penny, which is the affectionate way I call her, call me.
Fox, I wonder what Albus wants.
I asked myself, wiping my hands and walking out of my lab. Arriving in the kitchen, I saw Fox as handsome as the day I'd met him, on the table being petted and pampered by Penny. Looking closely at Fox, I noticed that he was indeed holding a letter that was addressed to us, but that wasn't Albus' handwriting.
Weird.
I muttered, approaching Fox. Walking past Penny and leaving a kiss on her cheek, I reached out my hand and brought it closer to Fox, letting him rest his head on it where I stroked him.
That letter is not from Albus, right?
I asked, and Fox vibrated.
I also found this handwriting on the letter strain.
Penny said, looking at the letter with her green eyes shining.
And I don't recognize the magic of whoever wrote that letter, Nick.
Whose letter is this, my immortal friend?
I asked Fox, who vibrated and sang happily.
Sigh.
I said with a nostalgic smile, and Penny beside me laughed amusedly.
Well, dear, I guess all we can do is open the letter and read it.
Yes.
She replied with a nod. You know that squid is.
Oh, this magic is too dense.
I muttered. Using a letter opener, I opened the envelope and took out the parchment that was inside. I then sat down next to Penny, as the letter was addressed to both of us. Opening the parchment, we begin to read its contents.
Well,
I muttered once I finished reading the letter.
Yeah, now we know what happened to the stone.
Penny said. She then turned to look at me with a wry smile on her face.
And apparently Albus was right about the thief's intentions, and also about him trying to return the stone.
yes.
She replied with a nod. You know that squid is.
But now what I'm most interested in knowing is who this mysterious thief is about.
Well,
Penny said, and I had to agree with her. From the letter alone, you can tell that this thief is someone intelligent, but with a good heart and maybe even a little cunning. But with these characteristics, he can be a student of any Hogwarts house. Even age is difficult to find out from a letter alone.
I guess we just have to write him a letter of reply.
I said, using my wand to summon a quill and parchment. I then sat down in a chair and started writing the letter.
do you plan to tell Albus about this letter?
Penny asked me, and I stopped my quill.
Well,
I said after thinking for a moment.
Makes sense.
Penny said,
And I also think we should stop calling this student a thief, because he's our benefactor, right?
ha ha ha, you're right, honey.
I said, and then went back to writing the letter. After a few minutes, I finished writing the letter and looked at it with satisfaction.
Finished.
I said.
Do you plan on meeting our benefactor?
Penny asked.
Oh no, honey, it's actually the opposite.
I said with a mischievous smile on my face, handing her the letter to read.
An invitation to have tea at our house.
She asked with a raised eyebrow.
I think it's appropriate.
Chapter 147. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The next day. Pav Ethan. Just like any other day at 4 a.m., I was doing what any normal human being would do, which in this case is sleeping. I was having a really good dream that involved a river of chocolate and 7 Victoria's Secret models, until I was suddenly awakened by a noise in my room. Poof.
Oh,
I sat up quickly on my bed, waking Nix, who was beside me. Looking at the source of the sound, I saw Fox flying in front of me, looking at me in amusement.
I still don't know why the hell my senses don't warn me of your arrival.
I grumbled, rubbing my eyes. Fox, who heard what I said, vibrated softly in amusement. He then landed on my lap, and only after that did I realize he was carrying a letter in his clutches.
A letter.
I muttered, still sleepy. After I looked at the letter, confused for a while, the realization hit me, and I immediately took the letter that was with Fox.
A letter.
I exclaimed excitedly, causing Nix to jump startled and start staring at me.
Oops, sorry, Nix.
I told her. I then turned to Fox.
Is this letter what I think it is?
I asked him hopefully, and he looked at me and nodded. I then went back to looking at the letter in my hands, and without further waiting, I opened the letter and took out the parchment that was inside. The handwriting alone showed that whoever wrote it had a lot of experience, since beautiful and perfect handwriting like this can only be acquired after a long time writing. Putting that thought aside, I started to read the letter. Asterisk asterisk. Hello, our dear benefactor, the one writing to you is Nicholas Flamel, something you may have already noticed. My wife and I read your letter, and we were impressed by your selflessness in trying to prevent our philosopher's stone from being stolen, and we were even more impressed by the fact that you came to us to try to return it. But I think the other impressive thing you've done, already ramping up your mysterious touch, is being able to convince Fox to help you without Albus knowing. How you manage that I have no idea, but it demonstrates that Fox trusts you.
I was invited to meet the Flamels.
I whispered.
I was invited to meet the Flamels.
I exclaimed excitedly, scooping the scowling, confused Nix into my arms and throwing her up. After my little.
I still can't believe I'm going to meet two of the most experienced and influential people in the wizarding world.
I muttered in awe. Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel are two of the most impressive people in the wizarding world, and I accepted and even agreed with that fact as soon as I read one of the theoretical books they wrote. Not only are they smart, powerful, experienced, and influential, they are two of the few people I've seen who understand magic the way I do, and for that alone they've earned my admiration.
I thought I was just going to send the stone to them, and then this would be our first and last interaction. I didn't expect to be invited to their house for tea.
I said aloud. As I was lost in thought, I heard a soft song, and turning around I saw Fox looking at me curiously.
Thanks, Fox. Without you, none of this would have happened.
I said, reaching out and stroking him.
Wait, wouldn't now be a good time to test Beast Talk's connection with a phoenix?
I thought, but then I saw Fox relaxed in front of me.
Nah, maybe another time. I'm very excited, so I probably won't be able to focus enough to open a connection. Sigh, with that I can cross something else off my list for this year.
I said, relieved.
But well, now that I'm so excited I won't be able to sleep again.
I said aloud, I then put my hand on my chin.
You know what? I think I'm going to play some more pranks on Lockhart.
As soon as I finished saying that, I felt Fox vibrate, and looking at him, I saw that he was looking at me with amusement and hope.
Er,
I asked slowly, and Fox vibrated once more in agreement.
meh, any help is always welcome.
I shrugged.
Meow.
Yes, Nix, you can help too.
The afternoon. I was in the stone courtyard teaching the boys the freezing charm, a spell Professor Flitwick had given us in the last class the boys couldn't cast. The spell was meant to immobilize or stop moving targets, but it only worked on living or animated things, and Stephen was serving as a target for the demonstration.
I don't know why I agreed to this.
He said.
Yeah, neither do I. Now shut up, Immobulus.
I said, casting the spell faster than Stephen could react.
Wow, that was quick.
Anthony said in surprise, clapping his hands for me.
That's what she said.
Terry said, looking at Anthony with a smirk on his face, and Michael and I, who heard this, held back the urge to laugh, with Lisa and Sue scowling at Terry, and Padma beside us looking at us confused.
So young and innocent.
I thought.
Do you think I won't jinx you?
Anthony asked, looking at Terry menacingly.
It's a little hard to take any of your threats seriously when we see how Hufflepuff you are.
Terry chuckled.
What did you mean by that?
We heard someone behind us say, and turning around we saw Susan and Hannah.
You convinced me.
Susan said, and Terry sighed in relief.
But next time I'll lock you upside down in Filch's bathroom. Yes, ma'am.
Terry squeaked, and even I was startled and impressed by this threat.
Women are scary.
Women are scary, was what went through the minds of the boys in the group. Chapter 148. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Friday afternoon.
I still don't understand why Hilton made us practice all these rehearsed passes.
I said, stretching my aching shoulder. After my 2 morning classes, I had the rest of the afternoon off, or would have, had it not been for Hilton calling up the entire team for surprise training. The team remains the same, since we didn't have any new members besides some possible reserve chasers.
Maybe it's best to let the basilisk run wild, so the games get cancelled.
I muttered. As I continued walking down the hall muttering to myself, I felt a cold feeling go through me, soon followed by some feelings of boredom and curiosity. I then stopped in my steps and looked back, and there I saw that, looking at me too, was one of the ghosts with the most tragic and mysterious history in the school, the Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw. We both continued to stare at each other for some time, and my senses were wanting to tell me something about her, but I didn't know what. I could feel the feelings of confusion coming from her, but her face remained calm. Seeing that this staring competition was going nowhere, I turned to continue my walk.
Wait!
I then heard Helena call me.
Yay!
I asked, turning back to her. She looked at me confused, her hand outstretched, and for the first time her face showed another emotion.
Why did I call him?
She asked herself.
Do you need something?
I asked again, seeing she didn't know what to say to me.
Oh, sir.
She asked, and I looked at her strangely.
Damn, wasn't there anything better for me to say?
Helena thought, mentally palming her face, wanting to hide somewhere in embarrassment.
Well,
I joked, trying to lighten the mood, which seemed to work in part.
but seriously, I really like Hogwarts. It feels like a second home here, even though I only started studying here last year.
I think the castle gives that feeling to people.
Helena nodded.
In my day, it was like that too, although this was my real home and…
As soon as Helena realized that she started talking too much, she quickly closed her mouth, her eyes widening a little in surprise.
Why am I talking about myself to him?
Helen wondered, she then looked me up and down, and then she noticed something. He looks like…
Hey,
She thought, with the image of a Slytherin boy coming to her mind.
No, it's a little different.
She kept thinking.
are you okay?
I asked with a raised eyebrow. Instead of answering me, Helena kept looking at me for a while, and I could feel a lot of feelings coming from her, and among those feelings the main ones were confusion, anger, sadness, and curiosity.
Hey,
I snapped my fingers in front of her face, and she looked at me in surprise, as if she'd just come out of a trance. She said, a little too loudly, before turning and quickly fleeing somewhere in the castle.
that was weird.
I muttered, but then I remembered Myrtle.
Or is this something common with female ghosts? Meh.
I shrugged and then continued walking, this time heading towards the library. Saturday.
So we can say this is the official opening of our study club.
Lisa said, looking around at everyone sitting at the big table in the library.
Is this a study group?
Anthony asked, confused and surprised, causing everyone at the table to stare at him blankly.
Wow, incredible. How did you come to that conclusion?
Terry asked sarcastically.
I thought we were just meeting here to talk, like good friends and colleagues from different houses.
Anthony muttered sheepishly, and the looks of our friends from other houses softened.
Actually, you thought we were going to play poker, didn't you?
I asked blankly.
Maybe.
Sigh, sometimes I still think Sorting Hat put you in the wrong house.
Terry commented, and very quietly I heard him whisper.
Damn Badger.
Sue said. With us at the table were all our friends. From Gryffindor came Nev and surprisingly Ginny, and unfortunately Faye had promised to help Parvati with something so she couldn't attend today. From Slytherin came Lily, and to my surprise or not so much since I knew they were friends with Lily, came Greengrass, Davis, and Zabini too, and with the presence of these purebloods, Theo was also able to attend without arousing suspicion of our friendship. From Ravenclaw came all the second years and Luna, who became an official member of our strange group. And from Hufflepuff came Hannah, Susan, Megan, Ernie, Justin, Sally, and unfortunately for us Smith, who is someone who can be just as snobby and boring as Michael.
Well, for starters, let's each talk about what subjects we're struggling with, so those who are good at that subject can help others.
I said, and then pointed at Susan, who raised her hand.
Yes, Miss Bones.
I said professionally.
Excuse me, Professor Knight, but what about next year's electives? Are we going to study them in this study group too?
She asked, joining in on the fun.
That's a good question.
I said, tapping my chin.
I guess it depends. I, for one, am already learning about the electives I plan to take, so I'll study them in the group with anyone who wants to study too. But there may also be others in the group who, like Anthony, prefer to wait to learn from a competent teacher.
I finished.
Hey!
Anthony exclaimed indignantly, but we all ignored him.
Well, I would like to learn in advance.
Stephen raised his hand, and soon afterward those who wanted to learn in advance also raised their hand. In the end, everyone ended up raising their hands, and only Anthony was left with his hands down.
Suo!
Terry said, looking at Anthony and waving his hand.
Well, if even those in the first year are going to study the electives, it would be bad for me not to study too.
he said with a defeated sigh, raising his hand.
So it's decided. We'll study the electives too.
Susan clapped her hands for attention.
Anything else?
She asked.
What are the meeting times for this study group?
Theo asked, looking at everyone bored, but I knew he was excited to be among friends.
Well, we don't need a set schedule. Whenever you are among 3 people in this group, you can start studying, and the others who arrive, if they want to join the group, they can. That way we can study every day of the week.
I said.
That's good.
Lily nodded.
Mainly because I need a lot of help with the subjects, hee.
She laughed embarrassed.
But so we can have more meetings like this. How about we get together, or at least try to get together once a week, on the weekends here?
I asked.
Fine by me. Acceptable.
I have nothing to do on weekends.
Okay. I don't have much of a choice. I know I'm going to be dragged into this by you guys.
Doesn't take a genius to know that Anthony said it.
Okay, so let's get started.
Chapter 149. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Sup, here's the new chapter.
Damn, that question was one that Professor McGonagall passed in the final exam, and I got it wrong.
Justin said, showing Megan his transfiguration homework parchment.
I don't remember if I got this question right. I answered that question by saying that the 2 objects would merge, becoming one.
Megan said.
The 2 objects would occupy separate parts of the same object.
Greengrass told them, with her usual cold and distant look.
Are you sure?
Justin asked, looking at his parchment again.
Justin, the answer is in the book you were reading, literally on the same page.
I said, not taking my eyes off Lily's homework.
Where? 5th paragraph.
5th paragraph, Greengrass, Terry, Michael, Zabini, and I all responded at the same time.
Scary.
Justin muttered, he then looked at his book.
Oh, it's right here. How have I not seen this before?
He asked himself.
So I guess this confirms my suspicions. I got this question wrong.
Megan said, not at all disheartened. Meanwhile, Anthony had been quiet this whole time, looking at his own transfiguration task.
I hadn't even seen that question.
He thought, looking around to see if anyone saw his parchment, but unfortunately for him, Terry was looking at him with a smile on his face.
Damn! I arrived.
Before Terry could say anything, someone arrived at our table. The person who arrived was Faye, who was taking a deep breath as if she'd run all the way here.
Did you guys start long ago?
She asked.
Nah, we started a few minutes ago.
I said.
We're doing and reviewing the transfiguration lesson.
Nev said shyly.
I'm glad. That's exactly the subject I'm struggling with.
Faye said, but then she shook her head.
Wait, I have something more interesting to tell.
She said, sounding like a gossipy neighbor, which immediately caught everyone's attention.
The Slytherin Quidditch team got into a fight with the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and from what I heard, Malfoy called Hermione a mudblood, and Ron, who was defending her, ended up getting hit by his own spell and started throwing up slugs.
Faye said, and I was surprised that gossip was being told according to true events.
Malfoy does what?
Susan exclaimed in shock, and most of the people at the table who grew up in the wizarding world also looked at her in shock and surprise.
He called Hermione mudblood.
Faye repeated, using the word with extreme disgust.
He's gone crazy.
Anthony said.
It was just a matter of time.
Terry commented. He then looked at the other Slytherins at the table.
Don't look at me like that. I've never called, and I don't intend to call anyone mudblood.
Zabini said defensively.
Me neither.
Davis said too, and Greengrass simply stared at Terry, daring him to say something to her.
Calm down, I'm not accusing any of you. It's just that I noticed you weren't all that surprised.
Terry said, raising his hands to appease them.
Well, when you start living in the same house as Malfoy and the other like-minded Slytherins for almost a year, you learn not to expect too much from them.
Lily said with a shrug.
Sigh.
Zabini said, shaking his head.
Why didn't you guys ever report it to the teachers?
Susan asked, frowning.
Calm down, Susan. We don't know how things are in Slytherin.
I said, not needing an explanation to understand Zabini and the others.
True.
Terry agreed, remembering Theo's situation.
Now we just have to wait and see if the teachers do something about it. Yes, but if it's up to Snape.
Michael said, and almost everyone in the group frowned, with the Slytherins surprisingly included.
Can anyone tell me what the hell mudblood means?
Stephen asked.
It's a derogatory way of referring to the Muggleborns as us. Basically, they're saying our blood is dirty.
I explained to Stephen, who frowned in disgust.
Shit racists.
He said, and no one tried to censor his language.
But changing the subject.
Ginny, who had been quiet this whole time, asked. Faye nodded.
Oh yeah, I forgot you said that.
Fifth paragraph, Greengrass, Terry, Michael, Zabini, and I all responded at the same time. Scary, Justin muttered. He then looked at his book. Oh, it's right here. How have I not seen this before? He asked himself. So I guess this confirms my suspicions. I got this question wrong, Megan said, not at all disheartened. Meanwhile, Anthony had been quiet this whole time, looking at his own transfiguration task. I hadn't even seen that question, he thought, looking around to see if anyone saw his parchment, but unfortunately for him, Terry was looking at him with a smile on his face. Damn. I'd arrived. Before Terry could say anything, someone arrived at our table. The person who arrived was Faye, who was taking a deep breath as if she'd run all the way here. Did you guys start long ago? She asked. Nah, we started a few minutes ago, I said. We're doing and reviewing the transfiguration lesson, Nev said shyly. I'm glad. That's exactly the subject I'm struggling with, Faye said, but then she shook her head. Wait, I have something more interesting to tell, she said, sounding like a gossipy neighbor, which immediately caught everyone's attention. The Slytherin Quidditch team got into a fight with the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and from what I heard, Malfoy called Hermione a mudblood, and Ron, who was defending her, ended up getting hit by his own spell and started throwing up slugs, Faye said, and I was surprised that gossip was being told according to true events. Malfoy does what? Susan exclaimed in shock, and most of the people at the table who grew up in the wizarding world also looked at her in shock and surprise. He called Hermione mudblood, Faye repeated, using the word with extreme disgust. He's gone crazy, Anthony said. It was just a matter of time, Terry commented. He then looked at the other Slytherins at the table. Don't look at me like that. I've never called and I don't intend to call anyone mudblood, Zabini said defensively. Me neither, Dava said too, and Greengrass simply stared at Terry, daring him to say something to her. Calm down, I'm not accusing any of you, it's just that I noticed you weren't all that surprised, Terry said, raising his hands to appease them. Well, when you start living in the same house as Malfoy and the other like-minded Slytherins for almost a year, you learn not to expect too much from them, Lily said with a shrug. Sigh.
Yuck.
Fifth paragraph, Greengrass, Terry, Michael, Zabini, and I all responded at the same time. Scary, Justin muttered. He then looked at his book. Oh, it's right here. How have I not seen this before? He asked himself. So I guess this confirms my suspicions. I got this question wrong, Megan said, not at all disheartened. Meanwhile, Anthony had been quiet this whole time, looking at his own transfiguration task. I hadn't even seen that question, he thought, looking around to see if anyone saw his parchment, but unfortunately for him, Terry was looking at him with a smile on his face. Damn. I'd arrived. Before Terry could say anything, someone arrived at our table. The person who arrived was Faye, who was taking a deep breath as if she'd run all the way here. Did you guys start long ago? She asked. Nah, we started a few minutes ago, I said. We're doing and reviewing the transfiguration lesson, Nev said shyly. I'm glad. That's exactly the subject I'm struggling with, Faye said, but then she shook her head. Wait, I have something more interesting to tell, she said, sounding like a gossipy neighbor, which immediately caught everyone's attention. The Slytherin Quidditch team got into a fight with the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and from what I heard, Malfoy called Hermione a mudblood, and Ron, who was defending her, ended up getting hit by his own spell and started throwing up slugs, Faye said, and I was surprised that gossip was being told according to true events. Malfoy does what? Susan exclaimed in shock, and most of the people at the table who grew up in the wizarding world also looked at her in shock and surprise. He called Hermione mudblood, Faye repeated, using the word with extreme disgust. He's gone crazy, Anthony said. It was just a matter of time, Terry commented. He then looked at the other Slytherins at the table. Don't look at me like that. I've never called and I don't intend to call anyone mudblood, Zabini said defensively. Me neither, Dava said, too, and Greengrass simply stared at Terry, daring him to say something to her. Calm down, I'm not accusing any of you, it's just that I noticed you weren't all that surprised, Terry said, raising his hands to appease them. Well, when you start living in the same house as Malfoy and the other like-minded Slytherins for almost a year, you learn not to expect too much from them, Lily said with a shrug.
Sigh. Hee, this funny.
And Megan was the exception.
Well,
Ginny said, not knowing whether to be worried, to laugh along with us, or to make a face in disgust too.
look on the bright side.
Luna started to say.
At least his start to the school year is going better than Lockhart's.
She said smiling, and I don't know why, but I kind of started to get the feeling that Luna might not like Lockhart that much.
That's true.
Great Hall lunch. After study group, I ran into the twins, who had just come out of the kitchens, and I could feel angry feelings coming from them, but they had big smirks on their faces. They were obviously angry about the situation with the Slytherins and Malfoy, and I'm sure the Slytherin Quidditch team will become the prank target of the twins and the Three Musketeers for at least a week. After chatting with the twins for a while, we went to the Great Hall as it was close to lunchtime. Arriving at the Great Hall, I decided to sit at the Gryffindor table with the twins, as this table is always the main focus of Hogwarts confusion, and I was wanting to enjoy a good show today.
Where's your brother?
I asked Fred.
Last I saw him, he was being carried by Harry and Hermione to Hagrid's hut.
He replied.
Well, I guess they're not in Hagrid's hut anymore.
George said.
How do you know?
Fred asked.
Because they are there.
George replied, pointing towards the entrance to the Great Hall. The trio that had just arrived started walking towards the Gryffindor table, ignoring the giggling Slytherins on the other side of the Great Hall.
Hey!
Ron said to me, sitting down dejectedly in the seat across from me.
Hey, I heard what happened.
I said.
About the slugs.
He asked.
And about idiot Malfoy, who still hasn't learned when to shut up.
I replied, nodding towards Malfoy, who was at the Slytherin table doing an imitation of someone throwing up something while his friends laughed.
Yes.
Ron said, squeezing his fork tightly, trying not to lash out at Malfoy.
Don't worry about it, Ron. I don't care what Malfoy says.
Granger said.
Yes, Myoni, but we care.
Harry said, scowling. He then sighed wearily. Justin asked, looking at his parchment again. Justin, the answer is in the book you were reading, literally on the same page, I said, not taking my eyes off Lily's homework. Where? 5th paragraph, Greengrass, Terry, Michael, Zabini, and I all responded at the same time. Scary, Justin muttered. He then looked at his book. Oh, it's right here. How have I not seen this before? He asked himself. So I guess this confirms my suspicions. I got this question wrong, Megan said, not at all disheartened. Meanwhile, Anthony had been quiet this whole time, looking at his own transfiguration task. I hadn't even seen that question, he thought, looking around to see if anyone saw his parchment, but unfortunately for him, Terry was looking at him with a smile on his face. Damn. I arrived. Before Terry could say anything, someone arrived at our table. The person who arrived was Faye, who was taking a deep breath as if she'd run all the way here. Did you guys start long ago? She asked. Nah, we started a few minutes ago, I said. We're doing and reviewing the transfiguration lesson, Nev said shyly. I'm glad, that's exactly the subject I'm struggling with, Faye said, but then she shook her head. Wait, I have something more interesting to tell, she said, sounding like a gossipy neighbor, which immediately caught everyone's attention. The Slytherin Quidditch team got into a fight with the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and from what I heard, Malfoy called Hermione a mudblood, and Ron, who was defending her, ended up getting hit by his own spell and started throwing up slugs, Faye said, and I was surprised that gossip was being told according to true events. Malfoy does what? Susan exclaimed in shock, and most of the people at the table who grew up in the wizarding world also looked at her in shock and surprise. He called Hermione Mudblood, Faye repeated, using the word with extreme disgust. He's gone crazy, Anthony said. It was just a matter of time, Terry commented. He then looked at the other Slytherins at the table. Don't look at me like that. I've never called and I don't intend to call anyone Mudblood, Zabini said defensively. Me neither, Dava said, too, and Greengrass simply stared at Terry, daring him to say something to her. Calm down, I'm not accusing any of you, it's just that I noticed you weren't all that surprised, Terry said, raising his hands to appease them. Well, when you start living in the same house as Malfoy and the other like-minded Slytherins for almost a year, you learn not to expect too much from them, Lily said with a shrug. Sigh.
Oh.
They then looked at me confused, and I just looked at the twins, who shared a smile with me. Just as the trio were about to question us, they heard a crash from the other side of the Great Hall, followed by some high-pitched screams. With basically everyone in the Great Hall turning to the source of the sound, everyone saw that now the entire Slytherin team were wearing sleeveless leotard with a low neckline, a belt that had a jewel in the middle, and below the belt they were wearing skirts that went up to mid-thigh. In addition, they were also wearing white gloves that covered their entire forearms and high-heeled boots that went up to their knees. Along with this, they also wore tiaras with various glittering jewels and bracelets in the same style. And to finish off the set, they were also holding wands with jewels on top, and each wand had some sort of different design. Obviously, each of them were wearing different colored clothes, ranging from purple and orange to pink and light blue. Some even had animal ears or tails. Obviously, for those people of culture, it was very easy to see what our dear Slytherins were wearing. Our Slytherins became magical girls, also known as Maho Shoujo.
They.
As soon as the realization of what they were seeing hit them, everyone in the Great Hall burst out laughing, and the Golden Trio looked at the horrified Slytherins with shocked and amazed looks.
I think it was a mistake to let the twins read some manga.
I thought,
Who am I kidding? Showing the manga to the twins was one of the best things I've done.
Chapter 150. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After a few days, the end of September finally arrived, and the month of October began. September was a month in which I managed to complete some tasks on my list, which was very good for me, which is why I intend to start this month of October by completing other tasks, starting with the easiest one, which is to get the vanishing cabinet that is here at Hogwarts. I guess I don't need to explain the importance of this cabinet, both to help me in the present and to prevent something bad from happening in the future. With all this planned, I started to head to the place I remember seeing the cabinet on my first expedition into the castle. Finding and getting the cabinet was not difficult at all. I just had to levitate it to an abandoned classroom, and there, I put the cabinet in my suitcase. The only difficult thing was trying to find a way for no one to notice that the cabinet was gone, even though I thought no one would miss it. But I managed to think of a way to solve this little problem. I just had to frame Peeves, and then if anyone noticed the cabinet was missing, they'd think it was him. The only thing left is for me to think of a way to get the vanishing cabinet from Borgin and Burke's on Nocturne Alley. I can't just walk into one of the darkest and most obscure places in the wizarding world, where various dark wizards and criminals do their business, being a sophomore.
Maybe I'll use an aging potion to help me with this.
I thought, scratching my chin.
Well, that aside, I think now I just need to complete today's second objective, which is probably the most important.
I told myself. With that said, I started to head to the castle site that I've come to occupy as my own base of operations, the Room of Requirement. But I was going to use a specific room from the Room of Requirement, the Room of Hidden Things. Room of Requirement, Room of Hidden Things.
Well, I guess it won't take long for me to find that, right?
I asked aloud, looking at the mountains of stuff in the Room of Hidden Things. As far as my eyes could see, There were piles of old, used, and broken things, and piles of things that were probably important to someone.
Now that I think about it, I have to think of a way to get the sword of Gryffindor.
I muttered with some plans running through my mind. I started to think about how I could convince or trick the Sorting Hat into allowing me to take the sword out of him, or at least try to. Obviously, every plan that came to my mind had many flaws, and the most obvious of which was that I couldn't tell Sorting Hat my reasons for wanting the sword, nor how I knew the sword was in it. But changing the subject, I think it's pretty obvious why I came to Room of Hidden Things and what I intend to do here. I came here to complete the little puzzle left by Riddle, an annoying and vile little puzzle. So far, I have Riddle's diary, and today I was planning to get the Ravenclaw diadem, and with the diadem in my hands, I would only need to get the other 5 Horcruxes.
Sigh.
I said to myself, stretching a little.
I just need to feel the diadem's dark magic. I've already memorized the diary magic, so it should be easy.
I said. Focusing and using all my senses to the best of my abilities, I started to feel the magic of the environment like radar, trying to find the diadem. The room might have been large, but I didn't have to look long, as I already had an idea of where the diadem was from remembering its appearances in the 6th and 7th books. When I got to the spot where I felt the Horcrux's dark magic, I almost stumbled backwards.
Damn, the dark and corrupted magic of the diadem is greater than that of the diary.
I realized, gritting my teeth. Until today, I haven't gotten used to the reaction my body and my senses have when approaching some magic that they consider bad. The strange thing is that this never happened to me when Voldemort himself was around, so I can only assume that Quirrell's body was containing his magic, or my beast power has gotten stronger since that time. Approaching the location of the diadem, I saw that it was on top of a pile of books inside a jewelry box, and looking at it, I realized that the Ravenclaw diadem is as beautiful as I had hoped. The diadem was made of silver, and on the front of the diadem was a bright blue oval jewel, which together with the diadem made it look noble and ornamental. Even the cobwebs and dust could not hide the beauty of the diadem, and the only thing that tarnished this beautiful relic was the vile magic that was emanating from it.
Damn Riddle!
I muttered, not being able to look at the diadem for long, even though I wanted to analyze the other magic in the tiara.
Probably this is the magic of the diadem itself, or Rowena Ravenclaw's own.
I deduced, taking my shrunken suitcase that was attached to the chain around my neck and placing it on the floor.
It doesn't matter whose or what that magic is. The only thing that I know is that Riddle has corrupted her.
Ignoring my urge to punch Riddle until he was unrecognizable even with that snake-like face, I opened my suitcase already in its safe compartment. Looking at the diadem in the jewelry box, I reached out my hand to take it, but when I was almost touching the diadem, my body froze, refusing to answer me.
What the hell is going on?
I thought, sensing my magic was a little out of control, and by the second it was getting worse. Unbeknownst to me, my canines sharpened and my nails grew like claws. My hair got messier and wilder, and the pupils of my eyes became slit-shaped, also taking on an amber and silver glow. My body also started to shake, and just when I thought I was about to magic combustion, my body relaxed, and I nearly fell to the floor breathing heavily, reverting to my normal features.
Gasp, what?
I said, trying to control my breathing and my body, which was still shaking. This feeling was almost the same as when I had that strange dream, only at the same time it was different.
What the hell is happening to me?
I asked myself mentally, sitting on the floor. I then closed my eyes and started shutting down my senses, trying to calm down. After feeling that I was okay again, I slowly stood up, looking carefully and warily at the diadem.
When Harry took the diadem in his hands, nothing like that happened to him.
I thought, looking at my own hands and the diadem with my magic vision on. I then took a deep breath, and in total seriousness I again reached out for the diadem. Seeing that I was only inches from the diadem and nothing had happened, I went and got it.
Weird.
I muttered, not noticing anything different about the diadem or myself. With the diadem in my hand, I looked at the item one last time before putting it away with the diary, not wanting to hold this Horcrux any longer.
I have to thank Riddle's lack of time and arrogance, as it made him not put any dangerous magical protection on the diadem, unlike the ring and locket.
I thought happy and relieved.
Well then, I guess there are only two things left for me to do before the end of this school year, which is to get rid of Lockhart and also find a way to kill the basilisk.
I said, putting my suitcase away again.
But I also have to find out what happened to me.
I muttered, looking down at my hand as I opened and closed it.
Actually, now I want to break something.